roster change. They want to prove that they're still the team to beat in this matchup, and I think we have some amazing games
Good evening,
to look
friends.
forward to.
Today, I'm just going to watch MDI.
So good with Perplex,
It's the finals today, so it should be quite exciting.
I mean, it's so true, right?
I don't have any raids or M+ to do today, so perfect timing.
Whether that's holding on to the title, whether that's finally taking a title for themselves, or whether it is just proving that they were a completely unexpected element that came in here and dominated. I mean, it's amazing, and
Let's
all
look
of
at
them are going to be
moving my
fighting
camera.
hard today. But
is there a way to get the chat?
We
Oh yeah,
hear about all of these
nice.
kind of points from our fellow casters. Looking back on yesterday, do you
I think it's probably good to have the Twitch chat here. Twitch chat adds to the experience.
Yeah, I mean, I think let's take a look back at what we saw yesterday. So right off the bat, we had Perplexed.
Happy to be convinced the other way.
Kind of on an
if people don't want the Twitch chat there.
You have them seated for yourself.
Let's see. I should probably make my camera smaller.
Versus Holy Moly, where I think if you end up simulating that matchup a couple of times, Holy Moly probably ends up winning it a few times. Mandatory had a very dominant performance, on the other hand, versus Polish Mountain. And funnily enough, all of our teams that are in the finals today were in that top side of the bracket yesterday. Beyond that, we had some teams getting eliminated. We had Dusk and Fly getting eliminated. We had both of the Chinese teams in Worms and FTBZM getting eliminated. And we had a very, very close series as well between Mist Count and Holy Moly. Mist Count and Holy Moly series... Again, I think that if you run that one back a couple of times, you're probably going to get a different victor. Holy Moly was able to win that 2-0, but I think that Missed Count, if they got a perfect
Two people on YouTube already.
won both of the maps that Holy Moly ended up winning. So consistency.
I mean, that's off here for now. We'll see if that works.
But overall, I mean, that's how we kind of got here today.
Hi, Crit Cake. Let me mute this. Hi, Crit Cake. How do you feel with hand pain playing high APM classes like Fury Warrior? Playing Outlaw Rogue has been hitting my hands a bit, and the pain has started to set in. Honestly, I've not yet had the issue. I've been playing WoW for like a while, since TBC, you know, and I not once had an issue. Maybe I built up strong wrists or finger muscles. I don't know, but I not had an issue with it. Good posture obviously helps. Good keybites obviously helps. Not spamming your buttons way too much obviously helps too. But yeah, sorry, I cannot relate to the pain. Hey, Crit Cake, do you think the Colossus damage reduction burst will be noticeable? It'll help a little bit, but it still doesn't save the fact that ARMS doesn't have the same tankiness as Fury. It still won't have the same tankiness as Fury, even after those buffs, and it won't be able to do the same single target damage either. And the single target damage is a big deal, so I don't think it's going to be good enough to be played as the, you know, best DPS warrior spec in M+.
Count. Now, they did 2-0 missed count, but that was another series where it's much closer than it looks as a 2-0. Missed count were actually faster in both dungeons strategically. They just had a couple of deaths and then ended up losing the series because Holy Moly were able to punish that. But Holy Moly really had to fight for their lives there in that series. And going into today, they're going to have to
I think they are the favorites to win.
Makes, what are we looking for today in the bracket?
Oh, honestly, I'm so excited every time I get to talk about this, because let's start in the lower bracket. You have Polish Mountain, who have shown that they can do a lower bracket swoop before in the group stages, but they were up against Holy Moly, a team that notably has taken a map off of Perplex and is in great shape. So I think the tendency is still a little bit more favored for Holy Moly, but if there's any team to beat them, it probably is Polish Mountain in this lower bracket matchup. And then at the top, really, you're already in the semifinals, getting a final caliber matchup here between Perplexed and Mandatory, which will give us a little bit of measuring of strengths for how the rest of the day will turn out, what we can expect. I'm really curious about both of these series.
I know, it feels like
Perplexed is insane.
Either way, and we've seen these teams, you know, perform at peak. We've seen them have mistakes that have cost them, but all of them are such powerhouses in their own way, even our brand newcomers into the MDI this time around. So I know we're all excited, and chat, hopefully you are too, because this is going to be a really big day of series. And you know, these teams, right, as we've seen them kind of work their way through,
I bet that was a sick run fly in heaven.
A lot of times
how come on Twitch? I am.
On revealing strats or on their fastest routes, or even are just kind of learning as they go through and seeing what other people do,
as I know, at least.
Taking that for themselves, right? But the competition has just been so fierce this season. I'm wondering, Tettles,
if I leave this open, we'll get infinite crit
kicks.
kicks.
In reserve, is there any room for improvement with these dungeons?
I mean, I feel like you should have probably have unveiled all of your strats by now. I think that there was a time to hold strats, and that was in Group A and Group B. I feel like that is no longer going to be the case. I feel like there's basically no strats that are being hidden anymore.
Let's go back.
I actually did a little bit of research coming into today, looking at the fastest times between all of the teams, because that kind of gives us an idea of where these teams are stacking up against one another. Mandatory is a team that currently has 4 of the fastest times in the dungeons that they've played so far. 3 of those are also dungeons that Perplexed have played, and so I think that gives Mandatory the slight edge in all of those dungeons that they could be facing versus the Perplexed team.
Insane, dude.
Perplexed has one of the fastest times in.
That was hilarious on YouTube. Oh yeah.
Ends up being the Miss of Tuna Scythe. Holy moly actually has
Thanks,
2 of the fastest
Elita,
times
for
in all
the
of
sub.
8
Appreciate
dungeons
it.
so far, and that is in the Arakar and Dawnbreaker. In the City of Threads, that was a dungeon that was only played once, and so Miscount actually has the fastest time in that, but it's difficult to kind of compare. Now I will say that this makes me think
so there are
that
2
Mandatory
plus
is
12
probably
keys.
favored to win this MDI. Typically, teams have somewhere between 4 to 6 of the fastest runs whenever they win an MDI Global Finals. That's about the number that you should be looking for to have good consistency. Now, there is the question of, can you choke? Absolutely. So Mandatory is going to have to be clutch, but just looking at the times that they've put up in the dungeons, they look like they are going to be returning back-to-back champions. Now, looking into the series today, the most problematic dungeon for Mandatory versus Perplexed is this Siege of Boralus that you see is at the very beginning of match 11, so it's unbannable. Mandatory put up a 10-minute and 37-second Siege of Boralus, and Perplexed put up a 12:26. So about 2 minutes are separating them, and so you kind of start this off.
12 speedrun Necrotic Wake could be interesting, yeah.
I would say hopefully Perplexed has bonus strats that maybe we're missing, but I wouldn't hold my breath. I feel like this map and this series by proxy of this map being very, very Mandatory favored.
Are they flying?
This series is
I don't
going
know.
to be very Mandatory favored because of that Siege of Boralus.
Makes
It's a
sense
tough one
if
to
you haven't
start things
practiced
off
those
right away,
for
but
MDI.
of course it will be here at the start, best of 3. So hopefully, maybe those are the strats that they've been sitting on in their back pocket, and they've got a really fast one for us on Perplexed side. And if not, they'll have another couple chances, but we'll just have to see how it all shakes out. Now,
Is the
we don't
volume
have
okay?
long to
Like,
wait because
should I
we're
leave it as it
heading
is
into our
so that you
first
can hear me
series
speaking over
very
them?
shortly, which will be
Like, is
Perplexed versus
the current
Mandatory. So chat, get your
levels
predictions
good for
in
that?
on which of these powerhouses you think will emerge victorious. But we're going to take a second to kind of focus in on the players themselves and get a little closer look at what they've been bringing to the table. So, Makes, we've got a player to watch here.
myself in the
It's
middle.
mode over on Mandatory, right?
It is. So, if I get the chance to talk about mode, I will take it and run with it. I've been watching this guy ever since he first started really pushing these high keys, because I was also a filthy Disc Priest main back then. Something that mode kind of became very, very famous for. And from there on out, people were for a while doubting him, saying he's just a one trick, he can only play this one spec very well. But he has proven time and time again that he's become a true multi-classer.
M plus rating 2984. He hasn't even been doing anything on live. He's just pushing
going all the way in the last season.
MDI, I guess.
Taking that first place with his
Practicing.
Mandatory. We went through a few iterations of team names for Mode's team. I believe it was Does Gargoyle Stream and Monka before. I think we're pretty happy with where they have arrived in terms of team names. But let me tell you a little bit about their team harmony, so to say, because Mode and Skylark are really kind of what gets this team going. There's been different DPS players all throughout, and I'm sure they also contribute, but for the most part, it's Skylark and Mode who are coming up with a lot of the tech, coming up with a lot of the strategy, cooperation, the coordination, the conversation, all of that, really making sure that this team rises to the occasion again and again.
I mean, yeah, they are so strong, and honestly, seeing how they work together and how they kind of bring that team play element to life is part of what makes them
32397 is a big number.
in their team. But we mentioned a little bit there, touched on Skylark as well, and as we were kind of diving into this, or at least as Tettles was, we discovered this long-running history between Skylark and Divine. This history not just between the two teams, but between the two players themselves. So Tettles, would you like to give us a little more info on that?
Yeah, I feel like this was a series that I started looking for clips for this broadcast segment. And Skylark versus Divine is a matchup that dates back all the way to 2018. So we see back in Legion, Skylark there on Gold Trotters playing against Divine on Shell's Angels. You also see a Shine on that team as well. Skylark is a team that, or is a player that I believe has elevated every single team that he has been on. Since the beginning of MDI, I think Divine has kind of gotten the better of the Skylark versus Divine matchup, where he started off with Perplexed and with Shell's Angels and was having great success, getting seconds a lot of the time. He actually won one of the first MDIs on that Shell's Angels team. However, Skylark made this move from OS to EU to play with Monka, Does Gargoyle Stream, now Mandatory, those teams that Makes was talking about earlier, and I think that has had major success for Skylark's position. Again,
that's a plus 23 key right there. Look at that.
He's elevated every single team he's been
Insane.
on, and I think that the strategy making with him in mode has been
people were way better back then, huh?
That's actually been very profitable for both of these two.
People can't even do
parties involved.
Actually, plus 19 is the highest key ever done now, right?
Again,
I think someone did a 19
be
recently.
The favorites, I think, in this matchup with them versus Perplexed. I think that you have to give them the favorite. Now, they have been a little bit less consistent than we would love to see this MDI, but I actually don't think that has anything to do with Skylark. I think that guy has been playing out of his mind, and for Divine, it's kind of a situation where Divine's passion, it kind of ebbs and flows, right? Some seasons he's really dedicated and he's grinding, and whenever that guy is actually at the top of his game and he's grinding and he's super passionate about the game, the team Perplexed actually does so much better, and it seems right now like Divine is super locked in.
Yeah, I mean, when you kind of just get in the zone, it's incredible how much that can elevate your play when you're really engaged and you're really on it. And I hope we get to see all of these players just really focus up, because when they play well, it's honestly just so awesome to see. And it's great to see what they're able to contribute as well to the run overall. But we've had some predictions as well, chat. Hopefully you've been getting yours in. And I'm curious to see how divided we are, how similar we are, because this is kind of a tough matchup. So we'll take a look down below. Pretty similar so far.
Wrong.
Everyone's 2-1.
No. Production is trolling again.
Everyone's
okay.
predicting 2-1 Oh.
Dragon's changed it last second here.
They had him inverted. That goes so hard.
A little fake out. Okay, interesting. All right. So, Dratnos, you're the Perplexed believer out of all of these.
Perplexed are fast, and they are a team that has the only team so far in our bracket to clutch a win against. They clutched that win against Holy Moly, right? Like that team in that series, they looked really good. They looked really solid. I mean, both these.
I mean, if
really
I put my camera here, it'll never be in the way, pretty much, right?
Seconds of each other in a lot of these dungeons. Perplexed, it's never been their weekend before.
It's not ideal. I don't like being in that
global
corner.
Final stage, but I have a feeling that this is it. I think this is finally going to be their time.
Honestly, I want to believe in them so bad, Dratnos, so maybe I'm going to end up regretting, because this would be amazing for them if they were able to. Oh, it looks like Zyronic was the only one who didn't even think they'd get.
Do you think we'll get any good changes for Warriors then? No.
When we see 2 zeros in the MDI, sometimes it's
you'll
a 2-0,
bet your house on whatever
really
I say.
close, right? Like that miscount Holy
I think
Moly
Perplexed
series
wins.
yesterday. Just because it's a 2-0 doesn't mean it wasn't close.
That's true. Maybe we can get Zyronic
But
to
who knows?
verify, but we'll take a look.
Maybe Mandatory will show up. I think this match here is the real final.
Production also said that Perplex would probably win, so they just really want to give them that event. No, I'm kidding. All right, so we've got our bands out, but I mean, Dratnos, what do you think looking at these?
Yeah, I mean, look, these are maps where all the teams are going to be really good. Perplex and Mandatory, these are two of our best teams in the weekend. There is not a map in the pool that they are not ready for. But the Siege, I mean, that is going to be a blockbuster start to the series. This one has had such... it's got this great combination of, like, there's lethality
for sure.
in a lot of these pulls, but you are pulling very quickly. You're getting through this dungeon, a little bit over 10 minutes, right? It is a very, very fast dungeon. Not a lot of room for error.
Oh, definitely not. And I mean, it'll be interesting to see, because just like Tettles was pointing out, this is one that could be a bit more decisive on either side, right? It's a difficult one. We've seen a lot of teams try to figure out how they can streamline it with their pulls, with their grouping as much as possible. So whether or not either of these teams are going to find that perfect streamline or bust out some new tech, we'll have to see. But this will be our first
Siege
Perplex versus
11.
Mandatory. I'll pass it over to you, Tettles.
Yeah, so right off the bat, we're seeing similar strats from both of these teams, electing to use that Rogue Shroud to run all the way into the first boss arena. We're also seeing a little bit of a deviation in terms of composition. We're seeing the Protection Paladin versus the Vengeance Demon Hunter. Protection Paladin, a lot more damage if you're holding W. Vengeance Demon Hunter, a lot more control for trash packs, and maybe a little bit more burst AoE. Would you agree with that, Dratnos?
Yeah, we also have a difference on the Death Knight side of things.
Such a
We have
fast,
an Unholy
big pull.
DK for Mandatory versus the Frost Death Knight for Perplexed. So maybe a little bit bigger AoE available for Mandatory on that choice, whereas Perplexed should be able to get a little bit more. I mean, of course, Frost DK does a lot of AoE as well, but potentially the single target, the damage outside of Lust will maybe be a little bit better over on Perplexed side. Mandatory,
that's so much DPS.
I mean, look at that Unholy DK just absolutely popping off here on this big pull. Very dangerous as both teams are engaged with the boss. These grips, while all the trash is alive, are so scary. Looks like
Did I ever
doing an
participate
okay
in
job so
MDI?
far. It's
No.
actually Mandatory slightly ahead here on the boss, although this will catch up a little bit for Perplexed when they get this bomb. A little bit better bomb spawns for Mandatory, I'd say.
Yeah, I was about to say Mandatory got a little bit better bomb RNG. I think one of the mobs, one of the cleavers of the powder shots ended up walking into one of Perplexed's bombs, but I don't
Mandatory
think it matters
finishes
too
off
much. It looks
faster.
like both of the teams
No
are gonna be able
deaths.
to kill off the boss prior to even contacting that third bomb, so it didn't even
It is
matter.
just the first pull,
Mode
though,
doing a really good
so-
job having the presence of mind of dragging the boss towards the exit, allowing Mandatory a quick escape of the boss
We'll
arena.
see.
Perplexed are kind of hot on their heels. Only 9 seconds separate these two teams, and look at what Mode's going to be doing on the right-hand side of the screen here. He's going to immediately run and start the RP scenario of which these powder shots are
That's
like
pretty
shooting
cool.
down this range, and then Mode is then going to run up and tag the pack. By tagging the pack, you're going to stop that scenario. So after this Irontide Raider commander pull that Mandatory is doing on the right side of the screen is finished, you're going to actually be able to just like run straight up the platform and potentially pull the next trash that you want into the boss.
Yeah,
I
this
do
is
want
a
to gear
very
up my
important
DK.
strategy for
I
speed.
just need to
It looks like
get some more
Perplexed got
Valor
the same
Stones
thing
because
going on as well
I
with
do
that
have a
pack
mid-track
walking
200
in around
weapon,
that corner. They
so
use
I can
that
try
line
out
of sight,
Unholy.
to help get everything grouped up.
I'm curious how it
very
plays.
cleanly, very
I've been
stacked
told
with
it's
each
very
other.
fun.
One crucial resource that Mandatory are missing, Cheat Death has been used on their rogue, whereas Perplexed still have it. So that could be a little bit further danger for Mandatory, but they are definitely ahead in this dungeon as they march over this boat. Those little curse blades there don't actually aggro you if you don't fight them, so they are going
I know, right,
to
Olga?
leave them
I know.
alone. And Skylark's already grabbing this next pull. This is a section in the dungeon where having a Vengeance Demon Hunter instead of a Prop Pally helps you start these pulls like 5 seconds faster as well.
Absolutely. And I mean, look at this. Mandatory are already getting pulled into the boss here. As the boss has been engaged, they actually have the Dark Transformation available, but they don't have the Unholy Assault. And this is one of the core differences of the strategy here. For Perplexed, they have all their offensive CDs. Their strat is very simple. You press your 2 minutes, and you pull as much trash as possible. Mandatory, with that Unholy DK, the Unholy DK is kind of this in-between DPS specialization because they have 1.5 minute cooldowns as opposed to the 2 minute CDs of the Frost DK. And so Mason is going to be allowing them to actually do bigger pulls or larger amounts of damage outside of their offensive cooldowns. Where Perplexed, in theory, whenever they all press their 2s together, should be able to
Perplexed
catch
is
up
ahead,
in a wild fashion. Like you see here on Dread Captain Lockwood, is both of the teams actually equalize rather quickly.
Yeah, we are still in this intermission for Perplexed. The
No,
gap
they're the
between
same.
these two teams
Actually the same.
widened a little bit
Ooh.
in the trash section here. There was a 9-second gap in favor of Perplexed when they killed the first boss. That expanded to about 15 or 20 seconds before they got to the second boss. But Perplexed are absolutely closing that gap as the second intermission begins for Mandatory. Damage is slowing down now for Perplexed, and there's an awkward spot here with cooldowns, right? We see a Pillar of Frost pressed a
Flott
couple of
dog
seconds
for
ago.
drinking.
And it's a little bit awkward because
Skål.
sometimes these things are then not going to last, and they're going to expire.
I'm
as
just
the boss
drinking
is
tea.
jumping up to the boat.
Yeah, you had the Unholy Assault actually there for the Unholy DK, so Mason was able to, again,
Let's
I call it
go.
like in between
Look what
damage.
Skylark just did there. He like leapt over.
You drinking
and
for us both?
tagged some
Thanks.
of the RP
Appreciate that.
mobs that are fighting up by the.
Does that stop them from doing their...
They're gripping them in now. Mastein grips in a curse blade from up over the side there.
Oh my god, does that give count?
They're all snapping in. Yeah, these are mobs that were, Jaina was fighting them
Oh.
up there in the Siege of Boralus, and Mandatory are going to get a little bit of free count out of that.
That's pretty sick.
Let's see if that lets them do anything cool
oh,
later. It looks like they're at the same count here as Perplexed, so maybe that just makes up for an extra mob walking into an earlier pull somewhere for Perplexed. Either way, Mandatory stop the boss timer, and you can see it is 3 seconds basically separating these teams. So Mandatory did that 3 seconds slower, but they were 9 seconds faster on the first boss. So they're 6 seconds ahead coming out of that boss.
It's actually so close.
And Perplex are actually doing a comparable sized pull to Mandatory here. And I think this is actually looking dead even. I kind of talked about the timers of the dungeon, the best time that both of the teams have put up in the Boralus. And Perplex was about 2 minutes slower. It seems like they have adapted their strat a little bit, or just like moving noticeably faster today in this dungeon as they've grabbed the double demo. Again, they're just a hair behind Mandatory, as Mandatory are finishing up the same pull that Perplex has just done. And look at Maystein's damage on that Unholy DK. 9 million DPS, where Wolf Disco on that Frost Death Knight
That's
did have the
pretty
Breath of Syndragosa up, only able to do 7 million DPS. But the notable thing here is that Mandatory have their 2s available. They have the Death Mark, they have the Ascendance, where Perplexed, they actually just used all of those 2 minutes together. So
they're nerfing Breath of Syndragosa by 10%, but buffing Oblit and Frost Strike by 12%, right?
Shaman tech in this
That to me
dungeon
sounds
is
like an
you can,
overall damage
one
boost.
thing Mandatory did earlier was they just used Tremor Totem to stand in that big AoE fear. It's a little bit of a long CD, so you can only do it basically once at this speed in this area, but it is a nice piece of Shaman utility. Both teams on the exact same pull right now. That big bubble taunt from the Paladin is a very powerful piece of utility in these sorts of pulls as well. Mandatory killing off that giant. Perplexed also have it dead, but do have to finish off the rest of the
Hopeful
trash
stood
as
on
well.
2 bananas.
This is going to be the second shroud of concealment of the dungeon. Mandatory entering that shroud.
I'd never
sneaking
walk on a
around
banana
with
here.
Snipers. Not the most
I've never
good
fallen a
efficient
banana here.
count,
Not
so
even
they want
once.
to just go straight in to this boss room, and they will probably be pulling the boss right away here. Skylark throws that glaive. They are in boss combat. Perplexed are right behind them, but not a lot of time left. Perplexed need to do more damage here, and they're actually not going to go straight into the boss either. They are grouping up this pack. They're waiting for CDs before going into boss here. This is something we've seen them do before. Now this might
This
be
is super
good
close.
if they can then land these CDs on the boss and do just a bunch of damage, but it is going to be potentially slower if Mandatory are able to make this work.
Mandatory's got this.
On pull and not
I think
lose damage to it.
they've already pretty much
it's
survived
like
this pull
kind of
now.
a divergence in strategy. Mandatory were holding that Ascendance. They were holding that Death Mark and Kingsbane on that last trash pack that you were talking about with the Giants. But, I mean, so they did
well
that pull a
dealt
little bit
with.
slower,
That was
but
a
the
double
advantage was
charge
then that you were able to
with
pull
a wave
Dull in one
overlap.
pull. And
Like those
Skylark-
commanders were targeting people with
I
charges.
can't believe that he was tanking this pull as long as he was tanking it. Those double commanders staying alive for 50% of Hadal Dark Fathom's HP is incredible. And this, I think, is opening up the largest lead that we're seeing between Mandatory and Perplexed.
That's
so
a
far
scary
on
overlap, but
this
well
map.
played.
Perplexed, like you said, they were kind
That's
of
going to
waiting
win
for
them
their
this
twos to
map,
come
I
up
think.
before they ended
Because
up
I don't
on
think there's
Hadal.
any chance
Now
that
they have engaged the boss,
Perplexed
and
can
they are
catch up
trying
now.
to catch back up. But you can't play catch up. You have to be able to be ahead here, because the last area of Vic Goth, I feel like both of the teams are on completely even footing. There's no team that's going to be able to kind of like accelerate in that front. Maybe you could give a slight advantage to the Frost DK over the Unholy DK on that, but I think this is a situation where Mandatory being 20% ahead on Hadal Dark Fathom, that bodes so well for them going into this last
They
area.
do have to kill this trash, though.
Wait, they need more trash.
Yeah,
Oh,
they're having to pull
hold
in the
up.
side pack here. Now, this isn't necessarily a single target loss, right? This is a comp that can
They still
get some
kill off
single
this
target
trash.
benefit out of
The
pulling trash
Raider-
potentially, but there is gonna
Around the
have to
same
be
time
some
that the boss
swapping
dies, I
onto
think.
These mobs. Ooh, and the grip into that crashing tide.
Yeah.
Nearly dangerous there for Mandatory. Definitely a couple of globals being lost there. That 30% advantage on the boss shrunk to 20. Now it's shrunk to 15% boss HP difference. Perplexed now just 12% behind on the boss. The boss does go down for Mandatory.
The door
and they
takes
are
a little
gonna
bit
have
of time
finish
to
off this
open up
Raider,
anyway, so
but
this
that
is
gonna
fine.
Start the RP on that gate going down, so they're not.
Exactly.
They're not
Yeah, they're not losing
necessarily
any
gonna
time.
lose
Yeah,
here,
this is good.
As long the timer when time starts getting lost is when that gate would have been destroyed,
Perplexed.
which now it is.
There's
Mandatory.
5 seconds here that separate the two teams. This is
Yeah.
actually going to be so tight to the finish, and I actually think that
It's
the-
more than
I'm-
5
I'm in
seconds.
favor of the Frost DK composition for killing this boss just a little bit faster, but I don't know how much faster they're going to be able to kill the boss, as Mandatory has engaged Vic Goth, and it's going to be 4, 5.
Okay, it's a DPS
6
race, but Mandatory
seconds
starts,
until
like,
Perplex have also engaged Vic
quite a
Goth
bit
here,
ahead.
Okay.
and it's going to be a photo finish.
So, Ascendance, 2-minute CDs, 1-minute 30 CDs for Maystine, popped for Mandatory on pull here. Those CDs weren't available for Perplexed on pull. They're going to get to press them. That's going to be tough, though. Look at the Lust situation here. Mandatory are going to get another Lust with their CDs. Like, their
Does
CDs will
Mo
be
get
up
his heart
sooner in
here?
Lust. This is going to be
I doubt
such
the
an
DH
important
damage
thing.
buff
These
is doing
CD
much. It's just
optimizations
3% magic
are
damage.
going to make or break this map. We see it.
The damage that a prot pole in deals
It's actually going to be a little bit
easily
awkward
makes
here.
up for
This
that.
Breath is not going to get full value for Wolf Disco. You can see it's just ticking down right now, and Breath is going to expire here on this first platform. as they maybe they were a little
Lost
too
timer
fast
is up
even
here.
Getting here compared to what they were expecting.
Mandatory has it
It's
a couple
hard
of
to get full
seconds
value.
before
We already are on the
Perplexed.
second platform now for both teams, though, and they are right at the same pace with each other. The important thing to note, though, is Hopeful's death mark is available. Swag's has already been used. So Mandatory
They're waiting for Lust before death marking.
Are they going to get another one at the end of the dungeon, though? I don't know. I don't know if they'll get one on the third platform or not. They might not.
I mean, looking at mode CD as well, look at this Heart of the Wild. Yeah, Heart of the Wild is actually up in 30 seconds for mode, so he's going to be able to combine that with that Convoke the Spirits and actually be able to kind of pop off on this last platform compared to where Mandatory are. Oh my god, Perplex has actually popped their Bloodlust here on this second platform. It's actually allowing them to pass where Mandatory are on killing.
I think Mandatory is going to catch up next platform. They have a Lust on the next platform. They have it.
They're going to have the Ascendants with that Bloodlust on this final platform. So I think that this is going to be Mandatory accelerating past where Perplexed are, even though Perplexed
100%.
even the gap with that Lust.
Yeah, Lust is still rolling for a couple more seconds here for Perplex as they take it into the side here, but it is going to fade for them, whereas for Mandatory, they press it just as soon as those tentacles spawned. The cooldown situation,
look at this.
though, Perplexed, are
There's
they
no
going to
shot.
get that death mark? It's in 23 seconds. I don't think it's going to matter too much, even if they do. That Heart of the Wild for mode comes out, but Convoke was actually not ready right away, so we're going to have that Convoke in a second here. Yeah, it's going to come up inside the Heart of the Wild. Mode's going to have to shift out of cat form, though, and do some dispels. 16% on that Gripping Terror. The Terrors are dying so fast for Mandatory. I think they have this one. There's still another 30% left on that tentacle for Perplexed. This
Shoot
is
the
going to
cannon
be a
fast.
photo finish, but now the tentacles are dead for Mandatory, and as long as they can shoot this cannon, they should be able to take this by a couple of seconds over Perplexed.
Wow,
There it is. The
well
cannon
played.
is
That's
shot.
insane.
The timer
That's
is
so
stopped.
close.
Mandatory are going to take a 1-0 lead in our series.
So close there. These are the maps that we were hoping to see from these two teams. I mean, 0 deaths, but victory does go to Mandatory, who prove that even if it's by a few seconds, they are defending champions for a reason. This was an incredible run from both of them. Now, there were some minor little variances. We also got to see that kind of cool tag on the RP mobs, gripping them into Lockwood. We got to see a few little variations, and I'm curious with that. I mean, Tettles, what do you think made those few seconds difference between these two?
I think it was just more aggressive routing whenever... I actually think it's off kind of the back of the Unholy Death Knight, where the Unholy DK
It was the
kind of
pull
allowed you to have this
into
in-between
the third
damage
boss
that
really made a
Perplex
difference there.
didn't have. Perplex were kind of playing catch up every single time that they had the Breath of Cinder.
That was good,
They would
Akira.
pull a very large trash pull into the boss. But that Unholy DK that you're seeing from Maystein, 3.6 million DPS, it's a little bit more than how much Wolf Disco did, but it kind of enabled a couple of situations that I think that
Do I have
Mandatory
Asian
were able
flush?
to take
What the hell is that?
advantage of. And it's not by a lot. We're talking
I'm
5
Googling
seconds
it.
here. But it's enough to be able to take this map, especially whenever you have your best run versus their best run.
I mean, it was, you're right, just incredible runs from both. Those little tiny differences. Amazing to see how they still, at the end, secured Mandatory that victory. But Makes, as you were observing as our analyst, what were you saying?
Oh, actually, I do agree with Chettles on the Unholy beat. I think specifically
right,
in
like
this
that?
comp where you run as many melees.
When you drink?
And where there's a lot of bosses
Alcohol?
where you don't necessarily have uptime all the time.
I don't think I
Unholy
do.
actually outperforms that Frosty K, but we did have the tank DPS difference for
Like when your
Proctor
face goes
Dungeon,
kinda
so
red?
I think it evens out a tiny bit. But let's look at
Like
what
in
they
a kind
actually
of
did here
weirdish
that
way.
I think
No, I don't think I have
caused
that.
some of the time difference. So at the very beginning, they had some bombs that were a little bit better on Chopper Red Hook. So Mandatory taking the lead on that first boss split, and then both teams did this, but we had a good view on Mode doing it here, so that's why we took that clip, really making sure that this RP gets triggered, gets the mobs running to the rest of the group. And then there was some new tech coming out here on Dread Captain Lockwood, so you can see that Skylark is actually going to be hopping backwards behind the
Drunk
gate
stream again
to the
so we can
left
check.
side.
I know, right?
When he got in fight with his mobs there, they're
Maybe I'll
not
do a drunk stream
transporting
before I
over
go away
themselves, so
for
Mason
2
is
weeks
actually going
for
to be
Christmas.
going out and gripping them in right now, and that will give them a little bit of extra count that they don't need to do then later on. So really, really cool tech, not something we've ever seen before. And then they do this pull, which I believe we haven't seen in the MDI before. It's enabled by that Imprism on the right side.
When OF stream.
Making sure that
that's
the
not
speaker
happening.
is not in this pack. Otherwise, it gets really dicey with all of these interrupts. So that's a really, really cool tech that they're showing here to make sure that this pull is possible. And then towards the end, something we've seen before in the MDI, but
Every day
wanted to
is
show it
Odin's
again
Fury
because it's
stream,
so
I guess.
cool.
Yeah, true.
Well, mobile tank tech. Skylark actually playing the cannon on that first.
This was the
platform,
overlap I was
allowing
talking
them
about.
to
The
have a little bit
double
of an easier
commanded
spot.
charges
Once again, with
plus
all of these melees,
wave.
you
That was
have
crazy.
The Resto Druid that also wants to try and do some damage in the melee range. You can see Skylark is actually playing the cannon and then just jumping over, making sure that the rest of the team has a little bit of an easier time, more damage uptime. Really, really cool to see, and just what a great game, seeing how neck and neck.
I like
these
that
teams
one too
are.
in Mists.
So close,
Mito.
and I love that just when you think there's no new tech, no new strats, of course they find something. Now,
10
we're
Grim?
going to be going into Grim Batol next. And
Oh, so there are
this is
3
one that
plus
we've
12s
seen
here, so they
teams-
can
we've
ban
seen
all of
some
them.
tech, we've seen some other things come out over the course of the MDI, but it's also been a
Necro 12 would be
difficult one.
interesting.
So what do you think we can expect for these two from Grim Batol?
Yeah, I mean, Grim Batol has been a map where almost every time we've seen it up until now, I've had this talking point of whichever team just doesn't die is likely to win this map. I think this is the first series where that is almost definitely not the case. I think these teams are likely to have clean runs, even in Grim Batol, and I think we saw in that Siege of Boralus, they're both firing on all cylinders. So I think that, yeah, this is going to be an extremely close one. I believe it was Perplexed that debuted the
MDI
Warlock for skips
will
in
not
this
go
dungeon,
higher
some
than
cool
12
strats
this
in there.
season.
So I think this is probably slightly favored towards them, but I'm not sure. It makes
It's
me
a speedrunning competition, so the
So-
key level doesn't matter
Ooh,
that
yeah,
much.
Mix, you want to take that?
Tels wants to go first. I think we have the same point, so go ahead, Tels.
Yeah, Perplexed actually put up an 11:25 in this dungeon with 1 death. So in theory, their best time would be like an 11:10 from what we've seen this weekend. Mandatory hit a 0 death 11:15, so I think at best we're like coin flipping here. What were you gonna say, Mix?
Yeah, so I was going to say that while we saw Perplexed pioneer that Warlock tech and the gate skip and all of that, Mandatory actually had a really
Just
good
some
game
variation,
in that
Mason.
Removal
I think
as
it's fine
well,
to
so
have
I'm
a little bit of
curious on how
variety
it's all going to be playing
in
out,
key levels.
because we did have some suspicions on Mandatory's Grim Batol, maybe being played a little bit safer than.
Like, make it
as they
impossible
were
to
against
practice
those rounds
absolutely
and
everything,
had some
you know.
mishaps happen.
Why-
So
why do you-
sometimes teams take it a bit slower.
Why do you think it was slower? Like, what about it do you think was slower than what they actually put up earlier in the weekend?
I just think they played it a bit.
I'm rooting for
safer
Perplexed to win this one,
towards
though.
The tail end of that dungeon.
So that we get a third
Not
game.
as big as they maybe could have.
It should
Taking
change their
little
pulls a bit,
longer
yeah.
to finish off
Like
those
doing a
characters
pull that
before
you
going
trying
to
to do
boss,
a
like, just
pull on a
tiny
12
things, but
that you would have done on a
possible
10
maybe shave off a
is
couple seconds. So
significantly
I'm very
more
curious.
dangerous.
I'm very curious on who takes the cake here.
Yeah, I'd love to see both of them.
I don't
just
think
go
anyone
all
enjoys
out in this, which
Grim
no doubt
Batol.
they're going to, given the competition here, right?
A
And
little.
we've talked about this, right? That deaths with that extra penalty because of perils, it just makes it so that sometimes you are making those decisions, right? That maybe we go a bit slower, maybe we really try to make sure that we don't have any deaths here at the end. But when you're in a matchup like this, Perplexed versus Mandatory, going in for a possible match point, you have to just go for it. And I'm very curious to see what they have as
Grim
they blast
Batol.
into this. This will be our second game of the series, Grim Batol, Perplexed versus Mandatory. Both of these teams out to prove a lot. Mandatory trying to prove that they are the reigning champions and they will remain as such, while Perplexed are trying to prove that, hey, they're actually really good players, and it's kind of wild that they haven't taken one yet. So hopefully
Maybe do is
this
the wrong
the one
word
for
there.
them, right? But
Mito. Or
you
maybe it's the
know,
right word.
on either side,
Who
either
knows?
way, this has already been an amazing matchup, so I can't wait to see what this Grim Batol has
It
in
does.
store.
Mito.
Dranos, take us into it.
Alright, here we go.
All right, so we do see no surprises in the composition. Perplexed still using that Warlock here, which has some really, really nice utility.
Cool.
In particular, the
Variety.
gateway at
In
the end
specs.
of the dungeon, as we get past Forge Master Throngus, is potentially something that will allow Perplexed to gain some time, even if they are behind before then. Both teams starting off with a big lust pull here. Very dangerous section of the dungeon. We are looking to see if Divine and Skylark are both able
Mace
to
Dean went
preserve that last
Frost for this
resort
one.
as
He was
well.
unholy in the
Tank
previous one,
deaths
right?
are a huge cause of damage in Grim Batol. Being able to preserve that cheat death effect on your tank is really valuable. So far,
Mace
both
Dean
teams
is
have done it on this first pull.
blasting
Divine
this pull on
actually gonna
Frost,
be the
though.
team that finishes faster here is
Nice.
Perplexed as he runs over to the side and is going to start off this dragon bombing gather.
So something that you shouted out is the fact that they both lusted, but both of them actually pre-lusted the trash pack, which I think makes a lot of sense whenever you have to factor in that it's not about like It's not about like getting the lust for the longest duration, especially on that pull. It's about getting the pack killed off fast.
That's
the
so cool.
Fastest amount of time as possible. And so if you're going to kill the pack off in 30 seconds, you actually don't need the full duration of the lust, so you'd rather press a little bit earlier.
He's going to gather
That way it comes
this.
up a little bit sooner.
Double
These teams are
dragon.
operating on,
The double dragons
they're
get
firing
bombed.
on all cylinders here whenever you have to think about very small things like that. And both of the teams, again, a major
Insane.
optimization that we've seen during this MDI season is this dragon bombing run, where both of the teams, their Vengeance Demon Hunters, are grabbing double
Into
Twilight
feast and
Drake
eat.
there, and then on top of the trash to allow the 4 players doing that bombing run.
Yeah, me too,
to
me too.
just shoot their number 1s into the pack and being able to kill all of that off. Now the downside is that you don't have your tank shooting at all, and you end up having a lot of trash actually still up and available around this first boss in General Umbrus, and so you're going to have to kill this trash off. It's
Mandatory
actually
pull
really scary,
boss
where this trash is, and
after
it's actually caused a lot of
Perplex. So
deaths.
Perplex
You
is
need to make
ahead.
sure you get kicks, because the Earth Callers can also get stuck in the
Yeah,
middle
Perplex
of
is
the room.
ahead.
But
Straight
assuming
up.
that you get like
Right now.
decent RNG,
Not by
you
much.
don't have to move back and forth over and over again. It should be pretty easy for both of these teams to be able to clear
Oh
out all
wait,
this trash.
wait.
All right, now Perplex.
Mandatory is blasting the boss.
first, but Mandatory, Hopeful is doing something incredible to this boss here
Huh?
with that rogue DPS, and Mandatory are actually now 12% ahead
Hopeful?
on boss damage,
What did-
despite pulling later.
Wait.
This isn't a DK versus Warlock thing. This is just a rogue difference thing.
What
He
happened?
saved his death mark. Look
He
at this.
did,
From
yeah,
the first
okay.
pull, he actually didn't press it on the first pull.
Okay, so
and
now
instead-
Perplexed have it being pressed. So Perplexed actually are going to be catching up and overtaking at this point, but their next death mark is going to be slower, I think, is the downside here. Mandatory are going to
Wait,
get
what?
another death mark
Okay.
in 30 seconds faster than Perplexed, but both teams are going to be killing this boss right around the same time. So actually, I mean, this is so neck and neck right now.
Yeah, I think it's one of the situations that they didn't really want to
Interesting.
overcommit offensive cooldowns to the first pull. They were already pressing lust. They were pressing the Breath of Syndragosa and the Ascendants, and so they didn't actually end up thinking that they needed that many offensive CDs on pull, and so they were able to have that Death Mark and that Kingsbane to just completely erase General Umbrus.
Wow.
A really, really strong strategy for Mandatory.
So Mandatory 4 seconds faster on the first boss, and they're going to have their death mark in 42 seconds here. Whereas
Well, there have been some
Perplexed
Red
are
Palace
still
in the
gonna be waiting
MDIs, you
there
know?
for it. Although Perplexed are actually
did
going
get
to
knocked
get
out,
an
though.
extra Kingsbane in here because Hopeful
They
is
don't
now
have the same
obligated
prio
to
damage
move on
as some of the other
Kingsbane,
specs have.
whereas Swag
Prio
could
damage is
press it
really
right now
important. Like,
and get
it doesn't
another
matter if you
use
kill
into
all
the
small
dungeon.
mobs
Looks like they may be
before.
deciding
You know,
against
if you
doing that,
kill
though,
all the
for
small
Perplexed.
mobs and then you're left with
We
like
do have a
3 big
multi-giant
mobs
pull
still,
for Perplexed, whereas Mandatory are
then
going straight into the boss.
your Giga
Now,
AoE at the
Mandatory
start of the
are
pull
gonna
is
get
kind
an
of
extra count
not
out of this.
that
Perplexed
worthwhile
will be
anymore
fighting a bunch
because
of count with
you
the
might
boss, I think, as well,
be spending
because
longer
they
to
do have
clean
a
up those
gateway
last
skip
mobs.
planned for later unless they've changed their strategy.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. Perplex are now engaging the boss. How do you feel about the Perplex versus Mandatory situation here, just looking at the count differences? Because they're going to be, like, pretty different in terms of how much count they have coming out of this area.
I think Demon Hunters just
Yeah,
have
and I
really
think
good
the
control.
Perplexed are going to
Cappy.
be able to accelerate a little bit, but what Mandatory are going to have access to is Mandatory can do a double Lava Bender pull. It's very scary.
Yes.
But it's a lot of
They
counts
do
if they can do
decent
it.
damage, not
Whereas
as much as
Perplexed are going
Probably.
to sidestep that area entirely, right? They'll be able to just gateway over and start their
Yeah, they have
dragon
good
pull
control,
as
good
soon as they
mobility.
want to
It's really
after
well
this
suited for
boss
MDI.
does eventually go down for them.
I think.
So I'm not sure. I think this is where we're going to see the difference in strategies really start to make itself.
I don't think you would see Demon Hunters
Mandatory
if you were
should kill
if we
this
were
boss
gonna
first.
do something like
But the question
TGP
of
though.
who's actually further ahead in dungeon progression, given that difference, it's going to be very.
Mandatory
very
is
close.
well
I think
ahead on
Mandatory
boss damage here.
Would like a little bit more of a lead than they have right now, given that Perplex do have that
feel
extra 6% count.
Dude, I feel like Perplexed are going to be ahead coming off of Forge Master Throngus as well. Like, you also have to kind of look at the offensive cooldown situation. They do have Breath of Syndragosa, like you said, for that double Lava Bender pull. But Perplexed, you know, they're not, like, super shy on their cooldowns. They're going to have stuff coming up in, like, a minute 30. So, actually, maybe they are a little bit dry on their offensive CDs, but they have an easier route through here. They don't have any pack that they need to be
Oh wait, no,
pressing
wait,
these
wait.
major offensive cooldowns
Mandatory is
on.
behind on
So
percentage.
both teams are actually going for a pull right after this Forge Master Throngus area, and Mandatory.
This
like
is
you
a
pointed
massive
out,
pull.
They are going to be doing
Mandatory is doing
double
bigger
Lava Bender.
than
One of the
Perplexed
Lava Benders
here.
is going to be focused down first, getting pushed into that Ascension phase, and then they're going to be looking to pull the second one in as like
Mace
a
Demons got his
chain
breath
pull,
up.
as opposed to doing them
Absolutely
all
destroying
together
the
on
pack.
pull, because if you end up having the double Ascension, then you have the heat from the Lava Benders, and it's just a little bit
The
too
affix timing was
intense.
insane there for
And so that's
Mandatory.
why the teams are pulling them a little bit slower.
It looks like Mandatory haven't even pulled that
Yeah,
Lava
I'm
Bender.
looking at that. Yeah, you're right.
So
they actually didn't grab it.
Let's see what they do here. because there's a couple of different pulls that are options at this spot. I wonder if they're just going to take this
Oh,
Lava
they're
Bender
skipping the
forward.
Warlock. Ooh.
Yes, they are.
Warlock
They're going
gate.
to take this Lava Bender with this Dragon forward. So they're going to do this pull into the cubby. We see a lot of teams do this pull. We don't see a lot of teams do this pull with a second Lava Bender.
So-
This is going to be so scary for Mandatory.
That's
Perplex are actually doing the exact same pull as Mandatory, except
Crazy.
Mandatory has +1 Lava Bender in this large.
Oh, it is a
trap
+10
that we're
though.
Talking about. But the advantage should be here for Perplex because they're going to have
Still
all the
crazy.
offensive cooldowns coming up in just a second. They have the King's Bane with the Deathmark combo. They have the Infernal actually being pressed. They have the Ascendants available, but the Trash Pack actually just died. Wolf Disco just erased this Trash Pack all himself and just not even using the offensive CDs. Ooh, they actually got repressed for swag. Mode goes down for Mandatory. What happened to Lava Bender AoE?
It looks like, yeah, just the combined
Uh-oh.
damage of 2 Lava Benders plus all the other stuff on this.
Mode,
pull
mode?
ended up taking it out. Is he okay?
Holy.
He does manage
Hopeful?
to regrowth himself. He's going to be all right.
Hopeful's dead, man.
Hopeful
he's gonna
cheat.
Hopeful cheats death. That's all right. That's okay. That's what that's for.
okay.
And that is a big damage reduction for a little while as well. So he's not actually.
I think
in all that
Perplex
much
got this,
danger
though.
right after it does pop. And they
Perplex
are
are
going to move
ahead.
forward.
Yeah.
Perplex are way ahead. Perplex have 15 seconds now of death timer, and they're going to take this boss. I mean, they're in this boss maybe 30 seconds faster, something like that. So maybe 40 seconds of advantage for Perplexed right now when you factor in those deaths.
Game
It's
three,
going
game
to be
three.
Extremely close still. The end of this dungeon could still go either way. The Frost DK might perform better than the Warlock as well on single target here. Although it's nice to have a ranged DPS to work on. Like, you can actually be effective when there are spirits fixating you in a way that melee it's sometimes a little bit more awkward.
I feel like this is about to be the last hard pull of the dungeon for both of these teams in Mandatory and Perplexed. They're going to be looking to grab the 6-pack of trash into this boss. I believe that pack is double Beguiler, double Warlock, double Enforcer. And so it's a lot of actually very scary mobs for pretty much all parties involved. The scariest part, too, is
I don't think
actually
the spot
fact
at the
that you
wall
have
was
these
fixed,
Shadow
no.
Flame spirits on top of the boss. This triple melee
Maybe more of a
composition
high
Mandatory
key
is
strat?
running
I don't know.
has a really hard time of actually dealing with these Shadow Flame spirits just by themselves. And so the Warlock,
Especially if they're
should
adding
have
more
a little bit of
stuff into
better
the boss. They can't
time
really,
of being able to deal with all of this trash on top
They
of the
can't really
boss.
use the spot.
Do you think Wolf Disco presses his Infernal with his Spymaster's Web here at the 8-minute mark?
I think you're holding it for Lust, the Spymaster's Web on the last boss at this point. I think that's
Okay.
going to be the most
the Infernal might get
time-efficient
pressed
way to
here?
spend this dungeon. There is an Infernal coming down.
Oh, yep, he pressed it.
Yeah, Infernal nice for the stun actually there as well. Nice little piece of one of the times where
Valiona.
Infernal stun comes in big.
Valiona ended up getting 3 stacks of the Affix here. The Oblivion Orbs end up contacting the boss. Now, it does make the boss do a little bit more damage, and you have a little bit less mastery, a little bit less leech on your gear, or on your players now because of it, but it's not the end of the world for Perplex. They were able to actually even get the dragon killed off before that ended up mattering, and they are somewhere in the order of 30+ seconds ahead of Mandatory.
I think the only way Mandatory makes a comeback here is if Perplex makes a mistake.
In addition to that, they were,
I don't think this
what were
is
they,
something they can
25
overcome.
seconds ahead on the boss. That is a huge deal for Perplexed.
Oh, a brutal affix spawn for Mandatory as well, right at the end of the boss. So they're not going to be able to get any benefit out of this,
Oh,
really.
no.
A bunch of those orbs are just waiting behind them in the walls there. Maybe some will come into this pull, but either way, Mandatory are going to start a double Corruptor pull. I kind of feel like maybe they need to go quad Corruptor to have a chance here, but I don't know if they know that that is how far behind they are.
I think
at this
they do need
time.
to do that.
They might be
Yeah.
able to claw this back with better single target. Their Lust is also coming up 10 seconds before Perplexed, so
4
that
Corruptors.
might be an advantage that they can leverage as well.
We
Oh.
saw this in the Chinese weekend. Perplex actually did the strat
They're
where
going
they
for
actually
boss.
meld off the hatchlings to make sure that they don't put
Nice.
the shadow damage taken, increasing debuff
Mm.
on all the players.
They're
so
probably gonna
the
do that.
Walked up, melded it off, and if those mobs drop combat with
Mandatory
you,
probably
they no
gonna do
longer
that.
apply that amp. And that's actually allowed Perplex to take the double Corruptor and these hatchlings straight into the final boss. They're actually not even waiting. They have Lust up in 15 seconds as well with all of their offensive CDs. This double Corruptor is really, really scary, but the moment that the Bloodlust is pressed with all of the cooldowns, this
Warlock
boss
team
and that
wins,
trash should be
I think.
erased.
Unless something goes
Getting
really
hit by
wrong
that
here.
Corrupt here does have cloak, is going to end up pressing it.
Giuseppe might get mind controlled. You can actually get mind controlled here if you're not careful.
Wolf Disco dropping super low as well. Wolf Disco is mind controlled.
He got him seen.
Oh, oh.
Oh my god, he's gonna
He's
lose
on the
his,
other
Oh, no.
He's gonna lose his Spymaster's Web too.
Oh, he's okay. He lives.
Oh, he's back. He's back.
Somehow he survived
okay.
despite that mind control there, and here comes that lust, here comes that infernal. But now Mandatory are ahead on the boss as a result of this.
Wait, holy.
But Mandatory are
But-
also 15 seconds
yeah,
behind
exactly, the 15
on
seconds.
The death timers. They pulled these corruptors in as well. Those corruptors are still alive for them. This big lust coming out from Perplexed with
I think
that
Perplexed
huge combination of all of their cooldowns
is
as well.
just destroying the boss.
absolutely
Yeah, it's over.
melting Erudax, and plus the 15 seconds of
Holy.
death timer. As long
Look how
as they
fast
can
that's going
hold on
down.
here, as long as they can avoid getting hit by these tentacles, getting stunned. Once again, Perplexed should be in good shape here to close this one out. Another extremely close map, but it is
Crazy.
going to be Perplexed equalizing our series 1-1 against Mandatory.
That was a Wolf Disco MC away from actually losing too. That was so
Yeah.
close. Holy.
If he died in that MC, it was over.
Amazing. Honestly, my heart stopped when Wolf's health plummeted, but Perplexed are coming for that title that's always just been out of their grasp. They have taken this evening the playing field here. One mistake can cost you, as we've seen, and it did cost Mandatory
Yeah.
this time.
Perplexed
But
got
this
them on
was
that
such
one
a
for sure.
Close one. I mean, holy cow, Dratnos. In this run, we had the death.
That was
but
level
do you
10.
think that really was the only thing separating this this victory?
Swag and hopeful to the same
death is
DPS.
15 seconds,
Same
right?
damage dealt,
Plus it's
same
however
effective
long you
DPS.
lose from the logistics of the death. You know, you're gonna have to cast a battle res. That's some runic power. But it was just the healer who died, which is not usually a huge amount of additional time lost on top of the 15 seconds. I would say at most you could maybe attribute 25 seconds to that death, which means even still Perplexed would be faster in this map, even if you gave Mandatory an extra 25 seconds, right? They won by 31 seconds here, only 15 from that death penalty, so I mean, it's extremely close. This is an extremely close map between the two teams. Perplexed would have been faster without that mind control at the end as well. That certainly cost them a little bit of time too. So
Plus 12 necro, let's go.
close to
Yeah.
perfect runs out of the two teams though.
Do we get,
it
like,
was
mini games
amazing.
in between
Incredible
games?
there. And I mean,
They do them,
you were
right?
really getting, a close-in eye on these, mechanics and action and the routes. So what were you seeing over on the analyst desk?
Honestly, I'm so surprised that Mandatory changed their route from what we saw yesterday to what we've seen today, and we'll get into it. But first, of course, both teams here doing the double dragon pull. I think you guys already elaborated how Mandatory could pull ahead on that first boss, and I thought it was really ingenious, kind of planning out the CDs in that way so that they could have like full boss DPS. Now this is the pull that Perplex does that Mandatory does not do. It's an extra pull in the Forge Master area that Mandatory shown yesterday and today that they don't care about. They don't do this. Instead, they go bigger in the area after Forge Master. And what we saw yesterday was Mode actually trailing ahead, grabbing that lava bender on the bridge and adding
This
it
pull
to
was
the
insane.
first pack. Now they changed that
Mode
approach.
died on
They
this one.
grabbed both of these lava benders into the second pull, and that is so brutal of a pull. And
How
you
did
can
he die?
see what's happening here right now in a couple of seconds. Mode actually stands in that explosion from the lava bender, and on itself that probably would have been fine, but then another cast does go off, and that's just too much for him to
No!
survive.
Oh, he stood in the
He's fine
swirly.
here, then a cast comes through, does go down. So unfortunately,
He stood in the
not
Ascension swirly
overlap
from the
here
other
with
lava
either
bender.
of these things individually, but in this situation, just a little bit too much. And then Perplex just pulls ahead on the overall routing, since these really problematic pulls with that difficulty are just taking Mandatory too long to execute. The single extra pull is
At least I
faster,
think
which
that's
is
what
really
happened.
rare in the MDI. And then we got a little bit of extra goodness towards the end here. Look at this. It's just incredible. That Dark Pack runs out. He drops even lower than. You cannot even see his health anymore. But worry not, my friends. Wolf Disco is a warlock, so all is well.
So you get charmed for 10 seconds whenever you get mind controlled by those mobs, and more often than not, you actually just like die to passive damage due to the fact that you actually can't be healed by your party. He got really lucky that he didn't die there. That was incredibly close.
That was such a good moment. I really thought, I was like, oh my gosh, he's gone. And then seeing it come back up, I mean, really cool moment. Well done. Luck is a part of it, sure, but well done to them. That was amazing. And this is going to be taking us into Necrotic.
Yeah, he can abuse the
Which,
flesh crafter better.
Speaking of
True.
deaths or potential deaths, is one where we've seen a lot of those. So, I mean, Tunnels, you know what makes you're giggling. Before we hop into the next step, what do you think about Necrotic Wake?
Well, so we've seen the fastest
Maybe they should go no
Necrotic
healer.
Wake ever
I think they're
from,
not actually
mandatory
allowed
in the
to do
group
that.
stages, but now we kind of decided that this dungeon should be a lot harder than. So it's a +12, and we already saw them in there yesterday. They had a good run, 0 deaths, 11 minutes and 52 seconds, but that doesn't mean this dungeon isn't still a beast that these teams need to defeat, and I'm
Weird
really,
flex.
really curious on what they have to offer in this one.
Yeah, I mean, we've watched Necrotic Wake at the +9 was the one.
Feels good to see Twitch chat also. Oh, you mean here?
Right?
Yeah.
Mandatory
I
coming back
figured it would be
to
nice
get
to
after
like
Moly,
use
but
this
that was a
space to put
+9.
my camera
You know, we'll
also
toss it over Tuttles now to
without,
I mean,
my camera
+12,
overlapping anything in the stream
How much
itself.
of a difference does this make in this particular dungeon?
Oh, I mean, I think that it just opens up the opportunity of deaths to be a lot more.
I see.
it
Tuttles
seems
is keeping us in
We
suspense.
have claimed another one.
Another victim falls.
mute.
Ooh, I was muted in not to broadcast.
Just for
it
us.
was-
Oh, I see.
Okay,
All right, just for
it's
us.
okay.
Just for us. All right,
Keep your
Tuttles.
secrets.
As I was saying that, like, I feel like the +12 actually opens up the opportunity of having a lot more deaths. More often than not, it's actually on your tank, just because the amount of damage that the mobs end up getting amped by the Zaltas
Here we go.
+12 level is
Plus
just a
12,
ton. But
Gigapult
so
at the
I think it's
start.
gonna really come down to like Skylark versus Divine here.
Same
and
team
making sure that they are
comps.
going to be healthy and making sure that they're in positions to not go down on some of these large trash bowls.
All right, so just off the bat, we are going to see this
Same
large
stacks
pull
too.
onto Blightbone for both teams. Both teams on this Warlock strategy as well. We have one of these shields being used.
20,
Actually, both
30
teams
million
are setting this
DPS.
Shield here. 50% damage
34,
reduction AoE around
35,
you when you have that
36.
shield going. Very powerful effect. It's now expired for both teams. Mandatory have
36
another one
million.
on mode. Perplex looks like haven't picked up that second shield just yet.
Okay.
Both teams are working on Blightbone, but it's actually Mandatory who are substantially ahead currently.
Yeah, why
Max
is
Rapid's is coming out into that AMZ darkness for Perplex.
why is mandatory ahead on
I wonder why
single
Mandatory are
targets?
so much faster here on this so far.
I mean,
Do
dude,
have a
look at-
Fleshcrafter off to the side. Maybe we've landed some extra cleavers into
Yeah,
Blightbone,
might be the cleavers, yeah.
Compared to Perplex, maybe other things accidentally soaked it for them. I'm not sure.
It could be something as simple as that. I feel like, yeah, just positioning where the mobs are with something like maybe a good
Oh,
abomination.
Perplex
then.
got more count at the start, so that's
Yeah.
probably why it took them more longer.
Oh.
That makes sense as well. Yeah,
Bigger
the
pull.
additional count. I don't know how I feel about the additional count here. I don't think that this count is actually going to have ±1 pull implications. I think it's going to be a situation where Perplex are going to be able to, slightly claw back a little bit of time. I suspect it's probably trash into a Marth. That's going to be the differentiator here, where Perplex are probably just going to have to play a little bit less than Mandatory are. Oh, actually, Mandatory are grabbing this extra Gatekeeper. This is what the difference is right off. We already see it right here on the screen.
Yeah, Mandatory going into the Gatekeeper after the boss was dead. It looks like Perplexed actually had 2 Gatekeepers on boss at the same time.
That's
here. They now
crazy.
finish off
2
these
Gatekeepers
Fleshcrafters,
on
let
boss?
those Throw cleavers, and it's going to be 33%
Yeah, the
for
kill level is
Perplexed.
12,
They're
so
the
that's
first team to get that. Both teams
pretty
are
nasty
getting the
still
same
on that
configuration
level.
of trash killed, just in a slightly different order. And it's actually Perplexed, even though they were a little bit slower on the boss.
Honestly, they're
they
about
are the
neck
first
and
team
neck.
done with this section of the dungeon.
Yeah.
As we see them now jumping around. Yeah, it's actually Perplexed going to be getting this pull going a little bit faster as well. They take a little bit more of a direct route to get this started.
So what we've actually seen a couple of times during Group A and Group B is then after this trash pack gets started, you see Mode and Zasevi walking up and pulling the double Marauders. Those mobs will actually get pulled into the pack. At some point, after Zasevi is able to kind of get his team stabilized, and after
Now
Mode able to get
Perplex
their
is
team
ahead, I
stabilized,
think.
They also press their power infusion because that's the most important global.
Because they were just a little bit faster to gather this, but what's the health in Narza though?
And then they're going to fade and use invisibility potions.
It's about the same,
to
actually.
Make their way into the Amarth
But doesn't Perplex have a bigger pull here?
Them to grip like a 2-seater mount on top or into the Amarth arena and allow them to do a lot more damage to the boss and just have this pull set up really well. Look at Mode on the right hand side of your screen. You can already see him pre-positioning, getting ready to go and do that meld strategy that I was talking about.
Yeah, forward goes the Priest for Mandatory. And one thing that Mode is known for as well is that Disc Priest. This is his main spec. This is something that over the years, there's been a lot of dungeons where Mode has been the only person comfortable on a Disc Priest. That no longer is true, right? There's a lot of other people now who play a great Priest, and Mode also has branched out and plays all the healers. But still, this is a comfort pick for him.
What's Mode cooking?
Sevi hasn't even pressed his meld yet.
Wow.
Yeah, Mode sneaking around the side here.
I don't see where
Does
he is
get
on our
into the boss.
screen. So he might actually already be ahead and didn't have to meld. Oh no, he's actually still here. Oh wow, this is going to. I think this is going to allow a Mandatory a lot of time saved because
That's
of, Mode's pathing here relative to what Zasevi's been.
That's
doing.
pretty crazy. No?
Yeah, Mode has this RP all started. The boss already spawned. Mandatory already about to be pulling the boss. Whereas Perplexed, there's no way they can
This
set
was
up
way
anywhere
faster.
near as quickly.
What the
And it
hell?
looks
Wait,
like
what just
they're
happened?
going to be doing maybe another pull in this area. Yeah, here comes that gateway.
Oh,
This is the
Ashan
gateway we've seen out of
DC'd.
the Chinese region as well. But is this going to let them actually gain any time? They're just standing around here waiting for this pull to get going.
A Shine DC'd, man.
Oh no, tragedy for Perplexed in this upper finals here.
No.
Ashine disconnected from the game. That's going to completely throw off their whole plan here. Whereas Mandatory are already in this pull. And what a heartbreaking way for this map to go. Perplexed can just feel the seconds.
I was gonna say, like, this
draining from
seemed
their
like,
map. They don't wanna
why is
start this
Mandatory
pull
all of a sudden,
without
like,
that
super
shaman.
ahead?
Mandatory already working on this boss as well. And at this point, these two teams are so evenly matched that with something like this happening, realistically already the only way back in for Perplexed is going to be an absolute disaster for Mandatory, and the pulls where that's most likely to happen have already passed. Mandatory are now done with all but that skeletal monstrosity of this trash here. The grips trivializing these reanimated warriors and mages on this boss as well. So Mandatory will just have that final section of the dungeon. Now even more time draining away from Perplexed. The good news for Perplexed, Last Resort just popped for Skylark there. So the chance of a tank death into some kind of catastrophe have gone up for Mandatory, but it is still a very low likelihood.
I think that once a Marth dies, there's no way that Perplexed can even come back, even if a Shine does return. Like, once this boss ends up going down, it's a situation in which Mandatory, like, even with a full wipe, they would be wiping and their respawn point would still be at this Amarth arena. Yeah, it's a really unfortunate way to see this go.
I think it will be also unfair to do a rematch.
Yeah, it's tough as well. We really hate to see DCs mattering in matches, as this one almost certainly is. It is one of the things we don't do restarts for as well. We don't do replays or restarts for DCs because that's like, you know, the players' internet. It's not one of the ones on our end, which. Oh man, it doesn't make it any less sad to see though.
Yeah.
It's the good news for Perplexed. They looked really solid in this series. They could potentially try and recover this, and if Mandatory has
It's not grand finals, no.
in this Necropolis, but
Is this
realistically,
semifinals?
the chances in this series are over. But Perplexed played so well this weekend that they're still in the upper bracket right now, so they can lose this series, go down to the lower bracket, and go on.
Ashine
a
still
revenge
hasn't
tour. And
reconnected.
Sometimes when you're in a team like
Is
this,
his internet
you
just
have
completely
this
dead?
moment where you're like, okay, that one was out of our control. But now all the ones that are in our control, we're not going to lose any of those anymore.
I mean, dude, they were 5 seconds ahead of Mandatory
Yeah,
coming
they were
out of the first
looking better.
boss area. I mean, they were looking really good. One of the narrative points that I was talking about coming into today was the fact that Mandatory had all of these better timers than Perplexed, and it looked like it ended up like where Perplexed were actually just kind of maybe being a little bit slower in some of their early matchup series, to the point where they actually were able to go toe-to-toe with Mandatory in both of the dungeons that we saw them be able to perform in. And now Mandatory here, look at this. This is an absolutely colossal pull. This was the pull that Zyronic pointed out as one of the most important ones, where you're actually using that fully stacked Spy Master's Web and utilizing that Warlock damage engine to just completely pop off on this massive trash.
I think
and
if
the strategy
MDI
for
was
Mandatory in this dungeon
a LAN
looks
event,
spectacular
that would
as well. I feel
also
like this is
just mean
exactly what we
that
needed to
fewer
see out
people
of
would
them.
Yeah, Mandatory
participate,
are
right?
operating so cleanly here. This entire series, they will have only had one.
I think
death
a lot fewer
if they're
people will be
able
willing
keep it clean
to
from here, which is incredibly
travel to an
impressive.
event like this.
I mean, right here, you also have these mobs throwing Cleaver. What you'll also see is that a Fleshcrafter is mind-controlled off to the side. Well, actually, it's not mind-controlled right now. It's
Oops.
caged off to the side.
Phone's ringing.
Whenever
Hold
you have
up.
a Priest in this dungeon, Priest is one of the
Let me
specializations that no matter
just
how
say
good
I'm
or
busy.
bad Shadow, Disc, or Holy are, you are going to want a Priest in this dungeon no matter what. The RP in this area and the trash packs that you have to kill are forced, meaning that you have to kill them to progress the dungeon. However, that doesn't count whenever the mob is mind-controlled or control undeaded to be your ally. And so you're actually able to keep that Fleshcrafter, which does that Throw Cleaver ability, which does, you know, somewhere around like 30 to 40 million damage per hit. And so you're seeing Mandatory really, really optimizing the amount of damage that is dealt by that Throw Cleaver. And it's just a way to speed up this dungeon by a lot. Whenever we're seeing it on the plus 12, that mob is doubly important, because then it's going to allow you to skip phases, skip shields, skip Dark Exile.
Oh, so
And
Ashine is back.
Mandatory,
That's good.
optimizing
But,
the Fleshcrafter usage is
Yeah, this match is over.
Okay, so here's a thing I want to look at for Mandatory. Their best Necrotic Wake before was an 11:52
Okay.
against Polish Mountain. do we think they're going to be able to go faster than that in this series?
I think that they are. So the last two bosses are actually really short whenever you're doing this Fleshcrafter tech. The last boss alone is only about 50 seconds to maybe like a minute 20, depending on your cleaver timings and what you're getting the cleaver on, depending on also whether.
That was a massive DC, yeah.
I think it's going to kind of come down to the Surgeon Stitch Flesh positioning and how well they can position the mobs and the abominations relative to where Surgeon Stitch Flesh is. If they can position those perfectly and make sure the Fleshcrafter cleaver is on the boss permanently, as opposed to actually getting Stitch Flesh's creation, that'll be a huge time
But does
save.
Perplex get knocked down now, and then they just need to go down the losers bracket to meet Mandatory again in the finals?
11:52 for Mandatory to beat their previous best run. They're already here on Stitch Flesh.
That's assuming they
Skyward
win
is actually
the
in quite a bit of danger
losers
here.
bracket.
No cheat death available, and this is quite a high tank damage fight.
Mason's using the talent where the mob becomes.
I haven't played MDI now. I don't think that'll happen unless Warrior becomes meta, and also the rest of my team also wants to play it, and the rest of my team is also meta.
Ooh, okay.
So
yeah, that's nice. We can see a void tendrils on it as well. Yeah, keeping it hostile rather than mind controlled and friendly, and keeping those throw cleavers coming, but keeping it rooted as well. Very nice.
You really don't want to be like having your priest dealing with mind controlling the Fleshcrafter during this boss. This boss is actually pretty healing intensive, and it's a tough one to actually go through. And so having the priest juggling MC on this mob is really, really obnoxious. Oh, look at this. Hopeful actually taunted Surgeon Stitch Flesh off of Skylark to allow the separation between the A-bombs and the boss.
Okay, they are going to be able to get it dead as well. Skylark in meta here, barely
Am I sitting or standing? Sitting.
Those tank damage gets intense towards the end of that fight.
I got a new chair.
Timer 11:52 is what we're looking for to see if Mandatory are faster than their previous run in here. We are going to have Lust. We're going to have every single cooldown in the game. Is that going to be enough to send this boss home in a minute and 10 seconds? It is a plus 12 keystone level. It's tyrannical.
Exactly,
Zaltat's Guile's active, but there is a Fleshcrafter on our side, which is really nice.
It's a Miller and body.
So they're multiplying their offensive cooldowns. They're multiplying the lust. They also have that Fleshcrafter.
It is expensive. It was on sale. And I figured, well, I spend a lot of my day sitting.
And so I
may as well
invest
in that.
To get it killed off. It kind of depends on Dark Exile RNG a bit, where if you actually go double meld on the Dark Exile cast from Malthor,
Nerf Fury Warrior.
You can make the boss not recast it onto players. So there is a little bit of RNG. Stove also misses the gateway. Like if you click that gateway at a perfect time, you can also skip that Dark Exile. I don't think it's going to be faster than the 1140 that you saw earlier, but this was a perfect run for Mandatory, and not even one that I'm sure that Perplex could have competed with otherwise.
Yeah, 11:52, the timer for
Mandatory
to beat here as they march in to our grand finals here. This has been a great run out of them. It is actually going to be slightly slower, a hair slower than their previous run against Polish Mountain, but still 0 deaths, something that you can never be upset about. Mandatory also have to finish off that Fleshcrafter, but they do already have it quite low here.
Exactly.
So it should die for them momentarily. That last throw cleaver
1177 pounds.
And a Tempest is going to quickly kill off that Fleshcrafter. 12:06 going to be the timer, and Mandatory are our first Global Finals grand finalist.
Mandatory coming
it is pretty
in,
good.
Absolute powerhouses moving on
all
to
things
those
considered.
finals in our finals. But it's amazing to see them play. I mean, such a smooth run from them regardless, and incredible play from both of the teams throughout this series. Now, of course, Perplex will not be out of the running. They will be moving down to the lower bracket, and honestly, I am worried for everyone down there because seeing them play today, they were incredible. Now, Mandatory, right? So DCs aside, how did these two runs look? How did Mandatory's run look? And, if Perplexed run hadn't been interrupted, how do you think they were looking, Dratnos?
I think they were looking good. I think that their strategy at the start of the dungeon was a little bit faster. And, it's hard to extrapolate that forward because Mandatory looked really good in the middle and the end of the dungeon. But if it had gone like that...
That's so crazy, these numbers here. The effective DPS, holy.
There. I know that's something that they are going to be trying to win their way through the lower bracket and get another shot at in the grand finals.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if anything, I really do feel like you were saying that this might just add fuel to the fire.
Good evening,
right?
Master Socks.
Sometimes you need that little extra kick, and seeing them perform at the level that they did today, I think this will definitely encourage them and incentivize them, even if it's frustrating in the moment right now. But, you know, Mandatory's run very clean, and Makes, as you were looking at it, what were you seeing on your side?
So actually, I first and foremost want to say that we've seen in the previous
If Perplex did so much more DPS, why did they lose? Good point, actually. It doesn't make any sense, huh?
I wouldn't be surprised to see Perplex make a comeback.
Any action? Yeah, yeah.
At the end of the day, so
we had a good match here between Perplex and Mandatory. Except for the last game. The last game, Shine DC'd, so GG.
I saw some
or not
interesting
GG.
differences right out of the gates. We had a little bit of a difference in what they pulled. Perplex here going for 2.
They didn't complete the dungeon fine,
Whitebone, which is a lot.
So they were like
That's
mid-dungeon at the peak of the DPS, probably.
Damage that needs to be done. Mandatory did not do that.
Before
They
any
had
of the
one
single
more
target
keeper
bosses,
there,
you know.
and they needed to play another pack after this. So once again, kind of the pathing of the dungeon differentiating out here. We then know, of course, that Mandatory does a little bit of a bigger pull towards the tail end here, but there was some really cool tech that Mandatory did on that third boss, where Hopeful actually taunted in between to make sure that the team has a little bit of an easier time there getting damage out. So we're going to be showing that in a couple of seconds as well. Of course, unfortunate with those disconnects, but I think we had a very good series up to this point, and I'm really curious to see what else these teams can offer for us in the next runs. And yeah, you're going to be seeing this taunt come on here to make sure that the team has it covered. Sludgeflash being cast out of this group by Hopeful, surviving in DK fashion, and then that hook gets landed very easily.
Yeah, I mean, well played. And here we've got a little comparison. You know, Makes. Did you want to take us through this as well?
Yeah. So this
oh
is,
my God! Look at the fleshcrafter
timeline
damage.
Is a bit different because just
on Blightbone, first boss.
But if you see that the boss damage sequence ends a little bit before 1:30 for Mandatory here, we're going to be taking a look at what Perplexed had going, because their fight did take a little bit longer than 1:30, but you can clearly see the hits of the Flashcrafter coming on in here, and how very eloquently they did with finishing off this pull. Very nicely done. That's only boss damage, so really getting that damage where it needed to be to finish off the pull.
Is the Fleshcrafter stream?
Yeah, we could make another team and maybe name it that. I'll give you 3 years to claim the title, Tels.
Well, only whenever they bring back Necrotic Wake again.
Yeah. You're gonna have to play the long game on this one and really.
Why did we have a
just
viewer
right,
spike here?
I think
like
it's well worth the
we were
effort.
just on like
you know,
200,
honestly,
250 years, and now we like doubled the viewer numbers.
Those first 2 maps were so amazing, and seeing these 2 teams play at that level that we've really wanted to see out of all of our teams, particularly these 2, was phenomenal. Of course, this is going to take us into our brackets and where things have
You brought the homies?
out so far.
Yeah, maybe
so,
you did.
Yes, we will have Mandatory moving
Lazy
on
Sunday,
here
maybe. Yeah,
to
could
the
be.
grand finals, and we will have Perplexed going down, and they are going to be a huge hurdle for anybody that comes out of that Polish Mountain or Holy Moly matchup. And with that in mind, I mean, looking at this, Tettles, Polish Mountain, Holy Moly, who do you think is going to come out of this one, and who do you think has the best chance against Perplex?
Okay, I think that Holy Moly is a noticeable step ahead of where Polish Mountain are. Polish Mountain have kind of been the underdog Cinderella story the entire MDI season. They were an underdog Cinderella story in Group A. They've been an underdog Cinderella story for the global finals.
This is a Holy Moly win,
they've
like
overperformed
100%, I think.
Time and time again. However, I think
Holy
that
Moly is the
Holy
Walleye
Moly
team,
have
right?
a legitimate chance to win the entirety of the MDI, especially with how consistent and how strong some of their strategies have been. I think that their Arms Warrior play is second to none. I think that they come
We might see more
out
Arms
and
Warrior then.
utilize strats that are pretty much unmatched by some of the other teams, and so I think that they are really good. And I think that Holy Moly,
Dude, Dratno's chest hair is out of control. Ritter.
I mean, you know, we'll get to see all of our predictions. You know,
He
Tuttle's
stole
just
my
throwing-
chest hair.
throwing
I have
one
none.
out here, kicking it off. But we'll get to see all of ours in chat. You'll get to get yours in too, because this is going to be an interesting one. You know, Polish Mountain.
Why did I
like
mention
they
that? Because
they've
someone in
run
chat
really
did.
high, but Holy Moly has lived up to their name in every possible aspect of the word, and it's amazing to see, or words plural, and it's amazing to see how far they've come, especially being a newly assembled team. Although full of veteran players, you know? So we will be seeing for ourselves what's going to happen after the break, but we will be taking a short break as we get everything ready for the next matchup. So everybody, it won't be long. Just stick around, and we'll be back with you shortly.
A break. So they announced some more changes, right? Some hotfixes. It's like a day or two old now. I didn't actually look through everything. I know about the frosting. This should be an overall DPS increase and a burst damage decrease for the big pulse. I don't know about this, but it looks like they're buffing the damage of blood, which is fine. Rested Druid, instant healing increased a bit. Slight buff to Feral. That's fine. Guardian Druid too. They nerfed Survival Hunter. I have no idea what this does. Yes, Zod. So the damage reduction from Demolish was 5% and now it's 10%. And Mantle and Muscle and Scars passive damage reduction is now 5% instead of 2.5%. So that's nice for arms. They meant to buff Prots Colossus, but arms actually got a stray buff for once. I guess if you can get stray nerfs, you can also get stray buffs. They're giga buffing fire. I have no idea what this means, other than their single target DPS is going up a lot, I've heard. But they were already doing really bad on single target, so it's probably reasonable. I don't know. Some buffs of Frost as well. I don't know if this is just the hero talent tree that isn't good for Frost. That probably is the case. Windwalker gets a big single target increase, as well as like slight AoE, I guess, because Fist of Fury, Flurry of Rend. That's AoE, I guess. I don't know. I have no idea what these things are. Tyler, the rogue in my team, he mains Windwalker. He said that the AoE is still not going to be good because they didn't buff SCK. Oh yeah, these buffs are gonna apply in PvP as well, aren't they? Mistweaver thing. Big, well, decent damage nerf for Prop Paladin. I heard that this is an 8% overall damage decrease. Correct me if I'm wrong. That's reasonable, I guess. Because they were doing too much damage compared to the others. Holy buff, rogue buff, subtlety. Okay, so they're just buffing the bad hero tree.
The global finals continue, and this time we are headed down to the lower semis.
Lauren said he was playing both hero talent trees. So this is nice, I guess. A damage buff for him. And we already talked about the warrior changes. Okay, let's go back here.
Predictions in on this matchup, but we were talking about it a little bit before the break. And Nagura, I mean, Polish Mountain, holy moly, this is a pretty interesting matchup. Do you think one versus the
Love
other
the Asta rogue nerfs that everyone was foreshadowing. Yeah, they're known, right?
So I definitely think holy moly is like
Yeah.
the favorites
None.
in this matchup, right? Polish Mountain, they're the new team. Of course, Holy Moly technically is also a new team, but the players in the team have been competing before and have been playing in the global finals before as well. So they definitely are the more veteran team when it comes to the players. Polish Mountain has never competed in MDI before. Did end up getting second, which
Is
was
Nagura's
incredible.
camera
But they,
overexposed?
kind of like stumbled into that second place, I want to say, because they did end up winning against Miscount. Miscount didn't really perform as well
Light
as
too
they
bright,
usually
maybe?
did. And Holy Moly
Something
definitely
just
had
seems
a more
off.
convincing second place in their group. And they've also performed incredibly well this global final this weekend. So I do think from previous performance and from the group stage,
Nice
Holy
room,
Moly
though.
definitely has a little bit of an edge over Polish Mountain in this series, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting. You know, Polish Mountain, I think a lot of people are leaning towards Holy Moly, but Polish Mountain obviously has kind of gone through, they've been at home in the lower bracket, they've made the sweep before. So, I mean, Makes, do you think they can do it again here?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I personally have been nicknaming them the lower bracket kings because it does not happen very often that a team gets knocked down to the lower bracket in like the first series and then goes all the way to the finals of a group stage, right? That's super rare.
Oh.
And they have notably done that before. So who's to say that they cannot do it again? They somehow have that magic of the reverse
Wow,
sweep.
you
that they're
pinged the
tapping
wrong
into.
person, Oisu, I think.
Maybe they can find it against Holy Moly. I do think Holy Moly is a tough opponent for them to beat, but they have beaten tough opponents before, so I think there's a good chance that they take one, if maybe not two of these maps.
All right. Well, Dratnos, you're the only one that we haven't heard from in this matchup. I mean, Holy Moly looked really consistent.
Yeah, so
We've seen them pull
Oisu.
off some amazing
No wonder I
plays.
didn't see
They've
it.
had a lot of deathless runs, but do you think that they have what it takes to be up against the best of the best?
Yeah, I mean, Holy Moly came into this weekend. I think a lot of us were saying, yeah, this is a team that, you know, hasn't played together in this configuration before, but after their group weekend,
Holy
we are
moly, or
expecting
Perplexed?
the world from them.
Do I think
We are
who's gonna
seeing
win?
Such great play from them. In their
Perplexed.
upper bracket series against Perplexed, they very, very nearly would have been in the upper bracket coming into today as well. They
I
have
root
been
for Perplexed. Sorry, I root for Holy Moly though,
incredibly strong.
because
They've beaten
Wally plays
almost
Warrior.
Everybody they've come up against
When he
They
can.
did get sent down to that lower bracket again by Perplexed, but that's one of the teams in the tournament where, you know, if you're having really close games
You think
against
so?
Perplexed, that's a
I think
really,
Perplexed
really
is
good place to be.
winning.
And I think they've
Let's
cemented
see.
their spot as one of the favorites. of
Perplexed
the
should be the
weekend.
favorites, I think.
All right, well, those are our thoughts. So let's take a look at how we put those thoughts into our predictions here. Now, we, you know, this is one that honestly, I think most of us have been favoring Holy Moly, but
Yeah, I don't think
Mountain,
Fury
I
is good
feel
though
like
for
when they
this.
took down Mist Count earlier, for me that
Damage
did kind of put
profile.
a little doubt in
Muto.
my mind where I was like,
The
well,
damage
maybe
is
this used to be
too
again to anyone.
frequent, and
Nobody is
actually
safe.
Fury Warrior just doesn't
So
do
let's
enough overall
see
damage, I think,
how it
anyway.
actually turned out as we all kind of looked at
For
it.
arms it kind of works
I
out
know I
because
said that, but
these
Holy Moly, I do think
back-to-back
it's
to back-to-back to back-to-back pulls,
What does
having
Dranos
damage for
predict?
each pack is quite
Oh.
good.
Oh, okay, we'll see. Okay.
I thought there was going to be like some big change now, but it's all the same. Come on.
Maybe we'll get to see a little bit here with the other two. Tuttle's ironic.
Oh. What do you mean?
Okay, all right, too. Yeah. I was gonna say, you know, I think whatever happens, we aren't gonna make the other team play just get beaten 99 times in a row. But you know, could have some sort of death gauntlet run. Could be wild. But I mean, we
Hey,
all
Nox.
feel pretty confident about Holy Moly, right? And I think
Fury
we've
doesn't have the
seen
collateral
a lot to
gimmick, yep.
back that up. But let's look at the actual dungeons they're going to be playing here. and
Oh,
see
yeah, for sure,
how with
Mito,
these
for sure.
bans, I mean, what do you think they were?
I
sort
don't
of
like arms
considering
at
here
all
with
right
these?
now. No, neither.
So I'm not surprised to see the plus 12 dungeons being taken out of the pool. The teams kind of did a handshake moment where they both took out one. It could have been that they decide for the same one, right? But instead we're going to be going into the Stone Vault, the city of
Warrior and
Threads, and
City?
then I think that
Don't know about that.
possibly being
Warrior
a
and Stone
deciding
Vault, come on.
dungeon could be spicy.
Colossus can blast in Stone Vault.
So
Can.
there's two very interesting things I do want to point out. Number one, Holy Moly has banned City of Threats 3 times and didn't ban it this time. So that's very interesting. And another thing I want to point out is Polish Mountain has banned Siege of Boralus before. One time they were not able to ban it, and they had 20 deaths in that dungeon. It was the very first.
Don't
one
actually
played
know,
as
Evan,
mandatory,
why
on the
Dawn
first
is being
day. And
banned
they did not
all the
perform
time.
well in
Although
Switch, so
here it looks
to
like they
see
just
that they
banned
didn't
it plus
ban out
12,
that
so they didn't want to
dungeon
deal with
makes
it.
me think they either practiced it a lot more since then, or that their Dawnbreaker just is.
But yes,
is
me too.
even worse
100%
than
agree on
in
that
their
arm
siege,
statement.
right, when
Like,
it comes to practicing, because they have
why couldn't they
also
just kept the
banned that
Legion
dungeon
one
before. But the City of
for 8
Threats,
years
not being banned by Holy Moly is
instead
very
of
interesting to me,
the
considering that they banned it
abomination that we
3
got now?
times before.
Yeah, you would think, I mean, maybe they just feel in this matchup that it's going to be kind of advantageous for them, or that they're going to be able to, you know, maybe take it 2-0 like we predicted. I mean, Dratnos, did you have a thought?
Maybe they have secret tech in there, right? You hold secret tech, you ban it so that nobody sees it, and then you show it off on
True.
Sunday when nobody can adapt in time. That could be big. Could be.
That would definitely be exciting. I mean, I hope that's the case, but we're going to be going in here. Polish Mountain versus Holy Moly. Elimination is on the line, so they've got to fight for their life. Makes, take it away.
They have to, right? Both of these teams going in strong here out of the gates, and both of these teams having a little bit of a different priority.
Wally,
as well.
DK.
Not something we haven't seen before.
No warrior.
On the left-hand side for
Fair
Polish
enough.
Mountain, we're going to be seeing that Warlock shine, whereas
Oh!
on the right side,
Oh!
Holy Moly opting
Oh!
to go for the unholy
Oh!
DK, but we have our first deaths already.
Okay,
Both
Polish
the
Mountain.
Shaman and the Warlock going down for Polish Mountain, and that just might be the
Oh,
end
Soda
of
also
this
died.
map for them. But Holy Moly says no. We're gonna send an equalizer as their Shaman also goes down to the ground pound.
Oh,
All right, Soda
Oh.
going down there at the end. Definitely a problem for Holy Moly, but not as
The
big
health
of a
bars here,
problem
what
as it
the
is for
hell?
Polish Mountain, losing 2 players at the very, very start of the pool, losing out on all of their cooldowns as well. That means they're going to take so much longer to finish this up, if they even can finish it off, as their Warlock does go
This-
down again.
this is
All these
quite the
ground pounds
contrast
coming
from
out
the previous
that
game.
Usually you wouldn't be getting, because the must would be long dead at this point, and we do see more deaths following, up to 5 deaths at this point.
You're eating
as they're
gomga,
ramping up even more. 6th death coming in from
chicken and
another
rice?
AoE ground pound coming through from these.
I don't know,
increased as they don't
if I'm
go
supposed to
down,
know
it's just
exactly
so
what
much
that
damage
is.
onto the group. They now managed to finish
If
off
it's
the
a
pool,
an
but
actual
obviously
dish.
at this point they've ramped up 1 minute and 30 seconds in death penalties, while Holy Moly only has those 15 seconds from the death on Soda at the end there.
No, I've actually not had this.
That is
Looks nice.
actually incredible. If you had told me that we'd be 7 deaths in before we hit the 2-minute
Is Mountain
mark
thing
in
getting
this
raided? Not
dungeon,
really.
I wouldn't have believed
There's
it.
not
This
really a
is
fight
the
where you play it,
worst we've
except
seen a
for
team
Silken Court.
ever have an experience with this first pull. Really, really unfortunate for both of them, but worse for Polish Mountain, arguably. However, this dungeon is quite volatile. There's always a chance that something like this could happen again. Unfortunate for Polish Mountain, though, their fate is no longer in their own hands. So they're really hoping that Holy Moly might do something like this in some of the later packs that are yet to come, as Holy Moly is finishing out Edna right now.
Yeah, I do also want to point out that Polish Mountain, I mean, even though they had
Wally
so
could
many
have played
mistakes,
Feral.
they're not
Does he play
that
Feral?
far behind on boss damage. Like, you would think that losing 2 players at the start of your pull with all of your cooldowns would cost you more time, outside of the death penalties, of course. But they are still holding up pretty well on their side. Holy Moly now did manage to finish off the boss. The death on their side, also not ideal, right? If we've, like what we've seen from Perplexed and from Mandatory earlier with all of these like flawless runs.
I really don't mind
definitely not
Ravager.
something you wanna
Honestly,
see,
I don't even
on
think
their
about
side
Ravager. I
either.
just drop it,
As you said,
and it's
there's
a tool
also
to proc
still
Unhinged
lots of
and give me
banter
rage.
left to do, and both of the teams holding on to this Bloodlust as well means that we're going to see some major pulls later into the dungeon, especially in the Skarmorak area. That's very likely where they're going to be using their lust, and they're going to be pulling the spoilers onto the boss, which can be another very difficult point and very volatile
Though,
pull in the dungeon.
Bladestorm as Slayer feels nicer
Yeah, I
than
think
Ravager will ever be.
if you're Polish Mountain at this point, you kind
I'll
of
give you
have to
that.
do some crazier than pulls, hoping that you can maybe catch up sometime. We saw something like this yesterday. I believe it was either Mandatory or Perplex, where they just went and pulled the entire area on the right wing. Basically, this forge
I prefer this
loader,
new
then running
version
into
of
the
it,
room
Umaraki.
that was
Although,
happening
I wish the
there. And
Unhinged
Tensis
would
actually
cleave
has
just like a
exactly that
normal
plan. As I'm speaking, we're still going.
Bloodthirst would do.
Another pack
you know.
is added. 2 of them, 3
I really
of them.
dislike
This is
the
kind of
decision that they
pull
made on
now
that.
need to execute as well to
Giga
maybe
pull here
get
for
some
Polish
of this
Mountain.
time back.
Are they gonna try and...
This looks like such a difficult pull as their road
Yeah.
does go down to a lava cannon, unfortunately.
I was
as
gonna
they were
say,
just waiting
lava
in the corner,
cannon.
making sure
That's
that
the frontal.
everything gathers up.
No.
Now, thankfully, the rogue did not send cooldowns before that death, so we are going to be able to wrap them
Bruh.
back up and hopefully be able to execute this. But this is just such a difficult pull with all of those Forge Shoulders and all of the casters coming through. But the gathering of the pull has happened. So that's the most difficult part about this, being able to get all of these mobs in without having any major issues. And it looked fine for Polish Mountain. Now they just have to finish it off because it looks like they're going slower and slower on their damage. The damage is definitely drying out, and they're running out of AoE interrupts and disrupts as well.
Yeah,
They
Holy
have to
Moly's
do
got
to interrupt
this.
all of these menders to get
I think
all these ally
Polish
bolts
Mountain
and
is
the
falling
heals
further and further behind.
interrupted. But it looks like the Force Shoulder is dead, and some of the casters are following now too. So they are able to finish off this pull. But holy moly, they're already on the boss, and they also have more trash percentage. They're 51% enemy forces already. Holy moly, just doing so well.
Yeah, so I think for Polish Mountain, we should probably see a similar number once they have finished the trash that they're now taking into the boss. But you can, of course, clearly see the difference in dungeon progression for these two teams. Holy moly has finished all of the trash here, halfway through that second boss, and they are not stopping right now. A bunch of damage coming in from that AoE, but is not going to hurt them too much. The most lethal part of the dungeon is yet to come, though. That Skarmorak area, we've been talking about it non-stop. Teams go really big here. They pull the entire gauntlet with Skarmorak. That's where that Bloodlust is going to come into use as well.
The priest actually doing so much damage, right? 1 million DPS here. Crazy.
As Dorlita is
No wonder they are
alive,
meta.
doing some AoE damage, they will be able to finish it off.
All right, yeah, that was a bit scary as the Brock did go down quite a bit earlier, but they'd managed to heal through that AoE damage, and now they're going to be moving into that Skarmorak area as we've talked about. We'll see how big they're going to be going. They probably at this point know that Polish Mountain had those issues at the start of the dungeon, so in theory, if they have a plan for a little bit of a safer strat, they could do it, but they can't go too safe, because they're not that far ahead in the dungeon, especially if they're going to have a death here and there later on.
Time for Skarmorak.
But first,
Yep.
we're going to see a little bit of a skip coming through as team
Oh, the
is
skip in this.
pulling
Okay.
the Despoiler and this pack to the side. Going to be Shadow Melting off the aggro in just a moment. There we go. And now we're going to see the Shroud to move through to the trash that they're going to be pulling into Skarmorak in just a moment.
Yeah, so the reason why we're shrouding here is not only to skip that first pack, but to also go further
Double
into this
despoiler.
gauntlet before you get in fight with some of the mobs that you're dragging there. That just makes it a little
They
bit
pull
easier for
Skarmorak.
your tank to get them all grouped up and get that aggro going. But you can see we now have everything that they just surpassed, and Skarmorak pulled here. That Bloodlust is running, and that's
Plus
where that
11.
unholy
Is the goal to
PK
kill
says,
Skarmorak
"Thank you
before
very
the
much,
second
my
shield?
time to shine. I'm funneling all of that damage into the
Or is it
boss.
first shield?
Can we reach the 20 mil is my question. The answer is
20
yes.
mil.
Right now, right here. We've seen
It's first. Okay.
bigger spikes before, but I think with looking how far they've gotten through the boss thus far,
Look
you're
at that
not
boss
too
melting though, that's
bad.
crazy.
But this one, Trash has died off. One
What
more
the
time,
hell?
Probably going to be getting a shield.
Yeah,
cast
that's a
here,
shield for sure.
And then they can finish off Skarmorak.
Wow, that was actually incredibly clean by Holy Moly. They do get that fortified shell through, but of course the Despoilers are all dead, long gone at this point, so they're not going to get that deadly overlap of the Void Discharge AoE plus the Despoiler AoE, so they're going to be totally fine here. And what a nice execute by Holy Moly, as unfortunately Polish Mountain did manage to gather up the pull on their side as well, but their Shaman did go down while Bloodlust was already running, so losing out on that cooldown there. The Ankh is coming through now, but we do lose another one, 2 melee, 2 more people going down. No
Polish
more
Mountain.
little Polish Mountain. This means that's going to be a full wipe. They're not going to be able to finish off this pool. This is just a super
Yikes.
insane pool with all of this trash still alive. And Skarmorak on 47%. They're not going to be able to execute this any longer. So just tragedy for Polish Mountain in this stone vault. Holy moly though, they're still on this only one death that happened at the very start of the dungeon. They did manage to continue and have no more issues moving forward. So Holy moly definitely on a very good run on their side.
So actually, while you were taking us through the unfortunateness that was happening there for Polish Mountain, took a look at the replay because I was a bit worried about their skip that happened there. It didn't look like
Wally's
Vegas
blowing
was
this back up.
actually using Shadow Meld to take off some of the mobs that he pulled to the side to let the team surpass. So maybe that
I need
was
to play
the
my
reason
DK more.
why
I need to do a
it
weekly
as
still.
dry as it
On my
did. You
DK
can see
actually.
right now
Like
they're
weekly
actually
raid.
fight with this pack at the beginning
Some
here
M+.
that usually teams
I don't know when
opposite.
I'll find time
This
for that.
might be
But I need to try and
their
find
actual
time for
plan,
it.
or it might be something.
Pugs are
going
gonna
to
be pretty bad at this point in the
He
week.
did have it available, so might have just forgotten to press that Shadow Melt in all of
Maybe
the
if
fuss that this dungeon probably gave them.
MDI finishes early enough today, I'll jump into 4 out of 8
Like sometimes
Mythic
the
Pug.
teams, when they practice, they try a certain pull, and at some point they deem it to be too risky to actually do in the tournament. But like maybe leave it in as a plan B, you know, like, so what if we have issues at the start, we're behind, let's just try this like Hail Mary pull that we've practiced a few times, but we deemed it too risky to do in the tournament. So that could be something like that, where they're saying, okay,
You think we're here watching for another 5 hours?
skip
We'll
past
see.
this, but we've practiced it a few times. The chance of it going well is maybe just 50%, but we have to try it to be able to get back into the game. Now, it clearly did not work out for them, but it would have actually put them a lot closer to Holy Moly.
It's ironic he's getting lunch.
if they
What do we
would have
want?
pulled this
I'll
off and if
say
they were able to
burrito.
skip some trash later on.
I'll take a burrito.
Yeah, well, we're going to be hearing from Dratnos what he thought on that, I'm sure. I'm very curious to hear that. But now we're going to be seeing a repeat on Polish Mountains' side, whereas Holy Moly has finished all of the enemy forces. They're 2/3 into Void Speaker Eirik. And from here on out, I think this is very much guaranteed, even if something should go awry here. That first map going towards Holy Moly, looking at the series though, maybe
What's the
that's
fastest,
that we're talking about
oh,
is
actually, it's
going to
hard
be
to say,
a dungeon
right.
that Holy Moly isn't
What's the
that
fastest,
comfortable in. They just
stone vault
decided
on
to
plus
ban
11?
that plus 12 instead, out of being even more uncomfortable
1040.
here. So there's a
Okay, they're
chance
not that
Polish
far behind
Mountain
that.
could make a return.
Yeah, I'm actually very interested to see that City of Threats, because we haven't seen either of the teams play it. We have seen barely any team play that dungeon, as a lot of them have banded out. But there it is, Holy Moly finishing off Eirik, and they're going to be the winners of this first dungeon in this best of 3 series.
Well done, Holy Moly. And chat, your faith was not misplaced. We saw that the majority of you were on Holy Moly's side, and they have taken the first map. But of course, Polish Mountain, they still have a chance at this, right? They still have a chance to avoid elimination. But when we look at this stone vault, how did this kind of measure up? You know, Nagura, how did this measure up to their past performances with this particular dungeon?
So Holy Moly actually have played this dungeon 3 times, right? This was the 4th
Best
time
of 3,
they
yeah,
played it.
for this one.
And they were faster twice. They had a 1055 and a 1040 before, so this is not their best performance coming in. But of course, they had this one death at the start, and at some point they knew they were ahead, so it's possible that
Yes,
they
I see.
took a beat or 2 before they went into
Best of 5 should be best of 5.
Otherwise, so I do think
Sorry.
that Holy Moly can do this dungeon quicker.
What did I just say there?
But we
Grand
still-
final
we
should
still
be
don't
best
have
of 5.
The fastest time this weekend, as the fastest time still is with the mandatory on the 1037.
No, Perplex lost.
All right, okay, well, there's still hope, absolutely, like you're both talking about. But, you know, in this one,
Nice
had a
one,
big
Izzy.
wipe, but of course,
Nice one.
Holy Moly went through it pretty smoothly. So, Dratnos, what were you seeing on your side?
Yeah, I mean, this map looked so good for Holy Moly. Of course, things went wrong.
No
right
team
at
keys
the very
tonight, no.
start for Polish Mountain.
Alpha said
and
he's not here, and I think
continued
one
to
of the
go
guys are
further
raiding
wrong
or
from
something.
there. So it's a little bit of an open question. Was there adaptation
Perplex
possible
lost, yeah.
from either team?
It was 1-1,
one thing that Mitch
and then
mentioned
the
was
third map,
potentially
assigned the
pulling
seed
that big AoE
when they were
bomb
like dead
into
even.
the Skarmorak
So
hole,
they also
to
lost
try and
from
catch
that.
back up at the end. A very ambitious strategy if that's something that's intended. It's hard to be sure because like every single team we've seen has been unwilling to do that pull, right? They've all been so scared of taking that despoiler into that side pull. So
So they're now in
I don't
the
know. I mean,
lower bracket,
I
right? So they can still
struggle
get
to
back
think, like,
to the
I think
finals.
it's so dangerous. It's hard to imagine that it's planned. But on the other hand, it kind of almost worked. Maybe. I mean, they did wipe there again as well, but like, it didn't necessarily look impossible to have that in there. Maybe it's the kind of thing where it's like, yeah, this is only going to work for us 20% of the time. But
What's
we
the
know we're far
CT
enough
at the end of
behind
Wallife's
that,
name?
You know, we just got to go for it. And the thing is, it doesn't even save you that much count, right? But it does save you a bunch
I need
of
the
time
lore
of, like,
behind
setting
this.
up the skip. You just run through, just grab it all. I don't know. I struggle to understand whether that was planned or not, but it did look almost well executed from the side of Polish Mountain. I think the big thing for Polish Mountain is just going to be, look, we're going into the rest of the series, right? That was one game. Things went wrong very early in that one game, but it was just one game. We can absolutely claw this thing back,
wildlife
right?
effects.
We're going into 2 maps. It doesn't
Yeah,
matter how
okay.
much you lose the first map by. When you go into the second and third, those are brand new days, and they
I can see that.
absolutely still have a chance in this series, I think.
We can hope so, right? I mean, Polish Mountain, they have struggled up the steepest of inclines. They have made it through even the lower bracket run before. So as they look ahead now to this City of Threads, you know, we've talked a little bit that this might be a place where they
City
could
of
get
Threads.
back in this game, right?
What
As
does
they
Wally
kind of
play here?
strategize. So Nagura, how do you think that Polish Mountain needs to kind of approach this so that they can
What did I think about
recover and
Arms
stay
and
in this?
Dawnbreaker? I don't know. Is it actually good?
Well, first they have to
I feel like
get
a single
that
target
second,
just
right?
isn't good enough, right? But it does have damage for every single pack.
The one after as well is pretty important.
This one? They
He's
actually
FDK in
did-
City.
okay.
Sad.
Yeah.
Thank you very
You're
much.
welcome. You're welcome. No, but this City of Threats, it's one of the most difficult dungeons this weekend. That's why we've seen so many teams spun out this dungeon. We've barely seen it played. And when we've seen it played, it's actually one of the longest dungeons as well. We have a 14-16.
Difference
It's the
between Unholy and
fastest
FDK.
from
Unholy has
Now, the
damage more
news
often, I think.
Is that,
Cooldown is
both
shorter.
Polish
It's
Mountain
130.
And Holy Moly, they could have watched Mandatory and they
I think they have less prior
they
damage.
practice their run and get close to, or maybe even
And
beat
potentially less
Mandatory's
single
run,
target.
to be able
But they have
to practice for this
bigger
series. So
AoE
maybe
potential.
That's why they also didn't ban it out. Maybe either of the teams have practiced this enough that they're like that they think that they're now confident in this one. Another good
Okay, so what I
thing
said is
for
probably
Polish
accurate.
Mountain is that this is a
Isn't Holy
franchise
single target better
right?
than
So they're
FDK?
certainly
Is
very
it?
practiced in City of Threats overall, which maybe leads to
Maybe
less
pure single target there
mistakes,
better?
from
I don't
Polish
know.
Mountain.
Yeah, I mean, fingers crossed, you know, it's something where
The hell is that?
we've seen almost all the teams
City of
get
Threads
hit by
mob?
this at some point where a pull goes wrong, something goes awry, something happens, right? And you have that wipe. It doesn't mean you are completely out of it, it just means that you have to reset and you have to get in the game.
So also
next
MDI
one.
keeps being
So
this
they're
low.
gonna be
They've always
trying to
been
do
this
just
low though,
that
haven't
here in
they?
Game 2, City of
So,
Threads.
I think
So
it's
the
fine.
Polish Mountain are
I
underdogs.
personally
They have
prefer
climbed to
PGP
unparalleled
much
heights
more
in
than
first
MDI.
run. And holy
But for
moly, our
MDI,
team of
it doesn't
veterans,
matter
although
that
first
much
time
what the
under
key level
this
is,
name,
because
who have been
every
wowing
team is
us
going to
this
push to the limit
competition.
of that key
Really,
level anyway,
mistakes
right?
can happen on either side, but this will be the one that
And we
determines
started
it.
on 9s,
Polish
true.
Mountain needs to
9
stay
felt
in this, and while City
kind
of
of
Threads
like
has
a
been
joke,
dungeon,
but, you know.
many of our teams have avoided this weekend. These teams are going to have to put all their knowledge to the test in this particular run. Here we go. We're going to head into
Oh,
it,
wow.
Mates.
Yeah, and right out of the gates, we're actually seeing a little bit of a difference in healer choices on Polish Mountain and Holy Moly left-hand side, deciding for that Disc Priest, whereas Holy Moly stays with that Resto Druid. And we, of course, know that that's
they
a little
pulled
bit of
an
a different in
Oh no.
damage output.
Polish Mountain, not
Patrol
again.
already starting for Polish Mountain here.
Yeah, I think this is definitely not intended. We do see Polish Mountain engage the Swarm Guard here. I'm pretty certain they wanted to shroud this, and accidentally their Shaman did somehow pull the Swarm Guard, so they are playing it. They decide to play it
Oh, this is
instead
actually
of,
so
having,
scary, but it's a plus 10,
instead of resetting
so
or
it's
having
fine.
the Shaman go down. Sometimes
But
they
dealing with
also
the
just get in
debuffs
combat with
times
this
3 here?
quickly,
Oof.
if one person gets in combat with it. So yeah, just very unfortunate for Polish Mountain. We've seen this mistake happen numerous times in the group stage as well. This skip here at the
There's
very
so
start
little
is
space to
not
play with here.
easy,
Oh.
because of the true side on some
Keith
of these
just
mobs
tanks
and how
the
close
frontal
you're
and
getting
charges
to
back
them.
in.
So definitely not a mistake that is new. We've seen all of the cooldowns held onto because they need it for this pull now, and this is the pull they wanted to do initially. So they're gonna have some extra count. Maybe they can skip something later on, and that will make up for the time that they lost there. But yeah, definitely not ideal coming in from the Polish Mountain.
Well, but I wouldn't count them out just
That was
yet.
super clean by
No
Holy Moly, though.
death seconds against them. They are onto the boss. They have that bloodlust running, and while they are a little bit behind on overall dungeon progression, they at least have a little bit of extra trash as well. So maybe it can work out for them here in this dungeon after that unfortunate start in the Stone Vault. I think there's still chances for them here, and we're going to be seeing whether or not they can pull it off. Holy Moly, though, have
Mix
moved on.
doing the
They're
caster
working
thing
on
where
getting
there's still a
these guys
chance.
together in a couple of seconds, and
I mean, there is.
that is a
Holy
sequence
Moly
of the
can do a
dungeon
full
where you
wipe.
can actually save a lot of time, so we're going to be keeping our eyes open to see how quickly they can get their eyes together.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see, as we do see them split up in just a moment here. We're gonna see the very standard strategy, probably, that we have seen from most teams. Now, of course, we haven't seen Holy Moly in City of Threats.
Who is Holy Moly playing after this map? It'll be Perplexed, right?
Before in the group stage, and the common strategy from these MDI teams is that we split off into all different kinds of corners. We do see the rogue walk a little bit with a warrior here, with the tank. The reason why the warrior joins the rogue here is because of the
time for the
Trickster trait and the duration of it.
City
right?
of Threats cook, where you pull everything.
The rogue uses Trickster trait last second, before then mounting up and moving to that last eye, being able to tricks it onto the tank as soon as he reveals it, and then joining the group again. While in the meantime, the druid and the shaman walk to another corner of the area, engaging that other eye to be able to get all four grouped up at the entrance area of this zone.
Yeah, you can see that Mosh is still running here. He's going to be going back to the rest of the team now. Yeah, there we go. Whereas Holy Moly on their side, they got ported back. Yeah, we're going to be seeing the same out of Polish Mountain now. Both teams opting to use the detection bring back to get these grouped up. But this is what can happen. That she definitely.
I was gonna say, like, he's okay.
Mosh does go down here.
Rogue
is
died.
the first death that we are going to be witnessing.
Does
the mob stay though? Is it still
what happens to the mob was still on the bridge?
I think I saw it there. I wonder if it reset now though.
Oh, it's still there. It's coming now.
No, it's coming.
Oh, no,
it's coming.
They got it.
Okay.
Well, okay, that would have been a disaster. So what happened here is that the rogue did manage to get back to the group by stepping into the detection area, but instead of the mob snapping to the tank like they usually wanted to happen with the Trickster trait on the tank that I explained earlier, it actually snapped to the rogue. So something happened with the tricks, didn't go off, so it snapped to the rogue. The rogue was stunned at the entrance there because stepped into the detection area, was not able to do anything, proc the cheat death, and then went down afterwards. Thankfully, the eye did not reset its position because that would have cost them an insane amount of time. They did manage to aggro it.
Could have been worse.
To do a 15
Polish
seconds
Mountain.
death penalty, plus the time that they lost with the eye not immediately grouping up with the other ones, so they probably took a little bit longer to finish them off.
Yeah, that's right. And now you can see both of the teams walking towards that second boss.
Can we see Mogs on here?
A little bit of detection mob on the side of Polish Man. I'm not sure,
no good.
What was going on there first?
Can you Mog on Tournament Realm?
As Holy Moly have pulled the second boss, and
I'm guessing you can't.
Nagura, we're once again not seeing any trash on this boss. I don't think it was meant to be in this
you can?
dungeon. I don't think we'll see it at all.
That's a Mog.
But there's
nice
always,
one, Soda.
you know, a little bit.
I was wondering as well, because again, Holy Moly banned this dungeon 3 times, so I keep looking at them. I keep
looks
looking,
like a full set.
Is there something they're gonna do? Is there some crazy strat that they
Weapons
try
are
to
nice.
maybe keep a secret all the way until Sunday to make sure that no other team can steal it? And I haven't seen anything just yet.
Okay, that one's nice. Looks like a set
so
though.
maybe they're gonna be doing something crazy after this boss, but so far
What about Polish
everything
Mountain?
looks pretty standard, at least MDI standard. Don't try this in your keys in a pug.
Wall
I
of
don't
Terror.
think this is something you want to do.
Classic.
But yeah, Polish Mountain did manage to engage
Thunder Fury.
now. So notably, they did not pull
one
the
of the
Guardian
more
mob
recent tier set bonuses.
before,
tier
or
sets.
while they were waiting
Full
for
sets.
that,
I can't remember which one.
Yeah.
Maybe
Oh.
they didn't do it because they had that extra
Castle Nathria
trash
tier
from the
set.
very start. On
That's
because they
still
made that
recent.
mistake. But then you would think, okay, that's not actually
boring.
the best time save, right? Because that mob is for free because you have to wait for
No, it's the
RP to
same
happen
weapons.
anyway. So
Why
what
use
else
this
are you doing
helmet?
there, right? So
Yikes.
if that is the mob that they chose to skip because they had pulled extra trash that they did
No.
not intend on pulling, then this is not necessarily the most ideal way of doing
Also
that.
no,
But maybe
not
there's
really.
nothing
Not
else
feeling
that
it.
they felt like they can skip.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing because that is the mob that you get to play while the RP is happening, so it's kind of just time you spent sitting around otherwise. I'm also really curious of whether or not their route normally has the Lord bug in
While I was
there,
looking at Mogs,
or
Holy
if
Moly
that's
has killed a
something
boss.
that they now decided to do, but Holy Moly on their way to grab everything.
Did Thief?
and then
Looks like
some
Thief has
here
practiced cheat
after
death.
Fangs have been defeated,
Right?
and you
That's
can see
Battle
that
Scarred,
they grabbed all
veteran.
of the lower plateau. They're now grabbing all of the stairs, and they're going to make use of what we used to call a Harry Potter spot. They're hiding in
Why
a
warrior
stairs
tank?
corner as
I don't know,
they
actually.
are waiting for everything to get in line of sight. Get
Yeah,
cleaned up,
Battle Squad is so
avoid
buggy.
some of these
How
classes
can
who are
Battle
line of
Squad
sight.
stay
Now
buggy for so long?
is
Like, people have been
where
complaining about that thing being
Venom
buggy
Shell
for
is
so
going to
long
be
now.
dropped into this pool. Make no mistake, this pool is incredibly difficult, and you can see why that's the case right now. All of these AoE blurps coming out, a lot of damage going onto the team,
Melee comp.
tons of
Yeah.
interrupts and
Yeah, makes
spots
sense.
to be hit, and a frontal to be dodged as
Probably
well.
more
but
value
Holy
than the
Moly
poly.
making a great
Poly?
showing.
Yeah, that was actually
Paladin.
incredibly well
Can bring.
executed. Now, we have seen this dungeon played before, but we haven't seen this pull before.
I think I was thinking
on
Prot.
this plus 10 key
Pally.
in the global final. We've seen it in
Poly.
group stage before in the lower key levels, but this pull has been split up by mandatory even the first time we saw them play it. The
Probably.
fact that Holy Moly manages to pull all of this together, definitely very impressive. We do see a death, unfortunately, for Polish Mountain as they're doing that same pull as Holy Moly was just doing. They did not have a battle res, I believe, right? So the rogue actually had to release. Am I mistaken? Yeah, so they're gonna have to finish this pull without the rogue present, which is gonna be so difficult for them. But thankfully the Venom Shell is already dropping really low. So that's good. As long as the Venom Shell is dead, they should be able to recover this still.
Well, hopefully you're right, but down goes the Shaman as
Swell
well.
it.
Yitte will follow. That's their healer, and from here on out, there is no salvation anymore. Tank is going to follow that pull. Just went awry in a really
Rogue doesn't like
bad
cloak.
way.
He's saving
After
it. He's
Polish
saving it
Mountain were
for something
already
better.
behind
Trust me, bro.
In this city map, very, very unfortunate for them. But that also means all eyes on Holy Moly.
Look,
can they
Wex's cloak is on
Can they
CD,
find
but
the
Mock's
2-0
isn't.
in the
So I think
lower
Mock has the
bracket
advantage
run?
here.
Make their way one step closer to the grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, this bodes really well for Holy Moly here, as they did execute this pull so cleanly. Did also manage to move on after the Venom Shell was dead, being able to spawn that next boss super, super quickly on their side. Very nicely executed. I do want to point out that Mandatory, when they played this key, they were so far ahead that maybe they chose to divide the Venom Shell pull into two, because they were so far ahead and they didn't want to risk
The difference
it. So
between
it's, of
mandatory
course,
and perplex is
possible
insane. You mean like
Mandatory
there's
could,
like
have
almost
done
no
that
difference?
as well, but Holy Moly, the first one to
I really
pull
like
it
those
off
matches.
in
They were
this
cool.
global final here,
Want to see them again.
on broadcast, and executing it so well. So very nicely done. Now, once this boss goes down, they still have some
Skill level?
a part of a dangerous pull that is left, where they're going to be pulling that mini boss with the trash.
I didn't feel
which can
like it
cause
was that
some
different
nasty
in the match that we
overlaps
just
with
saw,
AoE
at
damage.
least.
So we'll see if they're going to be able to get through that one cleanly as well. But yeah, still 0 deaths in this run. Holy Moly definitely looking super clean here now.
Yeah, they are, and they are on their way to finish this
Oh,
one out.
sorry,
Still
I'm-
need to finish this
I
track,
misunderstand.
though,
The
and
difference
play
between this
the
match and the
bosses
perplex and mandatory,
final
yes,
boss.
is
They
massive,
are gonna be
massive,
getting
massive,
that
massive.
leveled up and ready for it as well. 20 seconds to go on that. Checking in with their cooldowns. That should line up nicely. We already have Kingsbane available. Breath should be coming up, and Ascendance as well. So all of that is going to line, and I assume will be done very, very quickly with this boss on the side of Holy Moly. I do want to say once more how great Polish Mountain have done to get here in the first place. I think a team that surprised many with their group stage run, and for a team that's playing in the MDI for the first time, basically no competitive MDI history on their side. This is a really, really great showing from them, even though these last two maps might have not been their best performance we've seen.
Yeah,
Is it time for those
100%
mini
Polish
games
Mountain,
between
they're definitely a team that has
matches
a bright
soon?
future ahead for these competitions here.
Maybe
even
after
for
this
the
one?
TGP as well, if they're going to be competing.
Oh, Holy
because
Moly is
they're-
almost dying.
I mean, the fact that they can
I mean,
stay
that's-
cool.
this mini boss is quite
even
nasty.
though they fell into the lower
To be fair.
bracket early in the group stage, and also here in this global final, and managed to end up getting second in their group stage, being able to make it to Sunday as well in this global final. Absolutely
Holy Moly
incredible
versus
by
Perplexed after
them.
this? Yep,
So,
should be.
yeah, absolutely, 100% agree with you. Holy Moly now did finish off all
What?
of the
We don't have
trash,
hypers? I'm adding
in
hypers
this
right now.
area. They are going to be pulling a few more to get 100% enemy force as well. They're fighting the boss here. Bloodlust also back up again for them, so they're going to be popping all of their cooldowns here, making sure that they're going to get that trash out of the way in just a moment. because, of course, they don't want to risk anything. So you might even see some focused target damage onto the ads rather than the boss, which they wouldn't be doing if it was a match where the other team didn't make any mistakes. But of course, they know that Polish Mountain did have this wipe now, so they're going to be able to play it a little bit safer here on this last boss.
Yep, that's right, but that Bloodlust is helping with any added difficulty from the trash. Trash is finished as well. Enemy forces are at 100%, and we do have the Bloodlust finished as well from here on out. It's natty damage, as some of the kids would say, and they're doing great at it. 25% to go on the boss. Holy mo- yeah, they would. They would, Nagura. Come on. How dare you?
Oh, he cloaked. There it is.
All right, so Holy...
He did the thing.
No, they would. Totally. Yeah. Totally.
You wouldn't know.
And that's true. I wouldn't know. All right, that's it. Holy moly did finish off the boss. And they're going to be moving on. And this is going to be the end for Polish Mountain, unfortunately, as they are going to be eliminated and taking home that 4th spot. And Holy Moly is moving up, heading to play against Perplex.
Holy moly, you know, it's intimidating staring down Perplex here in the lower bracket, but with that natty damage, as the kids call it, they are definitely going to be able to pull, maybe be able to pull it off. Perplex has been looking so strong, but honestly, Holy Moly as well having a very good showing in these. And, as you were pointing out, Makes, I think that Polish Mountain, so amazing what they've achieved, especially coming in for their first one. But looking at Holy Moly's run here, did you notice anything different from how, they may have approached this in the past?
I think maybe it's the nerves, or maybe
Got a
it's
team I'm
just
rooting
the
for?
first
No, not
time
really.
that they have
I just like to watch the competition. I like it when it's close. And Perplexed and Mandatory, they definitely delivered. So let's hope Holy Moly can do the same with Perplexed.
Constellation. Some of their players have a lot of competitive history, so they're maybe a bit more used to that change, whereas Polish Mountain...
Why did I participate in MDI with Kira, my friend, and Lauren?
But I'm really hoping that we're going to be seeing them again. I think they did fantastic.
We need to play the correct specs to really stand a chance.
For the TGP as well, and if not, hopefully for the next
and
MDI.
Yeah,
most of our players, well, I'm pretty much a one-trick warrior.
Right?
I'm not going to be able to do as well on an off-spec as I do on my warrior.
Yeah, I mean, this
and
was
a time
a
commitment.
tough one here for Polish Mountain. Sort of a similar story
You have to practice so much.
Stone Vault that we saw out of them as well. Right off the bat, we have this Shroud mishap.
It's not the
here,
same as pushing high
this
keys,
is just it's such a brutal spot to be in, because
if
when
my
this
team
happening,
ever is
you're
full
now
meta,
in combat
like
with a
we
medium
all
difficulty pull, but you can't afford to use any
proc being
cooldowns
meta
'cause
all
you
at
need
the
it for
same
your
time,
next pull, so it just takes
then
forever to get that set up.
we could probably join a
Immediate
TGP.
time loss, and of course things just kind of continued to spiral from there. A lot of ways that this dungeon can go wrong, but it's good that we
Yes,
started to see
Legion
from
Warrior,
Holy Moly,
exactly.
sort of what the City of Threads might look like at a pretty good run. Again, Holy Moly, I believe they were banning out this map in their other series, but they looked pretty solid in here. It's interesting though, it didn't look like they had like super secret hidden tech or anything. So I'm curious as to the thought process for them of banning it up until this series and then letting it through in this series.
Do you think Warrior will ever be meta again?
I'd love to talk
I don't know.
about potentially.
I feel
if
like
we
it
get-
just
if they win this whole tournament, that'll that dibs on that question.
isn't really a thing that will ever
At the end
happen.
of the day. But yeah, of course, things
Back
sort
to
of
Chris
spiraled a
mate.
little bit further
No,
for
please no.
Polish Mountain, right? Like, this is a very, it's a bit of a snowbally dungeon. Things went wrong early, makes it easier for things to go wrong late. Impressive pull execution by Holy Moly, this really big scary pull. Sort of a delayed pull in there as well of the Venom Shell, worked out really nicely for them, and they were able to get this pull handled beautifully, I would say. Something that we've seen teams going a little bit more ham with this pull, taking it forward a little bit more aggressively, but that's often been at the lower key level. I think it makes a lot of sense to back off a little bit.
I played the
from
mage
that
at some
kind of
point,
aggression,
Season 2
when
Dragonflight.
this key level does start going up, as it has this weekend.
I should make Org? No, thank you. And I did
you have
try
to kind of
Destro
balance
in
it out,
Shadowlands,
right?
yeah.
That strategy, especially too, as you're trying to just
There's a
stay
clip out there
in that
somewhere.
lower bracket, how you're going to pace it and what you're going to do.
I just don't
as we
enjoy
look at the
casters
bracket
at all,
here now, we
Ozzy,
will see that we are saying
personally.
goodbye to
It's just so
Polish
boring.
Mountain. Thank you again for participating, and we have Perplexed versus
Yeah.
Holy Moly that will be coming up, which is going to be a huge one. And now between these two, of course, they're going to have to face Mandatory at the end. But, I mean, Nagura, Perplexed, Holy Moly, they both have their strengths, What do you think that will set them apart or above one another?
Well, okay, this is actually a rematch, right? We have seen Perplex Holy Moly in the quarterfinal yesterday, and Perplex did win 2-1. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that much because, as Tattles pointed out earlier, it was such a close game. Or
Some good games coming up now.
That same series a couple
Perplexed
of
Holy
times,
Moly
then Holy
mandatory
Moly
versus
probably would
the
have won
winner.
Some of them, right? So I do think that this is going to be a super close game between those two. But as I looked a little bit at the map pool, I do think that I personally think that Perplex is going to.
I didn't even know we had
a little
that
bit better in the maps that we
emoji.
have in this pool. I think just slightly though. This still could go either way.
Okay. I love how like uncertain you said. Like I think maybe.
Yeah.
Like
I'm not confident in this.
Honestly, I know we'll get to see our predictions after the break, but when I was doing mine, I sat there and I was like, yeah, this. No, hold on. Wait, nope, this one. Wait.
I had no idea I had that.
No,
You
wait,
know,
hold on.
like
Okay.
someone must have added
But
that at
we
some
will
point
get to see
without
that
me knowing.
After our break, that matchup, and before then, we're going to be playing a whose spell is it anyway? So I hope
Oh,
as I see
whose
Drago's
spell?
literally
Let's go.
just starting
That's what I wanted to see.
This is my favorite bit of the day.
It's going into fly mode.
Just hunkering down, rubbing his little legs together. Yeah. Try to decipher the spell based only on the information available in the tooltip chat. We'd love for you to play along as well.
Have I ever
And,
played
you know,
Havoc?
these tooltips can be any abilities,
Legion.
talents, or items usable in dungeons.
First patch
We've had some
for
that
like
have,
2
faked
weeks.
us out.
I got
We've
bored.
had some that were known right away. And Dratnus, I mean, no pressure on you, but usually you're the one that's leading the way on this. you
Yeah,
know?
I've lost the last couple though, so hopefully they've given us a nice easy one here this time.
I have tried it, Platypus. What?
I know that one. I know that
Oh,
one.
1000%.
I won't say it not to
Two.
spoiler you guys, but I know it.
Wow.
Well, say it.
Wow.
You can
Maybe,
do it.
yeah, do
I'm
it.
not.
Spoiler
No,
us.
no, no, no,
Why
no,
not?
No, no.
Do I go to the gym?
Okay.
No.
Fun out
So
of
it's
your
a-
game.
It's a 3-minute cooldown.
This
And
is
1,000%.
it's time skip,
something.
right, from Evoker, where your cooldowns recover 1,000% faster for 2 seconds, 3-minute cooldown.
Yep.
Oh yeah, that's
I think you're
it.
right. Yeah, I
That's
think
it.
you're right. You're
Yep.
right. Yeah.
Say
Not
it in German,
even.
it makes.
What's in German?
I don't know
1,000
what it
cuts.
is in German. I
Yeah,
can
I
English.
wouldn't know it for sure.
Okay, I think Gratnon's got it.
Zeitverschiebung. I don't know, something like that.
Amazing. I mean, look, not even the Chinese language could stop Dratnus. I mean, Dratnus is just going for it. and
Too
then
easy for a
makes
guy
you-
like me.
To be fair, makes you did know it first.
Yeah, of
but,
Hey, Jamie.
Oh, this. Okay. All right. Yes. Time skip. Okay, and I think we're
That's a good
probably on the
idea,
right
though.
track here. Okay. All right. Well done. Well done. Okay. Now the real key is going to be
Recklessness.
guessing the icon because those sometimes can
Oh,
get real tricky.
I
Hold on, this is
No
the same
clue.
icon
It's just
4
one.
times. Come
Oh,
on.
it's
It's
the
just supposed
horns.
to be
It's the
one.
horns.
I think it's just one. It doesn't make sense for it to be 2.
Swoop
So,
versus
let's
a
see.
single swoop
Yeah, one
as well.
sure,
between
I
double
see
C and
now.
D.
What's the
I think
difference
it's a
between C and D
single
here?
swoop, but also
Me
the horns
too.
are different, right?
I
The
think so
horns.
as well. Yeah, the horns are different. I think it's C also.
Yeah,
And
the
the
horns
wings
should
are
be-
also a little bit different too. on
Okay,
D.
but I
should be
will
like a
say the
draft here,
hands
so-
on C and D look really sus. Like, they look like photoshopped horns. I'm not believing that C and D are correct. I think it's actually A or B.
What?
I'm locking
Look at
at
that
C.
hand.
No, I don't. I feel like the
Yes,
double
yeah, I
rings
see, I
doesn't make
see.
sense.
The hands? You
Oh,
don't like
I
the
guess
hands?
the hand
Yeah.
does look.
The hand
Does
on
it
C
look
and D
weird?
looks so sus.
I feel like
Really?
the
I'm gonna say
double
C.
swoop looks so sus. It looks like it's
I'm
been-
saying
it's
C.
the copy pasted and then flipped and then put over.
See, I don't. Yeah,
The
too.
thing
I'm
is
gonna
covering
go
the
with
hands.
C. I'm C.
I'm also C.
What's? Oh, it's. You guys are all locked in.
It's all about the
Yeah, I'm
horn.
locked in on C.
Okay. In that case, I will be saying A, just to be different
Oh.
from you guys.
Okay, yeah, go against the grain.
I don't know this one though. It's Evoker. Who cares about
We're all
Evokers?
locked in. C except for Mace.
Unfortunately.
Oh, well, sorry, Mace.
Okay, we win.
Nice.
All right. It's okay.
All right. You know what? Good guess, chat. Good guessing on your end as well. And
Did they
that
still
was a
do
new
the
one. That was a
Warcraft
new one. Nice
logs,
production. Good
like
trick there.
movement,
But
guess the boss
we
kind of
have
thing?
even more that's going to be coming up ahead. We've got an amazing matchup that's going to be going down as we head into our lower semis here, or excuse me, our lower finals here.
I like that one.
And it's going to be a huge one, everybody. So make sure that even though we're going on break right now, you don't miss a second. Be back when we are, and we'll see you very soon.
How long's the break? That is... Polish Mountain got done dirty there. Like, why would you put that in highlights? Was that... Is that hair or neck tattoo on Dratnos? Oh my god. It is hair, as far as I know. But who knows? Maybe he did tattoo some hair onto his neck. Or something that looks like hair. I doubt it. Toxic mods in MDI? Are there? Do I ever press slam or execute on Fury? Slam only on pure single target if you have nothing else to press. And you don't have Whirlwind talented. Walhi? No, Wally is not here. Walhi and Wally are different people. And execute. As Slayer, you do press it quite frequently to use your 3 stacks of marked for execution. On Mountain Thane, it's your last resort button. No. Nobody was playing Arms today, but yesterday I think they were, maybe. Fury's cooldowns just aren't very well suited for MDI, I think. I think Unholy can do what Fury does at the same sort of intervals, but better. And Arms has damage for every pack, even if they don't have good single target. Yeah, Fury being capped also sucks, yep. I'm surprised they haven't fixed this. You know, when they're doing these break replays or whatever they are, there's like this stutter that happens every now and again. And you always look at the stutter thinking, oh, is that slow-mo showing off something? But no, it's just random lags for no reason. Like, that's been around for ages. How can they not fix that? Polish Mountain being done dirty again. With their deaths and failed pulls. This is going to show off Holy Moly pulling off this pull. Into Polish Mountain dying to the same pull. Or not. They have no time to fix it. Third Bruto is in the way. Yeah. Maybe with the third Bruto they can afford to fix it. Oh no, they're replaying this thing. Again. Boom. Boom. Dead. Swirly death. in the maze and mists, I would favor being an arms warrior more than Frost DK, I think. In the maze specifically, because the target counter, it's actually quite nice for arms, and you have damage for every single maze room. Whereas Frost DK really want bigger pulls every 2 minutes, and that's not going to be possible in the maze.
We're back.
Zyronic.
Very soon we'll be hopping into our lower finals. But we have a big one up ahead of us here. Perplexed versus Holy Moly. These are two of our top contenders.
Zyronic is here now, and he still hasn't delivered my food.
We didn't know which way it was going to go. So chat, see if you can guess ahead of us and determine the outcome of this matchup. Now, Perplexed, right? We've talked about the fact that they have been in it. They are one of the longest running teams. They have been fighting so hard. But looking at just the MDIs, right? Their time trials versus sort of their final placement.
He actually looked down to type. I saw that.
All right, so I did some research coming into this weekend. Perplexed, I would describe them as second place merchants, where a lot of the times they actually do really well, particularly in time trials as well. Look at this. They have a lot of seconds. They even have a few firsts in terms of time trials. And then they are just not able to kind of convert that into
Just get good
really
RNG and be able to pull through walls every room.
finals.
Yeah, if you can pull through walls, then you're happy as a
They
Frost
had
DK.
a lot of cup success during BFA back whenever we ran a completely different format. They had a decent amount of success in the beginning of Shadowlands, but then there's been a couple of seasons where they just haven't performed up to their and our expectations for them. In Dragonflight Season 3, that was last time we saw them, they ended up coming in 3rd place behind both Mandatory and Echo, and so they kind of had a resurgence from some of the stuff that we were seeing later on in the Shadowlands, and I'm really interested in seeing how they're able to convert that, because this is the
They
first
underperformed
time
in
that we've
these two,
actually seen
huh?
them get 1st place in a time trial in a very long time. Now, for Holy Moly, it's kind of an interesting dynamic.
They haven't won yet.
because in Dragonflight Season 1, the team of Wexy and Igloo ended up getting 3rd place
I'm surprised.
on a team called
I guess
Legendary.
Echo always
So,
denies
what do
them
you
when they
think
do
about
get to the
Holy
final.
Moly coming into this weekend?
You know, it's funny that you mentioned that team Legendary, because that's also where Hopeful came
If
from.
I open Wally's
Before he
stream, I
went
can
to
see.
Mandatory.
Oh, okay.
That Legendary
That's
team
true.
was really strong. And
Yeah.
the fact that these two teams were able, these two players were able to go from a team that finished 3rd and then create a new team that also, it will minimum finish 3rd this weekend is pretty impressive.
His arm
We don't
sync.
normally see
Mists.
that. I mean, thinking back to all the different teams that Dr. J
Let's
put
go.
together, they pretty much finished 3rd, 4th all the time, but they kept changing players. They never really gelled. They never really got that consistency. This Holy Moly team, this is their first time, and they're finishing 3rd or higher. If they stick together, they could potentially challenge in future MDIs. If not this one, I mean, this is going to be a really close series based off of what we've already seen. Holy Moly's been a fantastic team. Now, they have had a couple hiccups along the way, but in general, they've had really fast strategies. Going back to Group B, they had some of the fastest runs we've ever seen. They were only just barely beaten out by Mandatory in most of the dungeons that they timed, so...
If I do it like this, I can tap in and tap out.
fantastic, and
Perfect.
I don't know about you guys, but I actually think Holy Moly might win this series. I predicted them to win this series.
Okay. I mean, we've heard a bit from Titles and Zyronic, but I mean, Nigura, these two, I mean, they are really strong teams. Do you kind of feel like one or the other has something going for them that's kind of swaying you towards them?
Yeah, I mean, as I said before the break, I personally think the Perplex has maybe a little bit of an edge over Holy Moly, not only because they won against them already this weekend, but because of the map pool, right? We do see Mists as the first dungeon that neither of the teams can ban.
Corsair chair.
And Mist is the dungeon where Perplex has
I
the
can't tell what
fastest
this
time
chair
of the
is.
weekend, and they won against Holy
Turtles,
Moly.
I can't see
in
his
that
chair at all.
Mist. It was only by 5 seconds.
Same with
to be
Zyronic.
fair. But they did win. So, of course, Holy Moly had the time to look at their routes and improve a couple of seconds here and there, right? So it's definitely not a guaranteed win for Perplex, but going into that first dungeon with the confidence, knowing that you have won before, and that you just have to execute your strategy well to beat Holy Moly, that's going to be, in my opinion, favoring Perplex a little bit. Ooh, the necrotic
Well,
button.
Ooh. It looks like chat is also in
Good
agreement with
luck,
you that they're
Wally.
favoring Perplex right now. But, we just had our bans. Go for it, Tettles.
I feel like if I was Holy Moly, I would have been looking to ban like the Grim Batol. I feel like that would have been, after having seen Perplex play that Grim Batol earlier today, I feel like this is like a tough map pool for Holy Moly to play. Because, like Nagura mentioned, that Mist of Tyranid Scythe, while Perplex was only 5 seconds
Dreadnought. I
ahead,
saw
I
Dreadnought.
think that this map is going to really come down to that Mist of Tyranid Scythe I think it's going to go 2-1 one way or the other, and we're kind of coin flipping this Mists of Tyranny Scythe with maybe a 55-45.
He's not supposed to be looking at chat right now, so I completely don't blame him.
Holy Moly Stone Vault, I think that one's maybe a
for not
little
looking
bit better than the Perplexed one, and then the Grim Batol I feel like is noticeably.
Wally doesn't need luck, true.
Yeah, something about the ban specifically here. That Arakara ban, that's just a pure respect ban. In the quarterfinals matchup, this is the one map that Holy Moly took off of Perplexed, and you know, one of those very close matches. All 3 of those maps were sub 10-second differences, and a couple of them were decided by just 1 death. That's the thing for Holy Moly. They've consistently been a team that is able to finish dungeons with 0 deaths and do it quickly. Almost every other team will usually splash 1 death here or there just to some inconsistency in the strategy, but Holy Moly has consistently been a team that's able to finish dungeons with 0 deaths.
So I did some research into the Arakara because I was trying to figure out why Perplex kept banning it over and over again.
Did he need to clear his throat? Yeah, he did need to clear his throat, didn't he?
Ban out the Arakara,
Poor guy.
And it was that upper matchup.
He did say he was ordering food, so maybe.
So I think that they may have actually just kind of taken
it's because he's just finished eating.
Strategy for Arakara, knew that they actually weren't really that fast, but then whenever they were doing bracket work and trying to figure out where can we actually allocate our ban, they realized that they had a pretty good ban for Arakara every single time. Now the downside of that is if you don't think your strat is particularly good in Arakara, then that doesn't let you ban against other teams' strengths, which is a bit scary. However,
is spell block really worth in GB as Prot War?
Solid situation against most teams to just be like,
yes,
okay,
it's so worth it
what?
there.
Our Arakara kind of sucks. We're just going to take the mulligan on that, and we'll just avoid losing that and ban it out every single time we see it.
Yeah, that's an interesting one that we haven't talked about as much, right? But looking at how these two have kind of strategized which maps they might play, ban, what's going to be up for them, you know, we took all that into account as we looked ahead to our predictions, and we'll take a look down below now as we reveal them. We can see how they measure up compared to chat. Okay.
Okay, no, it's the other way around. There it is.
Okay, we've got pretty much a spread across the board here. I mean, it's tough because I hear all of you and I'm like, yes, holy moly, I agree. And then I'm like, I should have changed my prediction. But then looking at Perplexed earlier, they were
different
so
predictions.
solid. I mean, it's ironic you went towards holy moly. What kind of swayed you their way?
Just the consistency, man. We've been talking about this ever since Group A, but with the affix set this season, specifically Challenger's Peril, if you're able to be a 0-death team, you give yourself a better chance of performing and getting the wins, and I think they're better than every other team at doing that. Perplexed does have the faster strategies, so like technically they're still favored. I
We type
just
this?
think, you know, something about
Back me up, Tim.
this team. I don't know what it is. I mean, the graphic titles showed they're a fantastic team, one of the best in history. There's only one other team I'd consider, you know, better than them overall, and obviously that's Echo. But I don't know, man. It just hasn't been working out for them lately. I'm favoring Holy Moly.
Okay, well, you know, whichever way you leaned, whichever one you voted for, we'll have to see how it's going to pan out. This is the first match, Perplexed versus Holy Moly. Whoever loses is eliminated. It is all Unigura.
All right, there we go. Both teams already starting their round.
Okay,
we
Wally.
don't see a change
Pre-lust.
in composition from what they've used before, but we see the pre-lust. The last was already running as
Let's
it
see Wally
restarted,
play
so
this.
that means that both of these teams think that they can do this dungeon a little bit quicker than what we've seen them do last time around. So very interesting here, using that pre-lust. They are, of course, both doing this triple villager pull. which is
Ooh, 10
incredibly
million,
difficult
let's
to
go.
execute. Looks like Holy Moly has a little bit of an edge over Perplexed on the pull,
there
being
was the
able to move
collateral
up
damage
quicker.
cleave.
So this was kind of the same situation of whenever we saw the Mists of Tyranny Scythe
Nice.
earlier on, whenever they played it yesterday. It's a situation where we're looking at the Frost Death Knight versus the Arms Warrior. The Arms Warrior is better through, I would say, the first half of this dungeon. All the way up until you get to Mistcaller, I think that Arms Warrior is a superior specialization to the Frost Decay. That Frost Decay really comes online on that back half of the dungeon, on Mistcaller, all the way through the
don't
Trinova trash, onto the
forget
boss. That is the situation
insane
in which the
battle
Frost Decay is a
shout
little bit better than
value
Arms Warrior.
at
Frost Decay is
Tetris.
also a marginally higher DPS specialization for the damage burn on Trinova itself, or on Ingram Malok itself. However, the Arms Warrior does a lot more damage to like the Droman Ingram Malok phase 1 of that situation. So the Arms Warrior actually allows you to get pushed a little bit faster. So it's a really interesting comp decision and comp differences between these two teams, because Wolf Disco, he actually plays Warrior. So if they thought it was better, I think they would have swapped.
Yeah, I think so as well. That's a good point. Wolf Disco, a very well-known warrior player. I mean, obviously, Wolf Disco can play anything. He's really good at yeah, he literally can play anything. But holy moly, did finish off that pool, the first pool a little bit quicker, and the second pool also a little bit quicker.
How can no one be
a couple
Asian and Norwegian at the same time?
Start here of this dungeon, and they already are.
Good question.
Ingra,
How is that
and as you
possible?
mentioned, they're going to be cleaving down Ingra quite a lot while hitting the Droman as well, which is going to be so beneficial for them, as they're going to be able to. They don't need to do as much damage to the boss in that amp phase because they already get so much cleave on the boss here.
Yeah, I mean, I think that this is kind of where that warrior is really, really strong. So looking at the boss splits yesterday on the first boss split, holy moly, we're actually able to kill off Ingra, Malak, and Droman at 2 minutes and 36 seconds. Perplexed, on the other hand, we're able to kill that boss off at 2 minutes and 45 seconds. So that's kind of the time that we're looking to see out of both of these teams as to whether or not they're improving their time. And that kind of gives us
holy moly, is faster here.
Point into how the rest of this dungeon is going to be looking. And for holy moly on the right-hand side of the
holy
screen,
moly, look at that. Insane, dude.
And 39 seconds. So
Wolf Disco also had to use his breath here, which is sad for him because he won't be able to do big damage on this pull.
A bit faster than where they were yesterday, and we know that Perplex has a very fast closing sequence of this dungeon.
Yeah, so Perplex actually doing a really good job. They managed to get to that amp phase much quicker than Holy Moly. So even though they pulled the boss later, because Holy Moly was cleaving more onto Ingra, Perplex managed to get to the phase faster and then still managed to finish it off within the amp phase with the less boss damage onto Ingra. So
yeah, Norwegian people are known to be really bad at English.
Pull that right trash.
It's very hard to speak Norwegian English.
Get it gathered up with those two defenders at the start here, so they're able to get that extra trash in. Holy moly, executing it a little bit quicker again though.
So holy moly, yesterday whenever we were looking at Mistcaller was about 20 seconds faster on Mistcaller itself. I don't think you can realistically look at like the splits. I think you have to look at just like the total time difference.
Where is your better tool by accent? I lost it.
I saw a nice melt. So basically the mobs were still alive and usually you can't open the doors if you're
I can't do it. I can't do it.
The Savvy on that Restador did melt to be able to open the door so they could drag the last
where I live in the UK.
defender were still alive forward. So it saved them maybe like a second or two, but still nice tag there by Perplex.
I mean, this is a difference of like 5 seconds in these dungeons. I feel like this is the closest map that you're going to see over the weekend.
There's plenty of Norwegian English accent in the Netflix thing, the
so the teams are very
Evelyn thing.
close to one another every single time we see Mists of Tyrannicide being played. And so now both of these teams are
18
on
Nevdok.
Gorge Gullet, pretty slow mob. But since both of the teams have it, it's not like any team has a super large advantage on that mob.
Solar just tanked that thing. What the hell?
Yeah, definitely not. As we do see the AoE actually getting.
It was really good, Master Zox. The Evelyn thing.
Out of it, using a defensive to just
definitely worth a watch.
There, yeah.
Wally got sacked by Teef, and then Soda just like stood there too.
I mean,
min-maxing.
Min-maxing, right? Having a full melee come not walking out of the AoE swirly from that Gorge Gallad, which Perplexed walked for
no
door.
Minus 30 seconds. That's minus 30 seconds right
Perplexed.
there. Oh my god, Nigrid, that is a huge time loss. That's like 2 deaths worth of a time loss that they're having to now run back. And now it's not even an issue of okay, so they don't have to solve. They actually knew what the door was, but running into the wrong door is a catastrophic situation. Look at Holy Moly here. Holy Moly are already done with the trash pack that Perplexed him now just pulled, and that is the opening that Holy
Warrior
Moly
Brain
needs
making
to
the
go
labyrinth
win this
move.
map.
Yes, I think that's it.
From Perplexed.
Yeah,
I am Norwegian, Kizo. Yes. I just live in the UK.
Here. It's going to be holy moly.
It's not 30 seconds?
I don't want to say firmly because it's
close
still
to.
only seconds that is separating them, but still one whole trash bag ahead at this point. That was just a crucial mistake by Perplexed, as Holy Moly is now already on this column.
They're an entire maze behind.
For the Perplexed believers, I have okay news. The most important thing isn't that they're faster coming off of Mistcaller, because we knew that Holy Moly was going to be faster coming off of Mistcaller. That Arms Warrior composition is better than the DK composition through the maze. The DK is just, you know, how you want to play around Frost DK is just like not very good for the maze. They need to be within 20 seconds.
The
of
Arms
this boss.
Warrior
Dude,
composition is better.
Like stalling on this trash
Tattles.
This is really
said
sus, because on the right side of the screen, holy moly, they've already gone into the first guessing game, and they've actually completed the first guessing game phase prior to Perplexed even pulling the boss.
Yeah, Perplexed also gearing up to pull more trash here, so they're going to be pulling another trash bag through the wall here.
I do miss Norway, yes.
So that means it's okay. So this probably means that Perplex only has to do one more pull after this boss. They're gonna be pulling everything into Tradova.
Oslo
while
area.
Holy maybe has to do another pull after Tradova or do one before. Unless
Cold button.
Yeah, there's no way they can do that much, right? Like there's no way they do 35%.
So the trash break points in this dungeon on having to like re-pull mobs after Tradova is so it's either 52% and then you can actually do like stack horns after Tradova and it's not the end of the world. Somewhere between like 52 to 58, and that's not like the end of the world depending on how many of the flyers that you want to grab. The 70% mark, like right above the 70% mark, allows you to, like Nagura mentioned, solo pull into Tradova. And more often than not, it's actually pretty bad to pull mobs through the Mist of Tyrannocyte wall. We've seen it time and time again. We're holding W is just a superior strat. Unless you get the route that Perplex and
my god, they
really
did!
Got
They nuked the boss.
in conjunction with that very large Tyrannon villager pull at the very beginning.
They pulled off
and
the
that will allow
skip for
Perplex
this
to kind of
last
claw back
intermission.
A little bit of time. But holy moly, they were able to one-phase Mistcaller. They're running double Mad Queen's Mandate. They get the 10% guessing game all the way killed off to 0 with a bunch of their burst DPS, and now they are running around the left side. This is about a 2-second time save, so a very minimal time save in the grand scheme of things, but it is something. And now what is holy moly going to grab trash-wise? Because we think that they have to 2-pull this area, looking at the fact that they're at 65%.
And there we go. The Shroud
Will
coming
Perplex
through to
also
be able
do
to
the skip?
That initial stack horn at the very start, and while we have gathered up all of these reavers and the stack horns, they are stopping here for a moment though.
So I think what we didn't catch off to the right was Igloo actually ran away from the rest of the group, and he ended up tagging that pack that's on to the right with the acid gullets and the gorgers.
They didn't make it Perplexed.
Oh,
They didn't do it. GG. It's over. It's so over.
That's
Perplexed.
actually another huge time loss for Perplex. I feel like Holy Moly's in a position to where they're going to be able to win this convincingly, not even be too stressed. They've downed that first staghorn that they needed to, and now they are pouring all of this trash into Tradova. This is Holy Moly going for broke here. They don't even have Lust available. They're going to have all their offensive CDs coming up in about 15
What's this?
seconds.
Why does it say 512?
Firmly in the lead.
What's this number
Perplex
for?
have finally downed Mistcaller.
Yeah, Holy Moly looking so strong.
Oh,
And
he
all
has
the strategies
512
coming
of
in,
them.
They're not
I see.
slowing down. This is still very scary though. They have to wait for all of these mobs to just slowly trickle in because they're moving so incredibly slowly. They do not.
He doesn't have
much
Ravager yet.
dimension, so
Sweeping
it's
strikes
gonna
up.
take a little while to
Oh,
finish
the
this off.
collateral damage
Look
is
at
going to
the
line up with
damage onto
Ravager.
this trash and just still fully focusing the boss.
He's going to
here.
get a Geoclave
So
soon.
this is the situation in which the Frosty K is noticeably faster than the arms were.
Wait, no.
Whenever
He
you're
used
having
his
all of
cleave
these
before Ravager.
disorders and these acid
No.
builds stacked up on top
How
of the boss,
sad.
This is where the Frosty K has insane
Actually sad.
pop-off potential
Is he waiting for
compared to
his-
what the Warrior's doing? The Warrior's able
When's
to kind
he-
of hit the boss. He can
Okay.
do a little bit of damage to the boss, but this is where the DK is going to accelerate a lot. And the Bloodlust is coming up for both these teams in about 20-ish seconds. But Perplex don't even have Tradova pulled. And Holy Moly have the boss at 39%. Holy Moly still need a little bit more count. I suspect that they're going to grab the Staghorn pack that you're seeing trickling in. Yeah, right there. So they need to make sure that they're getting that,
Where's the roar?
that Staghorn kick.
He's going to
It's
roar
also very
just before the
dangerous
Warbreaker.
because
Oh,
there's
there's the
acid
roar.
Nova
Here's the
attached
roar.
to the
Gonna-
Staghorn.
Okay,
That
okay.
makes you take increased nature damage taken. So any additional
Nice
damage
leap,
that is
nice
coming
leap.
in from the Mind Link, coming in from the Acid Gullet Circle, can be really
Demolish,
questionable and
boom.
actually very scary, but it's not something that Igloo can't be able to heal through.
This is not
There's a
where
really
arms
smart thing
shines,
there.
that's for
If you-
sure.
If you blinked, you might have missed it. He
But they got
bubbles
this.
off
It's
that
a win.
Mind Link, so he doesn't even have to run out. And now, Holy Moly, just have to deal with the rest of the Staghorn. as
Warrior
they're still in loss. And a
superiority.
couple of mistakes from Perplex set them behind, and Holy Moly are able to
I'm gonna
capitalize
put that
on it,
in
going
the
up 1-0 versus Perplex
other chat
again
too.
for the second day
Let's
in a row.
go.
Holy Moly continuing that trend as they are no doubt making Perplex go holy moly. I mean, this was a phenomenal map from them. They just seem to keep gaining more and more momentum, and Perplexed can't afford to falter here. But this will go to Holy Moly, and we'll have to see if Perplexed can pull themselves up and continue to push forward. Now, looking at this, it was minor mistakes that set them apart. Well, maybe not
Wally
so
was
minor.
bottom
I mean,
DPS, but
little- what really jumped out at you from this particular run?
I think it was just the mistakes from Perplex.
5% battle shout
That's
buffs
a huge time loss.
on everyone.
And missing that
Wally-
Mistcaller
Wally
burn, that's
actually
another
did
pretty large time loss,
5%,
all
no,
things considered.
25%
And it was a
more
situation
damage
where I don't even think Perplexed
than
looked worse than they
it
were
shows
yesterday.
on
And
details.
if they get both of those things, I actually think that their time in this dungeon, that 10:45, if they get both of those things, I
Oh.
believe that they are faster than where Holy
Battle
Moly
shout
were.
buffs,
So
whatever.
that's a situation where it's just those very, very minor mistakes. that ended up holding them back. And I think that even if they get one of those, they maybe still were going to be looking to win, but both of them just really solidified the fact that they were going to be losing.
Yeah, I mean, it stacks so much on there as we saw, and it's ironic with all of the things that you were observing in this particular map. What were some of your thoughts?
Dude, Holy Moly is so good at just doing the little things right and securing those tiny advantages over the course of a key. And also just, again, zero deaths, but keeping things clean. The Warrior tech and miss has been so good for them. And it starts off right at the start of the key. Warrior absolutely blasting this pack. They get through this trash pack maybe 5 seconds faster than Perplexed, which you wouldn't think is that big of a deal. But when you factor in the second affix spawn of this dungeon coming in on that second trash pack, they're actually able to take this entire buff from the Xalatas Bargain affix, chain the extents of that debuff duration until the last second when they actually
Probably
kill
right,
the boss,
Mita.
which lets them get a ton of cleave damage on top of Ingram Malik from sweeping strikes on the Warrior, as well as just random double targets from the Prot Paladin and the Enhanced Shaman. They had the boss at 74% when they started the damage burst on that boss.
I think Revis is still goated, but Wally is very much up there. I think the difference between like the top players
just failing the maze
isn't
this might
that
cost
big, you know.
At least an entire death's worth of time, and then in addition to that, not making the skip on the final guessing game of the encounter as well probably cost them another 15 seconds or so. All
Bro,
in
this
all,
trash on the boss is huge, by the way.
it's
That
huge.
was an insane time save.
You have to make
No, he's
value
on DK
from
now,
the
right?
first DK
Yeah, that's a
That's
DK.
why you played in this key. You have to be able to get those 2 minutes with trash on top of the boss, and they did a good job getting value out of it. But it just wasn't enough. I mean, this is really where it just kind of was sealed, right? Not being able to beat the guessing game skip. I don't know what it was, but just the damage wasn't there for them. This Perplexed team, they are so good. And I want to point out the difference between this run and yesterday's run in Mists of Tyrannus Scythe. Our 2 times yesterday for these teams, Perplexed won with a 1050. Holy Moly lost with a 1050.
P-Love better than Revis?
1027.
Surely that's
Holy
Cope.
Moly.
He's probably a much better entertainer.
1045 for Perplexed, so they both improved. But Holy Moly was able to get the better of them, and that's a scary prospect for Perplexed when we see what our map is coming up next. It's the Stone Vault, which was another one of those keys that Perplexed was barely able to eke out by mere
Although
seconds,
actually I don't know
8
much
seconds
about P-Love.
between
Maybe
the
he's
time
better than I give him
and our
credit for.
quarterfinals yesterday. Has Holy Moly found 25 seconds in this key as well?
I mean, we can hope that they've figured out how to even narrow it down more, but where Holy Moly is pulling this time from just continues to astound me, I think. I mean, it's tough here because Perplexed, they have gotten this far so many times, but
Boomy is a gamer? Oh yeah, for sure.
I mean, are they
Boomy
getting
did really good
ahead? I
in the
don't know,
race.
like, Nagura, do you feel like Perplexed, because they had that knockdown, that they kind of lost some of their steam, or how do you think that they can get back in this and take down Holy Moly?
I feel like I've fallen off.
Yeah, so this is
Not
going
as
to
good
be
as I once
difficult
was.
for them. I do wonder if maybe like the disconnect that we saw from Mashine earlier maybe is playing on it, but it shouldn't, right? Like they're a veteran team and they should be able to recover from this and should be able to just get their head back into the game and be able to not have that affect them, right? So they should be able to get back into this.
I
and
did see
win
that,
Stone
not
Vault.
touchy,
But
but
the
it wasn't my
Stone Vault,
list. I
in
didn't.
my opinion,
All I did
is
was
slightly
complete the
favored
list,
to
you know?
Holy Moly, just
Someone
because
else
Holy Moly
made
has played
the
this dungeon
templates, and I just used the
4 times
templates.
already. And Perplex has only played it once, and the one time they played it, they did win against Holy Moly. But the other, if you look at all of the times that
But the thing is, I'm getting older and everyone else is
two
not.
of them they were
So,
faster than what Perplex
it
did
is what it is,
whenever
you
they
know.
won against them. So I do technically think that Holy Moly has a little bit of the faster strategy here. But of course, Perplex could also have improved their strat today. Like we've seen both of the teams also improve their strat in Mists, right? I still think this is going to be a super close one, but Perplex cannot be making
I'm 17, what do you mean?
those
No, I'm
mistakes. Like,
32,
they
dude.
cannot, have any deaths, they cannot have any like wrong maze walks, they cannot miss those guessing games. Like they have to be on point to be able to win this next dungeon here against Holy Moly.
This is going to be the one that proves it. Perplexed, they have continually gotten to this point and never been able to seal the deal. Will this be the time that they overcome these challenges and they finally
You're 27 and better than ever? 27?
Holy
Sounds
moly,
like
coming
peaking.
in here, absolutely making us exclaim it time and time again with their fast runs, their clean gameplay. But Both of these teams have to put it all on the line here. You know, Zyronic, give us your thoughts as we set up for the match.
One final thought before we get into it. We know Holy Moly's been practicing these keys. Perplexed did not have a super clean run yesterday. Remember,
Stonevolt again.
Pull after the first boss, Wolftisco died, lost his Spymaster stacks. That didn't let them get the clean one phase on Skarmorak. Perplexed can probably...
Holy Moly is fresh off a whole... sorry, a
if they keep it
Stonevolt, right? They did a Stonevolt just before this series started.
No pressure. They have to do this flawlessly because the competition is fierce. If Holy Moly wins it, they'll be taking this and continuing on. Tettles,
not the same comps.
All right, so right off the bat, like Zyronic mentioned, we are seeing a deviation in terms of composition for these two teams. We're seeing the Unholy Death Knight on the side of Holy Moly, and we are seeing the Destruction Warlock on the side of Perplexed. Again, like Zyronic mentioned, that Destruction Warlock really comes online in that Skarmorak wing. You're able to one-phase the Skarmorak prior to the Fortified Shell coming off. That's why we're seeing the difference between the compositions here. Both of the specializations do mostly the same stuff. You know, you're utilizing them for large AoE engines to allow your single target specialists in that Assassination Rogue and the Enhancement Shaman to kind of hold their offensive CDs for the bosses potentially. And Perplexed here, they have to play perfect. They've used all of their potential mistakes in that Mist of Tyrannus Scythe.
They pulled the boss pretty much at the same time
to make any more of them in this series.
Yeah, they're definitely not able to make any mistakes here, as Holy Moly did manage to finish off the golem slightly quicker, meaning that they also were able to engage Edna a little bit faster. It was only a couple of seconds, so not too major of a difference there. Perplexed ahead in boss damage though, so definitely a little bit more boss damage for them. Holy Moly and of course Perplexed as well, holding on to the Bloodlust like we've seen very commonly for all of these teams, saving it for that very, very dangerous Skarmorak pull.
Yeah, so Holy Moly is going to catch up a little bit in terms of boss damage once that Dark Transformation, that Unholy Assault come up for the Unholy DK. So something that we kind of talk about a little bit is just cooldown usage. So right off the bat, we saw the Enhancement Shaman
Wally
and
about
then
to get
the
his
AoE
130s.
specialist, the Duster Warlock or the Unholy DK, utilizing their offensive cooldowns on the first pull of this dungeon. And for both teams, we actually saw the Assassination Rogues holding those cooldowns to do more boss damage just in general whenever they were taking that trash on top of the boss. Now, for the Warlock, Assassination Rogue Enhancement Shaman composition, your strategy is
it's
very
so close,
clear.
right?
Every 2 minutes, whenever you have your 2s up, you pull as large as possible and you just play around that. For Holy Moly, the Unholy DK has their cooldowns a little bit desynced from the rest of the group. Being
If Perplexed makes no mistakes, they probably win this by over 30 seconds.
And so
Let's
there's
see.
these tweener pulls, these in-between pulls that are going
They
to
have
be really, really
probably
solid.
they probably have a
Holy
better
Death
time
Knight,
than Holy Moly, right?
Of which they're going to have
At their
just
best.
this large pop-off potential where the, you know, the...
But
the
right now
Warlock
it looks
would
very
have to hold
equal.
their cooldowns for a little bit,
Ooh, wow.
or maybe
They shot
they
ahead
might
a little
not
bit
even
here.
have CDs available at that point.
You crazy for thinking DK is an overrated class?
Off the boss a couple of seconds before
Nah.
Holy Moly here. Holy Moly
I think
also
it's-
popping that affix there at the very end.
I feel like
which
Frost
means that they're gonna be
maybe
able to get that
is
full
slightly
stack into
overrated
the
for
next
these
boss.
kind
Perplexed
of
got it slightly earlier, and it's going to be running out in a couple of seconds. So Holy Moly probably
low
able
keys, you
to
know?
catch up a little bit.
You
on
need
the
a high
next pull
key
because of the duration of the buff here. If they can carry
For
it
mobs
all
to
the
actually
way
live
through.
long enough for your breath
Holy
to
Moly's had
get good value.
slightly better ascendance.
But that's
orb
Frost.
spawning throughout the entire key. We even saw it like.
I don't
when
think
it spawned on the boss,
Unholy
it
is
seemed like it was
overrated, no.
Slightly Holy Moly favored. It lined up really well with the Assassination Rogue's offensive cooldowns, where Perplexed had theirs show up.
Wally
just a
popped off
hair
here, yeah.
Behind. There is a little bit of variance in terms of the orb spawning, but look at this pull on the left side of Perplexed. So so Perplexed is going to have -1 pull under Holy Moly's route, just due to the fact that they do this incredibly large trash pull into this forge loader. They pull all of this trash into the corner. They end up getting that 10% versatility buff, and this is a huge damage.
Yeah,
deal
they've gained so much
for this
time
team.
here.
That's why the teams run into this area immediately, is to allow them to get that 10% versatility buff. Holy Moly on the right side of the screen, they're grabbing double forge loader, and they get a lot more trash in this area. Because the double forge loader just gives so much count, but Perplexed are going to have Master Machinists pulled noticeably faster. So is the strategy of Holy Moly doing 2 smaller pulls with this composition, with the Unholy DK, with the 45s in the minute, going to allow them to come back and match where Perplexed are and Master Machinists? It's really, really interesting. Holy Moly is also going to have a little bit more count coming out of this area, allowing them to do a slightly smaller Skarmorak pull.
Yeah, no, I think Perplex strat is just faster.
Just doing as well, because we of course have the 2 bosses and all of the range casters that they've pulled, the triple pack that they moved into the boss here. We did see the gathering was a little bit dangerous, as some of the casters were just casting those alloy bolts from the back, but they did manage to stack up everything now and did also execute that pull. So all of the trash is now dead. And they only have the boss.
Did they take the buff?
Which is of course not going to be a big issue for Perplexed.
Holy moly, forgot the buff.
Holy moly now also
did they actually?
That same pull on their side.
3 people just said
they
it.
also managed to gather up all of the ranged casters on top. Once they're stacked up, not too big of a deal anymore, as we see all of the sigils coming through from the Vengeance Demon Hunter.
So for Perplexed and Holy Moly actually leaving this area, since Holy Moly killed both of those Forge Loaders off, they're actually going to have an easier path to leave this area. And that'll probably end up saving them 5 seconds. It actually kind of depends on the path of where the loader is. That's on that left side whenever you're exiting this arena. And if the loader's in a terrible position, then you can actually lose a bit more time. Where Holy Moly, their path
There's no buff here, right? I don't see a 10-minute buff.
A way more direct route, since they don't have those Forge Loaders that they have to worry about. They are just going to be able to mine suit that pack and then just be able to jump in that minecart immediately without any problem.
I guess they lost this one.
Let's see how Perplexed Patrol looks.
That's also a little bit of a time set there, having the Warlock being able to use that gate to get back, right?
Great.
That's something. Yeah, that's actually really nice. Perplex being able to move through here very nicely, not having to wait around any seconds. So getting the gate plus a good patrol, very good for them. We do see
you
teams position themselves.
You can't overcome that 10% versatility buff.
Trash pack. Right, we did see some issues with this skip before, but Divine jumping through, using that Shadow Melt should be nicely done here. Don't think that Divine is going to be in combat anymore. We see the Shroud coming through as well, and this is the Skarmorak pull. This is what we've been talking about.
Yeah, so what are the most important things to be watching for on this pull, Nigger? What makes this pull so dangerous?
Well, first of all, we do have the spoilers and all of this trash coming in, which cast AoE onto the whole group. That's an insane amount of damage. But on top of that, we also have Skarmorak just existing, right? Which just also does a lot of damage to the group. And then you have all of these casters that have to be interrupted as well. On top of having the AoE that has to be dodged out of. You have all of these curses going out onto the group, doing another insane amount of damage. But there we go. They just burned through the spoilers so quickly. That was absolutely insane.
What the hell?
Damage coming through by Wolf Disco here. Look, the last is.
Are they going to kill it before the shield?
And Skarmorak is going to be dying before that fortified shell. This is actually insane. Perplex not even
that's insane.
One single 45
That's crazy.
shell on Skarmorak. This is crazy. They saved so much time there.
I mean, dude, they're a full Skarmorak ahead of Holy Moly, and Wally going down on the side of Holy Moly.
Oh, Wally died?
Colossal time loss for them.
What did he die from?
Now, Perplex was able to beat the boss before the fortified shell. Now,
Skill issue detected.
First off,
oh no.
DK. Their DKs they're easy.
Looks like he died from a swirly.
Instead, they're gonna have to use those jumper cables to get him back up. But he lost his bloodlust. He lost all of his offensive CDs, and this is going to cast into a near wipe for Holy Moly. I think this might end up turning into a full wipe for them. But Perplexed. This is
Game
huge.
3.
This is the point where we were talking about they couldn't have any mistakes at all. They were able to get through their Skarmorak perfectly on the side of Holy Moly. This is a tragedy for them. They are able to get Soda onked and rezzed, but I don't even know if they're going to be able to make it through this boss. This Void Discharge shield is huge, and it's just ramping up over time.
You've been looking at my Colossus keys?
Single pulse of that Void Discharge hitting the players lower and lower, and it's going to be inevitable for Teef going down on the side of Holy Moly. But this is great for Perplex. I mean,
overpower usage.
Evening up the series here just as soon as we are able to finish off Void Speaker Eirik.
Honestly, I'm not sure if
when you're playing without Dreadnoughts, it is
even
behind Cleave and Mortal Strike.
Just considering how incredible that was by Perplex, not getting that 45 shell,
in AoE.
Absolutely nuking through that pool with that Dasher Warlock pick. I do think Holy Moly would have had a really difficult time competing with Perplex here, even if they executed this.
The last dungeon, I don't remember.
Insane run. They are moving forward, pulling Eirik here as well. Of course, no Bloodlust available as they've used it on Skarmorak. But yeah, this is
I don't think I like Dreadnoughts on Colossus Arms.
The best time so far is from Mandatory, actually. 10 minutes 37.
Oh yeah, it's Grim. Yeah.
And they're going to be beating that very cleanly, I think, in my... Like, they're already on 77% on Eirik. That boss, the trash is going to be melting passively. So I do think we're going to see a new best here.
Is this a perfect run? Like, I feel like this is a perfect run.
It looks very good.
That's insane speed, though, on Perplex side, no?
You know what's also crazy about this this run? This is a map that will end up evening up the amount of
it's going to be like 10 minutes.
times in dungeons up to 3 to 3 between between Mandatory and Perplexed. So that's actually a huge thing too, because we kind of talk about it. We talked about at the top of the show about how even these teams were, where Mandatory actually were favored in a lot of dungeons in terms of just the amount of time that they were having in a lot of the keys. But now Perplexed really putting everybody on full notice on how fast their Stone Vault is.
Yeah, this is a very good run by Perplexed. The boss is the only thing left between them and making it into that third game here in this lower final. Holy moly, of course. I mean, their strat is also incredibly good, right? They definitely did have a chance.
What the hell is
of
happening with the camera on Holy Moly side?
I mean, Perplexed,
They're just following Wally's AD-ADing.
Holy moly, in my opinion, that is favored in here, but I guess I really have to eat my words because that run was incredible as the boss is dropping lower and lower, and they almost, I mean, they were so close to actually have a sub 10 minute Stone Vault here as they're finishing off the boss at 10 minutes and 6 seconds.
That was a perfect run. I don't even think you can even say anything bad about that run for Perplexed. That was crazy.
You cannot. Perplexed knew they had to bring it, and they did. You know, Nagura is saying, well, you just have to play perfect and nail the dungeon. And Perplexed was like, yeah, all right, bet. And they just did it. I mean, incredible run here from Perplexed.
Very strong run from them.
The type of play we want to see from them.
4.7, 4.4.
And not just a runner.
Actually insane.
Incredible here. Now, Tettles, everything about this was amazing. The damage, the pre-shell burn on Skarm, the best run time in Stonefall, all of this. But what do you think contributed to this perfect run from Perplexed?
Well, I think it's, like you were saying, missing the fortified shell. I also think one of the big things that they're doing that other teams aren't is they're actually -1 pull due to Divine just having the courage to do that entire Master Machinist swing in one trash pull and then taking all of that trash into the boss. That is a pull that basically no other tank does because those Forge Hands stack up an increased damage taken debuff on your tank. And so it is really, really sketchy whenever you're doing it. It's like Divine, he's on a timer. He can only live for probably 45 seconds total on that fight, and he might die during the gather because that pull is so just volatile. And I think that is the
Divine is an absolute gamer.
The fastest team this season in that dungeon is because they are -1 pull over the other teams.
That pull is a massive difference for sure.
And yeah, looking at that gameplay from him was phenomenal. Yeah, Zyronic, go.
Man, what a run! I think a perfect Stone Vault is the best way to put it. We knew there was potential after we saw their run yesterday. We knew that Wolf Disco didn't quite go
third
for the
map. He stays on DK, I guess.
As of yesterday. And you know, we normally run a replay package of the whole dungeon, but instead of that, let's just watch the perfection of this pull here. The gather. These two giant pulls they do in this key are something that nobody else is doing.
Does he like loss behind this pillar here?
By the fact that
there's like a little loss here. So everything comes in. I didn't know that.
All you need is 2 buttons, man. It's Cataclysm and Rain of Fire. And you just keep spamming those buttons over and over again, and you're good to go. It's really easy rotation, and really you can spend the rest of your time just thinking about living. And once again, onto Skarmorak here, they've got the 40 stacks prepped for this boss of that Spymaster's Web Trinket instead of like the maybe 15 to 20 they had yesterday after he died. And I believe this is the highest burst number we've seen for AoE out of anybody at about 31.5 million DPS. Almost hit 32. And he probably would have kept rising too if the trash lived a little bit longer because he still had engines left. He was spawning more Infernals from Reign of Chaos. But the thing that's really interesting about the build that Wolf Disco is playing is he's not really AoE focused. He's actually more focused on single target. He could spec into more AoE if he wanted to. I'll show a little bit more about that afterwards. But the fact that they were able to get this one phase before the boss even started casting the Fortified Shell was just insane. That's the cleanest we've ever seen it done. The cleanest dungeon of Stone Vault that we've ever seen done. Of course, holy moly, we gotta clip this for them because this is a team that we never see.
Oh yeah, without the affix buff too, yep.
This is out of the ordinary for them as well. Had a mistake on the boss. The Despoiler were still alive when they got to the Fortified Shell. That's a recipe for disaster.
Oof, Void Outburst and Discharge at the same time.
They were so far ahead after one facing Skarmorak. It was just a masterclass of a performance from them. But yeah, going into the talents here.
Decent map.
You can spec into more AoE, but look at the build that he's running here. He's got the 2 Soulfire talents, of course, Soulfire and Decimation, allowing you to have more of that single target star generation. He's also playing Chaos Incarnate, which is something that you really only play in pure single target situations. It does buff your Rain of Fire damage a little bit, but really it's mainly played for single target. You can spec into things like Fire and Brimstone so that your Incinerate hits a whole bunch of targets on AoE, but he wasn't playing that. He was playing pure single target. He was also running Mayhem for a little bit of havoc damage on the 2-target boss. Warlock's just a great spec for this key, and of course, let's hover over the Spymaster's Web, probably the best trinket we've ever seen for casters in the game. 40 stacks of that trinket, it's 40,000 intellect when you press it, man. That's a crazy amount of main stat. What a dungeon from Perplex there. If they can play like that,
intriguing Mog, someone
dungeon,
says.
man,
Yeah, I don't like the Mog.
Definitely going to the grand finals, but you know, Holy Moly can get it back together. It's gonna be a close.
A Grim Batol.
Will be coming up, and yeah,
10.
I mean, I love seeing these two go to that third because it's going to be amazing, and they are going to be going into Grim Batol. So another one where we've seen a lot of volatility here. I mean, Tuttles, this performance that they've just had coming
The
into
Mog
this
is just the
one,
most
what do you
recent
kind
tier
of
set,
expect?
really?
I think
Damn.
Grim Batol is always. I think Grim Batol's been the counter pick for Perplex this weekend. I feel like this was the dungeon that they, whenever they were done cooking their strategy for this, they were like, "This is the dungeon that we will beat every single team on every single time." And I think it comes down to the Warlock strategy. It comes down to their consistency in the dungeon, and it comes down to like, how
the
they're
lock Mog,
gathering
yeah.
and dealing with all of the mobs. And whenever we saw them versus Mandatory, that was the
Thoughts
map
on
they
Warrior
took
at the
off of
moment?
Mandatory in the upper
Arms?
finals earlier today, and I think that this is a dungeon
Not fun
where
to
if
play.
you're Holy Moly, you are so
Not good enough
scared
single
to
target
play
in
Perplex in this dungeon
in
because they
AoE.
are so
Sorry,
fast.
in M+, that is.
Yeah, that quickness,
Not
I
tanky
mean,
enough for
we've
M+.
seen them go through it just like you were saying, and
Warrior?
it's got to be intimidating.
Sorry, Fury
but
Warrior.
Holy moly, I mean, like we said,
Not
this is
really
a
enough overall
team
damage.
That I think has backed down from any of the
Tanky
challenges
enough.
so far. So,
Good prior
you know,
damage.
looking at them going into Grim Batol, are
Good
there
in raid,
any
very good in raid.
strategies or things that we've seen from
But-
this particular dungeon that, you know, Nagura, you think would be of great value to
Just
them as they look
decent
at it?
in M+.
So we haven't seen Holy Moly in Grim Batol
But
at all,
decent
so
is
that,
not
like,
meta,
I feel like
so-
that could be an advantage for them, right? Like they've seen
Hard
what
to gain invites, I
Perplex
guess?
does, they've seen what Mandatory does. They can take they can take things from both of these teams and just conjure up like this perfect route, this perfect strategy. But not sure if that's going to be the case. We'll see.
I don't know.
We'll see if they. I want to see if they play the Warlock, right? Because that's something that we haven't necessarily see them play before. But I also don't necessarily think that the Warlock is required here to be really quick, because Mandatory has had a really good run without the Warlock as well. And it looks like Holy
Let's see.
Moly is not playing that Warlock strat.
I'm not sure if we've seen Wally on the side.
Divine
of
Field
Holy Moly
leaped
actually
first.
electing to play that Warlock.
So I think
at all this
Perplex
season.
wins.
But right off the bat here, we have a very large trash hole, similar to what we saw in the Misted Tyrannus Scythe, where they don't really care about getting the full duration of the Bloodlust. They know the trash pack's going to be dead way before that, and so they're basically just pressing it earlier. That way it can come up for the final boss whenever they want it.
Yeah, definitely using that lust as fast as possible here. Or even, I think we saw Perplex pre-lust and Holy Moly use it like a couple of seconds into the key. So both of the teams are going to be having that up in just a moment. Now we're going to see the strategy where both the tanks on the Vengeance Demon Hunters are going to be gathering up.
I think Holy Moly finished up pull a little bit earlier. And also they did more percentage.
Yeah, I thought that Teef was actually with his group, but you can actually see him targeted on the right side, that he is actually setting up one of those pulls. I was kind of interested in seeing if they were actually going to do the 5 dragon riding situation instead, but no. I feel like you have to kill these dragons with with this. Yeah, he's right there.
Mm-hmm. And there we go, both teams having their Vengeance Demon Hunters gather up this whole trash, which can be super scary for them. Of course, they're alone, so they're not going to be able to get any kind of help from the healer or from any kind of CC.
The Grim Batol tech is
Both
pretty
of them
cool.
doing a great job.
Percentage is
finishing
about
off
the
that
same
pull.
now.
Divine Field actually not being able to fully finish off some of these mobs here, as 2 brutes are still alive, but shouldn't be too big of a problem, as now they're going to be moving into that first boss. But maybe because they missed the damage on them, they're going to be a little bit slower at engaging the boss on Perplexed side, actually.
Pack also looks a little bit higher HP than it is for Holy Moly. Holy Moly maybe ended up getting more of those 2 shots shot into that 5-pack like you were alluding to here. And both of the teams have engaged General Umbrus. You're really hoping for good RNG, and right off the bat, immediately, Holy Moly have to move all the way across the room. This is not the RNG you're hoping to see. You basically want the first couple of quadrants that you're safe in to spawn right on top of you. That way you don't have to like drag this trash pack a very far distance. In addition to that, we also have the Oblivion Orbs, which, depending on where they spawn, can actually funnel in really weird ways.
Yeah,
Now they go for the pack with the affix buff.
Bad RNG at the start there, as both of them had to move the boss across. So, which means it will even out again between the teams, which is great to see for the competition. But we do see Holy Moly being able to get those 10 stack buff, while Perplex only managed to get the 8 stacks because of that move.
Wally's pillar is running now.
Looking at the boss DPS, Holy Moly slightly ahead, getting a little bit of an edge here as they're able to finish off the boss slightly quicker. Yeah, Perplex definitely slowing down the damage there at the very end.
Yeah, doing a little bit of a cooldown check. It looks like everybody on the side of Perplexed ended up pressing their 2s about the same time, where Holy Moly had their cooldowns a little bit, I would say a little bit desynced. They actually had theirs coming up about the same point too, all about the 115 mark. The DK pressed his Breath of Cinder Ghost a little bit earlier than the rest of the group pressing their offensive CDs, but it's not going to be anything to write home about. It's, you know, plus or minus 5 seconds. It's going to be coming up about the same time. So now let's see the difference in strategy here. Holy Moly are actually grabbing double 3-pack into the Molten Giant. This is a ton of casters. With triple Beguiler, double Earthcaller, you're kind of on a timer.
Wally doesn't have much here, but he does have pillar. Oh, he's still owning with the pillar. Just pillar.
These small mobs
insane, dude.
But
wait, what the hell? How do you even do 6 million DPS
these flame renders
without breath?
A massive tank hit on top of the Molten Giant's Molten Fist cast.
Insane, dude.
And so those things are something that you have to really watch out for, as you could have tank deaths to this part of the dungeon.
Perplex gathering up the same pull on their side, even though they were a little bit slower, of course, because of that boss split difference that we've seen 11 seconds in favor of Holy Moly there. Holy Moly now also engaging Forge Master Thrungus.
Just get RM resets 5 times in a row? Yeah, I guess so.
That is standing right there on their side as well. Perplex doing the same now on their side. But we do know that Perplex is going to be doing something different later with that skip.
Yeah.
I think Holy Moly is actually doing the same thing, but without the gate.
Holy Moly have a lot more.
I
mean, their count's really high. I don't know what they're going to be looking to skip is the thing. So Perplex, whenever they're doing this, they're actually skipping like one of the lava benders and a couple of warlocks, I believe.
Here's Wally's breath.
Maybe it's one of the 3-packs and a couple of warlocks, where a lot of the other teams end up playing that double lava bender into the first pull that's like after the Thrungus area. So I wonder what Holy Moly is going to do with all this bonus count that they've gathered.
That breath was without pillar,
we
though.
saw mandatory earlier. They ended up playing a lot less of this trash that was in this Forge Master Thrungus wing.
His breath is still going.
The difference here is, right, Perplexed, or generally the difference is that sometimes we see it.
His Remorseless Winter is still going too.
Right, as you mentioned.
No, his pillar is up.
That one pool,
okay, so he managed to actually chain that breath into his next pillar. That's huge.
A much larger pull right after Thrungus, while the teams that tend to do that Molten Giant pull that we see both Perplexed and Holy Moly do.
Strong.
They're skipping the trash here at the start. So we're going to see a Shroud here from Holy Moly, and they're going to be skipping the starting area, doing a little bit of a smaller pull, while Perplexed is going to be doing the gateway strategy on their side, very likely after this.
I mean, look at this. Holy moly here. They're actually going for the double lava bender pull. A very, very dangerous pull indeed. And the fact that they don't have any offensive cooldowns really sketches me out with this double lava bender. This is probably the hardest mob in this entire dungeon. Just the amount of damage that it does, especially whenever it goes into the Ascendant.
How's it going? Pretty well. I'm enjoying this.
AoE for an insane amount. On top of that, the circles that come out while the lava bender is pulsing that AoE do a lot more damage. And so that's actually very scary. And Perplexed, like
Holy moly, it's a bigger pull here again.
They're able to actually get this pack dealt with a lot faster off the back of them doing a smaller pull and just getting it gathered quicker. And now you see that gate on the left side, allowing them to pull a bonus Twilight Destroyer.
Yeah, so this is very well that Holy Moly.
That felt a bit slow at the end for Holy Moly.
It took it so long to gather up with the rest of the trash pack, right? So they had to finish up that last lava bender. That cost them quite a few.
Children is standing next to in game, farming those secret pets. Nice.
Dude,
he does those things. He's a gamer. He like completed the map so fast at the start of this expansion.
That dragon's pretty good count relative to where it's placed in the dungeon.
Wally has breath here.
Like one of the corruptors.
Gigadam.
Oh, dude, if you can skip that, that's good value. Hold on.
Right?
We're cooking.
If you skip 2 corruptors and then pull the other 2 corruptors into the boss, I think that would be really insane if they're able to do that.
So look at this. They're 5% enemy forces ahead of where Perplexed are going into this fight. Both teams are grabbing the double lava bender. This is fairly
now. It just
for
depends
MDI
on
level teams to be grabbing this double lava bender. Basically, what you're going to be doing is you're going to be pushing both of them together. You would
Holy moly can get something good out of the extra 5% that they got.
Pushing them basically together, and then as Dragon
Both runs are
dies,
perfect
then
so
you
far.
just kind of focus down the lava benders. So your main prio right here, instead of doing damage to the lava bender, is actually just getting the boss pushed to where you have that dragon spawning. Look on the left side of the screen here. We have Perplexed. They still have one of those lava benders alive at about 20% HP as Valiona spawns. Now here's the
Lockett
general
MVP.
sequencing for this part of the fight.
Yeah, he's done
They're
some
gonna
heavy
wait
lifting
the
for sure.
first couple of waves of tornadoes to spawn. They're going to wait for the first set of these adds to spawn as well. And once they end up killing off these adds, they're going to get knocked back. But then they're going to grab a 6-pack into this boss. The 6-pack includes 2 Beguilers, 2 Warlocks, and 2 Enforcers.
Nice.
So a very dangerous 6-pack. But with all of the offensive CDs available to Perplex, they just have the Ascendants. That should actually be able to be erased. I think they're also going to commit the Infernal. We at least saw them commit the Infernal earlier today whenever they were doing this poll. So it's kind of a situation
Wally's
where they just press
holding
their CDs on
his
CD,
pillar
but they have that Ascendance
for
available
the
immediately here.
pack to be added on, I guess.
Yeah, let's see if they can execute this pull as all of this trash has been gathered up. 2 of the affix debuffs actually going through to the trash. Not ideal, as it's going to make it a little bit more difficult, but we do see the AoE CC coming through.
Thief is not
So
pulling the
one
next
of the,
pack.
enchanters there, not
Yeah,
gathering
the
up
boss
all the
health
way, so they need to make
is
sure they finish
not
that one
good
off before it can cause any kind of
for Holy
trouble,
Moly right now.
as they do get some AoE through onto the
They don't get
group.
to skip a
Holy Moly
corruptor
now
pack today.
also gathering up that same pull on their side. And they're going to be so high on trash. Let's see if they can execute it, though, as we do see some issues,
What are
but
we-
were able to recover.
What are we doing with all this count? Like
We
quite
will
literally,
see
like,
it.
they have so much trash. Like 4% ahead of where Perplexed are. I think it's going to allow them to skip a Twilight Drake. That's the only thing that I could even imagine that they're looking to
Yeah.
skip. Maybe you're right though. Maybe there is some cook with the Corruptor skip. Because look at Perplexed here. They're pulling into the double faceless Corruptors, and they really need to make sure that they're not getting mind
Triple
control
pull
here.
into boss.
Yeah, definitely have to watch out for that, as
What's
Holy
Holy
Moly
Moly
is
doing?
using that shroud, and they did walk through, gathering up the corruptors. Let's see
Wait,
how many
what?
corruptors they're pulling. They are moving forward. This is going to be the second corruptor. And yeah, we did skip the dragon. I don't know. This is very interesting. Perplexed is about to finish off their corruptors already on their side, though. Again, 2 buffs going through to the corruptors, not being able to get that full stack on that
Yeah.
affix buff for Perplexed, unfortunately.
Look for Perplexed here. This is a very subtle but important thing. You see Divine, he pressed meld there. What he does is he tags these hatchlings and then immediately melds them off. Whenever you engage them in
Oh, there
combat
it is.
and then meld them off,
They're gonna-
it makes it to where
okay.
they don't drop that increased shadow damage taken debuff onto your player.
Wait,
That is then going to
100%
allow Perplexed
count?
to pull the double corruptors into the boss. And look at this.
They're
as
just
the
gonna
boss
skip
has been
that trash
engaged,
altogether.
They're gonna have their bloodlust in about 10 seconds. The very sketchy part of doing the double corruptors into the boss is the mind control. You can actually get mind controlled by
They're
these circles
skipping
that these
them.
corruptors drop. Oh my god, and holy
That's-
moly, have
that doesn't
skipped the
sound very
corruptors.
valuable,
They actually don't
but
want anything to
it
do with
might
it.
give them
Team
more
ends up
single
melding
target.
Those corruptors off, and now holy moly, you're gonna have the opportunity to bloodlust a pure single target boss, and they are racing Perplexed to the finish here.
This is going to be so close now. Perplexed does have those corruptors on the boss now.
Like pure single
Usually
targeting.
pulling stuff on top of the boss is actually very nice, and you're going to be able to
Uh-oh.
leave them off passively.
Igloo
because
just got-
it's
Igloo got picked up by the
incredibly
tentacle.
dangerous.
Uh-oh. Igloo?
Is he dead?
Igloo?
Igloo might
Okay,
die here.
yeah,
oh my
Igloo.
god. Oh my god.
I think
He's alive. Okay, he's
I
alive.
think Holy
The
Moly
boss
strat is
still
too
so
slow.
high for Holy
Because
Moly,
like
though,
pulling
as
a
the
pack
damage is
into
still
the boss
running.
and passively
Look at
passively
Perplexed.
cleaving it down.
Perplexed has the boss already down to 30%. Those corruptors
Is
are down
better.
dead as well
It's
on
more
their side. They're
efficient.
just looking so strong. I don't think Holy Moly can catch up here, as the boss is just absolutely
Like
melting
it
for
does
Perplexed.
mean more
On
single
that
target
side,
damage if you can
there's
just
no
do
death
pure
penalty
single
on
target,
either
but
the teams.
I think
No death
none of
penalty.
those classes
And
really
that's
lose
it.
much
Perplexed
from
is finishing
AoE.
off the boss, and they're going to be moving on to the grand final here, winning against Holy Moly 2-1.
Perplexed, they needed to get another perfect run, and they did it. Even Holy Moly's amazing strats here, this idea of bulking up on that trash and waiting to the end, couldn't secure it. Perplexed were able to push on, and what seemed like it might be distant for them is now a reality as they look
Nice
to
run,
face
though.
off against Mandatory in the grand finals. This was such a good match. This whole series, I just want to take it and I just want to hug it because it's just so good.
Okay.
This is what you want to see. I mean, as we kind of look at this, a lot of amazing things just happened. But Tettles, what are some of the ones just right off the bat that come to mind for you?
I mean, I felt like Holy Moly absolutely played out of their minds there. That skip at the very end was a phenomenal one, and I feel like there is most of the other teams, every other team that is not named Perplexed, that Grim Batol run probably beats those teams. That was an incredibly impressive.
It's a
run by
plus
Holy
10,
Moly,
that one,
But
Captain
Perplexed,
Baller.
I talked about it being their counter pick. Their trump card that they're going to have over all of these other teams.
They were missing the
And
5% warrior
proved
buff.
why
They were
that is
actually.
their
They
best
were.
dungeon this weekend, and teams should be on notice and be looking to ban this out versus them because they are so fast with that Warlock strategy.
Yeah, that was incredibly played from both sides. Just an exhilarating match. And I mean, Zyronic, you were over there doing analysis on this, so what jumped out to you?
Let me just start off by saying I did predict Holy Moly to win this series, but I'm very happy that I predicted incorrectly. Perplex is one of the longest running teams, and the fact that they're able to play this well for two straight maps is
And
fantastic.
plus should be 6, not 5
and
players.
Something also to say
What?
about Holy Moly, the way they play, they're incredibly consistent. They have 0 death runs, but Perplexed has faster
More fun?
strategies, and if they're
Nah,
able to pull it
I don't
off
know.
with 0 deaths, this is what's going to happen.
I'm happy with 5.
And like Tuttles was alluding to, this Grim Batol, this is Perplexed Dungeon, man. This time 1053 that they put up, that is exactly the same time they had in the run against Mandatory earlier today. They are so good at this dungeon. If this shows up in the Grand Finals, which I think it is, I think Mandatory just have to ban it out. All in all, a fantastic key. Something we've been talking about, though, when it comes to the Warlock gameplay in general. We talk about the Spymaster's Press
Same
being
Mito.
used for AoE.
Just remove
In
support.
this dungeon, they don't use them for AoE. They use them for single target damage. His 40 stack presses were on Forge Master Throngus for single target damage, and on Eridax for the single target damage. They just let the Warlock do single target damage. They don't need the AoE blast in this key to push anything in particular. It's just in general
Yeah.
a good class for
If you play well,
everything. And of course,
you can
the
re
gateway
you can
saves you
reduce
so
the
much
damage
time
you
in the middle
take
of the key as well.
by a lot.
Just all in all, a masterclass run for Perplexed. But, you know, shout out
As
to Holy
shown
Moly
with
in
the
general, man.
no
A new
healer
team
keys that are
coming
possible
into
to
the
do.
MDI first time playing together, being able
Even
to
on
finish
highish
third,
keys.
secure $30,000 for themselves. If this team sticks
Like,
together and plays more in the future, I think we're going to see.
It's very likely, I think,
they
that
were
they would play
thrashed.
no
Like,
healer.
this
I
team was
think
insane.
some teams would play no healer in some of these dungeons if they weren't banned from doing so.
Players that have played on other teams and had like pretty good success. But there's kind of this thing where you're like, whenever you jump into your first MDI, you kind of have like cohesion problems sometimes, and it's difficult to kind of start firing on all cylinders. But they just hit the ground running, and they just looked sick this entire season. That was a team that, if they get a lucky break one
There we
way
go.
or the other, they
As
could have made it
expected.
into the finals here. They could
Mandatory
actually
versus
the upper
Perplexed.
bracket even. Like,
Holy
this
moly, though.
team has been insane.
Not bad. They did good.
Absolutely. And I mean, the incredible competition, particularly from these top 3 mandatory
Enhances the
Holy
fair
Moly.
and balance
We've been
back.
saying it all day, anything
Or
could have
bare and
swayed,
balanced.
where we're going, oh, if just one mistake or this
Wait.
thing or that thing.
They,
Yeah.
they even 3-0'd Polish Mountain.
I know. Like, it's wild. it's unbelievable. They're just pulling
Perfect.
matches out of nowhere.
Best of 4.
They actually,
and
they actually
crushing them.
99-0'd them, I think, to match my
Yeah.
prediction.
You're right. Your prediction was correct. Yeah. No, I mean, this final matchup will be a best of. There it is. Look, it's not going to quite be a best of 99, but it will be a best of 5 between Mandatory and Perplexed, which will give both of these teams a lot of time to shine. But holy moly, although they are eliminated here right at the end, they will.
Holy
be
moly
our
lost because the
third
DK was
place
using now
and
UI, not
well-earned.
atrocity
I mean,
UI.
cohesion didn't even seem to be
Probably.
a question, and if they can just keep
AUI
it up from here, I
superiority.
think we're going to see phenomenal play from them. But this has been an amazing matchup. Mandatory Perplexed coming up in our grand finals. I mean, Nagura, these two teams, what do you think about this matchup between them?
Okay, this is gonna be.
Do you think the
difficult.
Colossus Plus will
I
be-
personally
make
think Perplex is playing phenomenally.
it a good
but
choice for M plus
Mandatory
Prot?
did
No.
have the time that Perplex had to use to be able to win that lower final, and they were able to practice for the final, right? So they were able to see what Perplex is doing against Holy Moly, and they were able to practice some of their runs. I do think the final map pool though is incredibly interesting. Like both of these
When
teams
does Echo plays?
have, like there's a lot of dungeons.
When does Echo
both
play?
of the teams have banned before.
Good question.
And some of the dungeons that we haven't seen them play at all, like the City of Threats. Neither of the teams
Wonder
have
if Echo
played
will
it,
make a
and it's
comeback.
in the final. We have
I guess it had to be
there,
without
which Perplex
Zalia.
has banned numerous times before. We have Dawnbreaker, which Mandatory is banned every single time they've seen it. So what are they gonna do? The map pool is gonna make this final a lot more interesting, in my opinion. And I do think we're gonna see, probably gonna go to 5 games, I think.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's ironic. What do you think? Going to 5?
I think it has the potential to. I don't know what I'm going to predict just yet, but I mean, these two teams are so closely matched. That match we saw at the start of the day today was fantastic. It could easily go all the way to 5 games.
It could. Tuttles, you know, I've asked the other two what.
I'm not sure how
you
to feel
go
about
to
this.
5?
It's kind of a situation where I think that mandatory might be able to close this out 3-0, but if Perplex actually are able to take one of the first maps, then they can end up making it to the Grim Batol.
What's my prediction?
And then that can actually end up turning it into a 3-2 series one way or the other, pretty easily. I think I see a lot of paths where it ends up being like 3-2 as opposed to. I think it's like either 3-0 or 3-2 is kind of how I'm feeling about this entire series.
I'm feeling a 3-1 either way.
So I tend to agree. I think it could go to Game 5 pretty reasonably.
Yeah, I agree too. I agree as well. And I think it's tough, you know, Perplexed, they've got to be feeling good coming off of this. This is like best
Channel
case,
point
worst
prediction.
case, lower bracket.
You can use
situation
the,
for them. So maybe that's the confidence boost
wait,
that they need.
I guess I can run a prediction thing here. But my prediction, sorry, my channel points don't mean anything.
So, you know, I think it'll go to 5 myself, but you know,
Let's
we're gonna have
see,
to wait till after the break to
Twitch
see. Before that, we are gonna
dashboard.
get in a quick. Whose spell is it anyway? So we're gonna get this
Start
in.
your prediction.
All of you can play with us too. We're gonna try to decipher the spell base. Yeah, we're really drawing it out, everybody. We're gonna just.
We had Chinese last time. What are we gonna
That
have?
was
This? We're gonna
crazy.
have Polish this time.
Dude, there's no way. I can't believe they gave us Chinese last time. What is that?
Okay, not Chinese, so might be harder though.
Your next Star Surge or no, it's a 1 minute.
This is Nature's Swiftness or Ancestral Swiftness. Oh, it's Nature's Swiftness. Ancestral Swiftness is 30 seconds.
Oh,
Okay.
your next
Regrowth or
Let's try Swift.
Nature Swiftness. I'm thinking Nature
Oh,
Swiftness.
come on, they're the same
Druid
thing.
Shaman. What color do you sense emanating from this talent?
Aren't Druid and Shaman Nature's Swiftness the exact same spell?
no? Oh, I mean it's kind of similar. I'm pretty sure it's the Shaman one. Because I think the Druid one is like, it's like regrowth, entangling roots, or something else. There's like a third spell that I can't remember what it is. And so I think it has to be the Shaman NS.
Okay.
Yeah,
I like
I think
that.
I stand by that. Yeah, I like that. All right, Nature Swiftness, Shaman.
Bang.
Locked
Please.
in.
Agreed.
Oh god, Dratus
Alright,
is
alright.
somewhere like face palming, thinking they're idiots.
Yeah, I'm Nature Swiftness locking in.
Okay.
Which class? Which class?
Which one?
Oh, Shaman. Sorry, Shaman.
Shaman. Okay.
That'd be Shaman.
I sent in a prediction for 5
It's
minutes,
not
yeah?
predatory, so-
Hey.
Nice.
We're so back. We're
Okay.
so back.
Love it.
All right.
Nature
Guys, I know this is
Swiftness,
a
let's
white claw
go.
With 3 talents. That's all I know. Watch this.
Hey, but you have 3.
Oh god.
Okay, well.
3 of them are like that. Oh no.
Well, hold on. One of them has four talons. One of them has 4 talons.
Okay, so it's
Yeah,
not
get
A.
going out.
It's not A. I have no idea what the
How
arm
many
looks like.
feathers
I don't
Okay.
think it's this one. That doesn't make sense.
Look at the top part
Yeah,
of the arm.
drumstick.
Oh
Oh
no.
no.
I feel like B is the most balanced in the
Oh.
frame, but I feel like
I mean, B looks 20 years old.
I'm gonna say C. It's C.
Nagura is really
See-
far from her mic. She has leaned all the way back.
I had to go away because usually you see these icons a lot smaller on your UI, right?
Is it
I'm
B?
like going away and squinting at it.
Oh.
I'm still betting C.
Hold on, let me get
I might be wrong.
back too. Yeah, good point.
Yeah, me too. Let me hold on.
Make that smaller.
Let's see.
Yeah,
Can we
yeah,
make it
perfect.
smaller? Smaller. Thank
Yeah,
you.
good point.
That's good right there. Right there. Right there.
I can see it.
It's D.
C.
I think
it's
it's D.
C. It's C.
Oh, what?
No, it's definitely
I
C.
think it
C
might
or
be C
D?
actually.
I have no
I
idea.
think
See,
this
it is- it's not
this
B,
just looks
that's-
out of place.
That's
This
too
thing
many
that's sticking out here.
jagged edges to be B for
It's
sure.
C.
D.
I'm guessing C.
I think
That actually really
I'm
helped. Can you
D.
make
Wally
it
did play
smaller
Warrior.
again?
Yes, he won the one Warrior map.
I'm gonna go C. I'm gonna go
Thank
C.
you.
C.
All right, I'm
C,
sticking
C
with D.
just looks right.
I agree. C looks right.
Yeah.
Tuttles, do you have any
Looks
guesses?
right.
Did you determine yours?
I'm gonna guess B, but I have no logic behind any of it. I feel like it's all just I'm clicking something.
Okay. All right.
It
Let's
could
see
be
what it
A
is.
for all I know, actually.
Oh gosh. Yeah. Watch like it's ironic.
No,
Oh,
it's B then.
wow, it's B.
It's B.
It's not A.
Oh wow.
That's
B
crazy.
are the winners.
All right,
Okay.
Tuttles, you got it.
For all the wrong reasons. For literally all the wrong reasons.
What are all those edges supposed to be? I don't.
Yeah. I don't know.
Where
It's
the
20
leg
years old,
got
man.
ripped off.
It's 20 years old. There's no way that there's any good reasoning for it.
Okay.
Maybe it's a
All right, it
roof.
was
So far,
not
people are
you.
betting 3-2 perplexed.
Oh, maybe.
The
That
most.
could be it. You know what? That could be it.
At least points
Nature
wise.
I think
swiftness?
it's a claw.
I mean,
Is it a
why would it be
tree
a claw?
stump? Oh my god.
It needs a tree.
Wait a second.
Is that a
Wait,
leaf?
this changes
No.
everything.
Hold on,
I
hold
would
on.
have said
Is
bee
it
if
actually
I knew this was a root.
is it
I thought it was like a.
stump? What is this?
I thought it was like a hand holding a healing spell. That's what I always
I
thought
thought
it
it
was.
was
I thought it was
It's
a hand.
like it's a talent, like a
Well, yeah, a
crazed
claw
talent,
casting a
right?
healing
Like
spell.
I thought it was
like
a claw
like
thing
it's
as
like
well.
Swift, like a bird.
But it's nature swiftness.
Yeah,
I
the
mean,
mirror.
birds are part of nature, Tettles.
I don't know what nature you go into. I live in a concrete jungle. Hello? There's no birds here.
I live in literally the same jungle as you. We live in the same city. All right, everybody. We have had a great day today, but it's only going to get better. We have our grand finals coming up after a short break. This is going to be the series that settles
Wait.
our Season 1 Mythic Dungeon.
Her sound is
International once
desynced.
and for all. So, after the break, make sure to be here to find out who is going to take that first place.
No. I'm never gonna be able to unsee that now. Oh, not a long break. What is this song? I never heard this version. Whoop 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 whoop. Or an ad? Nah. Ads are just auto-run on this channel. I'm not micromanaging that. Too much brain power needed. Too much effort. Wow. You guys spent a lot of points. Look at this. The return ratio on this is big. Yeah, ads in this channel for me is 3 minutes per hour. Twitch keeps suggesting that I should increase it. I'm not doing that. I feel like 3 per hour is already 3 minutes per hour is already annoying. Since Blizzard will never stray away from Fury's 5 target cap, isn't the only way to help their overall and M+ buff Meat Cleaver from more sustained DPS outside the cities?
We are back, and at
That's
long
one way to do it,
last,
for
is
sure.
the grand finals. This is going to be just an incredible match.
Buffing
I mean,
like
this is
Thunder
amazing
Blasts
seeing
and
them even
Lightning
this
Strikes
weekend
even
play
further.
Mandatory and Perplexed, let alone
Or
now seeing
Reap
them
the
go
Storm
head-to-head
even
after
further, I
such
guess, would also
incredible
help a little
games.
bit. There are many
We got a
small
lot
things
to
that
look
you can
forward
tune.
to, but chat, it's a tough one. Get your guesses and get your predictions and drop them in there. And we actually have a little something as well to kick off this huge final series. You've all been asking, and we have a little news that we'd like to
It's
share
very
with all
decent,
of you
her
here
audio.
and now. The Great Push is coming back in January. So signups are going to open in December. Those time trials will begin January 22nd, and you can register right now at Raider. Or you can register when they open at Raider.io/tournaments. So everybody get in there, check it out. TGP, it's going to be an amazing one. And this is an incredible time as well because for the first time ever, we have both MDI and TGP in the same first season. So get in there, show your stuff.
I like that they're doing both in one season.
Other things to take home as well. But let's talk about these two incredible teams. So mandatory Perplexed. Now this is a big one because for the first time perhaps these two teams are really going to get to showcase something that they maybe haven't before, right? And I mean, Zyrotic, did you want to talk a little bit about what's different for them here and now?
Yeah, so something that's interesting that we haven't talked too much
who
about
I
this
got?
season
What do you
is
mean?
that there's
For finals?
in
Oh,
past MDIs
who
in
am
the
I
past 5 years, there's
predicting?
always been this looming threat
I don't know.
of,
I feel like it's 3-1
this
either
one
way.
is really good, but how
I don't know
are we gonna
where.
use it to beat Echo? And this time around, that is not the case. Both of these teams are insanely good. Both of them have fast runs in every single key. And I think really this series is going to come down to whether or not they can play as well as they have been playing in the dungeons they're good at. I think Settle's going to go over us in a little bit, but both of the teams have particular dungeons they're specialized into that they're really good at. And the bans are going to be a huge point here. If they get the bans and picks right, this could easily go either way.
Yeah, I love it because these teams, I think they've really been able to just shine on their own merits, right? Like to really get to see them just doing what they do so well and then go head to head in this direct way.
I think her audio
is
desync is getting worse.
But I can't wait to see what they're going to bring in here. And, you know, just like Zyro was saying, Tettles, both of these teams have some specialties with dungeons. So do you want to talk about what they've sort of played into or avoided?
Yeah, let's talk about ban philosophy a little bit. So Mandatory has permabanned Dawnbreaker, and Perplexed have permabanned Arakara basically every single time it's been possible. I'm kind of interested in seeing if there's going to be a deviation from that strategy. I think that for, like, Perplexed, maybe
Arms better than Frost DK. I agree, Wally.
Boralus would actually be a pretty solid ban
The hell?
from them, and I think that
Arms is the only spec that won for you guys in that series, so that means Arms is better now.
There's
No,
always
I understand.
this discrepancy of, are you going
Arms
to
is
ban
just a good
against
pick
your opponent,
for
or are
Mist.
you going to ban for like what you have or haven't practiced, and kind of also like
Can't
what you
argue with
have
the
think
stats
that you're
though,
not
no?
very good at. But immediate reaction right off the bat is Perplexed again banning that Arakara and Mandatory banning that Dawnbreaker. I think it kind of makes sense. So let's kind of go over some of the times and like who is actually favored in each of these dungeons. So first off, we have Necrotic Wake. That is a mandatory.
I was rooting for you
map.
though.
City of Threads, we've actually seen neither of the teams play this map. Siege of Boralus is also a mandatory favored map.
Perplexed
Then the Stone Vault and the Grim Batol,
route
so what would be maps
in
4 and 5
Grim
were
Batol
very
was
heavily
a little
Perplexed
bit too
favored.
strong.
This, I think, means that this City of Threads that we're seeing in map 2 is a huge pivotal moment of this series and could actually turn the tides one way or the
Yeah,
other.
it looked really good,
I could
Wally,
see a world where
for
it
sure.
ends up being mandatory 3-0, but I think if you end up taking if you go to Stone Vault and Grim Batol and you're a mandatory fan, you might be in a lot of
Perplexed
trouble.
played that for a bit on the other day.
I
Oh,
think-
okay.
Go ahead, Zyro.
There's one ridge that could be thrown on those plans. I 100% agree with you on every single point made. That City of Threads is going to be pivotal. The only thing is, Mandatory has had that last 3 hours or so to look at this map pool and think about their ban for it and think, what do we need to improve on just in case those first couple of dungeons don't?
The Warlock Gate was
They could have
Yeah.
gone
Giga Valley for
and spent
Perplexed
time in
there, yeah.
Stone Vault perfecting their
But I
strategy
think
there, or
also
making sure
the
City of Threads is up to snuff, or
adding the
making
two
sure they get
corruptors
something
to the
better
last
from Batol.
boss
We just don't know yet. They could have
isn't
something
that
else to throw at us.
dangerous, and it's kind of free to cleave them
I
down.
mean, just seeing both of these teams, it's been brought up a lot over the course of the weekend that the best teams
So
oftentimes
I wasn't
have
sure about
the
that
greatest
for
spread of
Wally's
strengths
team.
in dungeons, and because we're going to be seeing so many here
Bit
before
RNG.
those bans,
Yeah, I
think
guess
we'll get to see them
you
all
can
kind of
wipe pretty
tackled
easily
in very contrasting ways.
if you get the
But Dranos, as you kind of, you know, are
circles, the
thinking about
MC
what Zoro's been
circles
saying, what are
in the
some
bad
of your
position
kind of thoughts about
during
these two and
the,
the map spread ahead of them?
you know, the
Yeah,
small
I think that
space
Kettles' analysis
intermission
is
thing.
surprisingly spot on. I think it's going to be on mandatory to get this series over in 3 games because I do think the Stone Vault, the Grim Batol, look like series where I'd much rather be Perplexed based on the timings that they've had so far. That Warlock comp that Perplexed, I think they play that to perfection, and it's really well suited, especially that Grim Batol, the way that they do that dungeon. And they've done that dungeon 3 times. Between those 3, they have 1 death. That is an incredible degree of consistency for Grim Batol. So I think that, yeah, this series, it's got to be a 3-0 for mandatory, or I think Perplexed are likely to take it.
Who's more clutch, Mandatory or Perplexed here?
See, that's the thing, is historically it's been mandatory. Perplexed have never converted in a grand finals. They have, in fact, they've often failed to even make it to this point in the tournament. So historically, the answer would be mandatory.
Third place is good though.
We can take a look, yeah.
Like they have
Well played to Wally.
a lot of time trials that have gone super
Unholy
well
Moly,
right?
for
This
sure.
is no exception. First in time trials, a place they've been before. The last time that happened, they went out in 7th/8th back in Shadowlands Season 2.
That was the Halls of Atonement bear incident. Do you remember that one?
Yeah, Shadowlands was not a good... The ending of Shadowlands was not great for them. Put it that way.
I wonder if Doa is coming back
But
for
you know,
TGP.
Honestly, we've
I like
seen them
Doa as a host.
steadily make this kind of comeback, coming back from the terrible bear incident
Great.
that happened. And
Terrible
moving
jokes.
forward, they leave that further and
The
further
kind of jokes I
behind.
like.
But mandatory, they are reigning champs. They are riding that high of their last victory, even trumping Echo when they were going up against them. Perplexed, this is their time to shine if ever there was one. We've seen them play incredibly. And here in this Necrotic Wake, you can see we have all been back and forth about our feelings on it. I mean,
Nobody knows.
I'm going perplexed because I believe in the dream. I believe in them landing it here and now. But, you know, it's going to be a difficult matchup, and we'll see if we make it to that best of 5. This will be game 1 in our grand finals, the Necrotic Wake mandatory versus Perplexed. Zyronic, give us your thoughts as we start heading into it.
Oh, this is what they play for. This is the entire season coming up to this series alone. A month plus of practice, starting off the expansion, getting ready.
Justness predicting 3-0. He's believing.
The PTR and the beta, all of that prep has led to this series. Perplexed find themselves in the grand finals for the first time in a long time in Dratnos.
Where's the wall?
We're in.
Right.
Here we go into the Necrotic Wake. We see a Warlock mirror matchup for both teams. Maesty on the Warlock for mandatory. Wolf Disco the Warlock main. Seeing if he can make it work here. And we were talking about this. Necrotic Wake has been a mandatory
Wolf Disco is
favorite
crazy.
map.
He just plays
incredibly
everything.
Yeah, Perplexed. So in the last time these two teams played here, Perplexed had an unfortunate disconnect, and they lost badly as a result. But up until that point, they were actually a little bit faster in getting out of the Blightbone area. We'll have to see how that works.
Oh, yes,
out.
Armor.
You
I'm
can see
streaming this.
Perplexed have actually pulled so much count here. We have multiple
I usually don't,
Zoramas
but today,
gatekeepers in for both teams.
I didn't have anything
Extremely
happening
scary
on WoW,
time,
so
for these players,
actually
the
very
barrier,
happy
the
to be
darkness, the
able
AMZ,
to
all getting
just watch this.
extremely high value on
Usually,
this pull, as you can see the health
when I'm
bars
streaming
bouncing all over the
streaming
place.
keys
We
or
have
raid
those
at the
shields
same
on the
time as
ground being
MDI.
used as well. Mandatory do pull
I
a
want to be
little
watching
bit
MDI,
less count into
but
this pull, or
I
at
don't
least
want to
they
let the
did
teams
last
down.
time, getting up to that 23%, and yeah, Perplexed. up
35 million DPS, yeah, what the hell.
29% here. So they are gonna be
Mandatory
able to
ahead on
slow
single
up,
target
but they
here,
should be a little bit faster getting
but
out of this,
Perplexed
because
has more
after Mandatory
percentage.
killed Blightbone here, they run and they pull into
That's the
another
same story
gatekeeper,
as previous
whereas
run,
Perplexed
right?
should be getting all the count that they need once this boss does eventually die.
Of course, both teams using that tech of mind controlling the Flesh Crafter so it doesn't get blitzed down in that AoE there, and they can use those throw cleavers to finish off Blightbone after the fact. Mandatory.
Better nerf Fury?
Quite a bit
Yep.
quicker, although Perplexed is
Fury
gonna be
did
going
too
down
much
quite
AoE
quickly
burst, so
here.
you know it makes
so
sense.
Here we go. This is the difference in strategies here, right? Mandatory pulling into this third gatekeeper. We're gonna have to see how long this takes them. They do have 2 Flesh Crafters,
Where
so
will
it
Fury
should go
be?
quite quickly. But it's really going to come down to whether or not they can.
In M+, I
Perplexed
wonder
can make up that
if
trash
we
later
didn't
on,
get
or
nerfed at
they've
all.
changed their strategy here. The thing we know is Mandatory is super clean in this.
Probably
dungeon.
still
Pretty
not
much every single one of the runs have been 0 deaths or
suitable for this.
non-consequential deaths. So as long as they're able to keep doing that, I think they're still going to have the faster strategy. What does Perplex have cooked up for us here, though?
The two teams are neck and neck right now.
No. If we
we
didn't get nerfed
12 seconds
after
faster
War
was
Within launched.
mandatory on that boss, but it is actually Perplexed who finished the entire area, getting to that 33% count, a little bit ahead. It's not 12 seconds, though. It's like 2 seconds in favor of Perplexed at most, as we are going to see this massive pull going with Narzuda. Divine dropping extremely low here. Is he going to be able to avoid this cheat death being popped? It looks like somehow, yes. That was extremely sketchy.
All good, though. Everything's back together. And we see differing strategy pulls here from as well. Mandatory skipping around the
I think you're
Necromancer,
probably
pulling
right
that
there,
Sorcerer
Sim. Yeah.
instead. But Perplexed just shackles the mage on top of the Necromancer and drags the Necromancer in as well. That's a little bit of extra burst damage they have to worry about. Those extra Grim Fates could easily top on top of extra AoE damage from this pull and instantly one-shot a player, but they're confident
Where's the
enough in their
Narzuda
strategy
health? I
to
need
try
to see
make it
Narzuda.
work here. And that Necromancer is dead, so they've gotten through the
Okay, Narzuda
super
nearly
dangerous
dead on
part of
that
the
side.
strategy. They really just need to make
Perplexed.
sure they don't get hit by any errant, gruesome cleaves here, and I think the positioning is good enough for
I
them
don't
to
see
do that. Now,
Narzuda for
the
mandatory.
question is, who's going to be more confident in setting up the next pull early? Mode has not left yet, neither has Asevi. I think they're both heading off at roughly the same time here.
Yeah, this is going to be the variable to look at. Zasevi starting that journey. We assume Mode is as well now for Mandatory. Yeah, Meld has already been popped by Mode. Zasevi running around the side here, heading up the stairs, and pathing on around. And this is going to be the opportunity to mount up now that combat has dropped. And actually Perplexed here, not going to be doing this the exact same way. They're gatewaying over. Mode, meanwhile, sneaking up around the side. Fade, walks past, starts that boss RP at the top of these stairs, and then hops on that mount, and is going to run into position to...
Wait.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So this is different. Zasevi goes and grabs that spear by the golem on his own and ends up taking the gate across with the team, whereas Mode
Perplexed is gonna
and he ends up gripping
be later onto the boss, possibly.
The spear, blinding sleets the necromancer pack there. Shadow melts
They might
off
be the same.
aggro and then gets gripped by Mode to join the group. And look at what this gains them. They're on the boss with the trash, whereas Perplexed are just going for an AoE pull without the boss here.
Yeah.
No, they're going to snap it on top of the boss now. And but this is still so much faster for Mandatory.
Yeah, I think Mandatory's strat is faster.
But oh no, Perplexed are going to be getting into combat now. The trash is sort of slowly filing in around the stairs here, so it will be joining them soon. They have Sigil of Silence to help group these. Actually, it looks like they're... Where is the trash? Okay, it's snapping up. Yeah, there it is. Starting to snap in for Perplexed. Slowly over
Yeah, Mandatory is getting way more boss
boss
damage in here.
A couple of seconds here as well. Divine,
and they're still cleaving down stuff. And Divine Field is dead. Oh no. Oh no. It's over. It's over.
Enough for Perplexed. This is absolutely catastrophic for Perplexed. The rest of the team now dying soon afterwards. 6 deaths gone for Perplexed. 1 minute and 30 seconds of death timer. The B-res also committed by them.
07.
This is unbelievably brutal for Perplexed. Now they have to run back, and they are something like 4 minutes behind.
Yo, 3-0?
Having Shaman die. That's an onk. Mode super low as well.
Stove just died.
And stabilize, topping himself.
Oh no, the kicks. They're going through.
Dark Pact to live here. Thunderstorm to interrupt everything. It looks like they've maybe stabilized. Things are not perfect for them.
The ticking damage from that final harvest was scary for Mandatory there, but not nearly as bad as the full wipe from Perplexed. And hopefully we have a clip of what exactly happened for Perplexed there. I suspect that this Necrotic Wake is potentially a scenario where Perplexed don't expect to win it, so they go for a strategy that might seem a little reckless, maybe even a little careless, just to try to potentially compete if Mandatory has an issue. It's a 5-game series, right? We're best of 5, first to 3. Mandatory's expected to win this map. It's not over just yet if Perplexed loses this, but Mandatory
is actually expected for Mandatory to win this. I guess so. Maybe the time trials or their performance so far.
Perplexed going to try and stabilize here. Their goal now
was better than Perplexed.
Is to be in range.
Do I think the death penalties are too much?
Mandatory make a mistake. It's going to be very hard.
We're talking about the game, right?
Mandatory to make a mistake that is going to be as costly as what just happened for Perplexed, right? Oh, and Perplexed. Insult to injury here. Divine goes down once again. No B-res available. He's going to have to try and run back. Now the pack is pretty low.
Yes, I think the 15-second time loss on death is dog.
But Mandatory
I don't like the affix.
Starting up this massive pull in the Necropolis. And once again, Mandatory in this position where they have an incredibly good Necrotic Wake, and it doesn't matter. They could have a mediocre run, and
but it could be worse. We could have Sanguine.
Catastrophe
for example.
Perplexed. Like you said, the important thing here for Perplexed,
but I still think it's
is to let this not affect their poise going into the rest of the series.
I mean, everything about this run from Mandatory has pretty much meticulously been gotten down to the last global cooldown. They know exactly what they're going to do for every single pull. We know they had it from the 9 Necrotic Wake, and they just transferred it all over to the 12. Things like that set up for a Marth, where they have Hopeful grab the spear, gets gripped through, Shadow melts off the aggro of the Necromancer. Everything is meticulously planned out, and if you don't have that strategy prepared in this key, you're really not going to be able to beat them on their own key. That Necropolis pull as well, the attention to small details to make sure that not a single cast goes off. One Gore Splatter there could easily make that pull impossible, so they've got everything planned out perfectly. And if there was a spot in the key where they could potentially wipe and let Perplexed back into the map, it was going to be that Necropolis pull, but now that that's done, I think it's all said and done here. It's just, we're essentially waiting for Mandatory to walk it in. Just 2 bosses left and a couple of mini bosses left for them. Perplexed are going to try to make a run at it, though. They've got all the
favorite turn from Season 1 Shadowlands.
If Mandatory does have something catastrophic happen in this section of the dungeon, Perplexed are going to be right there.
Also atonements.
Mandatory are trying to beat their previous best time in this map as well, trying to stay on form, trying to stay practiced. I think with the one death, it's going to be very hard for them to beat their previous best time, which was actually an
Open dungeons like that. It's not nice.
Against Polish Mountain. I don't think that's even like that was a 0 death run. They've actually had 2 0 death runs of Necrotic Wake, so this is going to be their least clean Necrotic Wake, which is crazy
yes,
to say,
Doof,
'cause
exactly.
there's
I'm the
quite
retired
clean.
cyber
One death
athlete,
on an
yeah.
Enhancement Shaman, really not a big deal, as they do get that first or second side of the gauntlet killed, the third and final one spawning in here. So they're just gonna have one more pull and then 2 bosses, and they'll be able to stop the clock. But you gotta remember, this is a plus 12 key. That is a lot of extra health and damage. These bosses and trash pulls will last quite a while. Surge and Stitch Flesh, no way to really realistically one-phase it right with the plus 12 key level.
Yeah, Surge and Stitch Flesh on this key level without the Bloodlust, without, you know, the stacking of spears that we had at the start of the expansion.
I feel like Necrobots are going too
You're
often.
going to get a second phase. That means you're going to have 2 of those.
They only
added
have 3 short
AoE
interrupts,
damage on
I
you
guess.
the entire time. Yes, those have gotten
Yeah,
heavily
okay,
nerfed,
fair
but
enough.
still, it's significantly more difficult than we saw at our other MDI key levels. We saw Mandatory almost rot out to it earlier today, so let's see if they can execute just as clean with 0 deaths here this time around. Want to get this creation low, but we don't want to kill it off because we'll need that second hook to start the second phase on the boss instantly afterwards.
Yeah, this is an important part in this fight. There's that hook. Landing for Mandatory, of course, would be surprising if that ever didn't. So they now are starting that burn on Surge and Stitch Flesh.
Surge and Stitch Flesh just got chunked so hard by that cleaver.
But still lined up a nice overfiend with it. Here comes that second hook. This one lines up with the Morbid Fixation, and perfectly interrupted there. And Stitch Flash dropping reasonably low. Another throw cleaver coming out as they do a good job here.
They get another one, right?
Moving the boss such that hits
Bonk.
ideally Stitch Flash and not the creation, and certainly not anybody else. As now the next hook aimed at the stage. Stitch Flash adding another abomination to the party here.
I'm kind of surprised that the boss
be in some danger in particular, and the whole group really, as you now have 2 abominations. They
isn't
stack
getting
up damage
nuked on
over
more
time.
than he
Skylar
is.
grabbing them
Maybe
and
they
pulling
didn't
them
use
away to
spears
the
here.
side, while Hopeful actually tanks the boss for a little while here. So
I don't know
the
why
Flesh
they use
Raptor has a
spears in
nice clean
MDI.
line of sight to it. Another set of meat hooks coming out here. Looks like
See,
they're
the
not going to be able to
pulsing damage is
interrupt this
scary.
fixation.
They can't cancel that fixation. The creations are too close on top of each other. Just have to cleave this off without Stove on top of the boss, and they're able to get it done. But you can see how that can get sketchy very quickly. The double pulsing damage can get those health bars low, but we have gotten through Stitch Flesh. We are on to the final boss. Now throw the Rhyme Binder here. Everything is prepared. 2 minutes are off cooldown. Mace has another spy.
Did they one face or not? I didn't actually see. If they one face, then it's fine.
Is about to get sent to the Shadow
But it
Realm.
felt like the boss was done for a long time, no?
DPS on display here for Mandatory. Again, this is not going to be their fastest
know.
Necrotic Wake ever, but they've done such a good job of being consistent.
The
in
miss
this dungeon.
percentage?
A
No,
dungeon
no, they
where
have
a
the
lot
flash
of
crafted
teams
that is
have
MC that are
fallen
back
apart,
there.
including, of course, Perplexed on the other side of the screen, who are now working their way through this gauntlet. They are trying their best to
Look
stay
at this
within
boss
range
getting
here, but
deleted
at
though.
this
What's
point,
mode mode
there's
doing?
just no way to catch back up.
Wait, what is that mode mode
after
DPS?
how
Wait,
well
oh,
Mandatory
does the
have
MC
played here,
count?
slamming
Is the
the door
MC that
shut
counts, right?
on Perplexed's hopes here. The Dark Exile cast does land on Hopeful.
Oh, we got the gateway. Let's go.
Beautiful. So Hopeful's going
Clean
to die when
execution.
that debuff expires, but they should be able to get this boss killed before then. Really nice use of that Warlock Gateway here,
Yeah.
preventing that Dark Exile
Holy.
from yoinking him down to that side area, and that's going to save them some time. They're actually going to be reasonably close to that 1152 0 death run that they had, because I think largely of keeping Hopeful up here, doing full damage at the end of this fight. It is going to be all about Mandatory here, but remember, this is a best of 5, so they are going to advance to a 1-0 lead when they kill this Flesh Crafter, but Perplexed by no means out of it yet.
No, absolutely
Alright.
not. We have so much more to go here, and like we've seen and talked about over and
Well
over
played
again,
Mandatory on that one, for
especially
sure.
when you start getting to these plus 12s or other things. I mean, deaths happen, wipes happen, and how you recover and move forward is so important. So, had an unfortunate one there. Mandatory takes the first of the match, but it is not over yet by a long shot. This was very well played by Mandatory, though, and not surprising considering that they lost their world record and then broke their world record, and they've just had an amazing run in this dungeon. But, you know, as we kind of are looking at it here, you know, Zyronic, what do you think went really well for Mandatory here? What do you think has been so efficient about their run of this?
The story of this series we set up beforehand was this was a dungeon that Mandatory was always supposed
Why
to
did
win.
Perplexed
So they
have
did their
more
best job
overall
of making
DPS,
sure they were clean
overall
the entire
damage
queue.
done?
They had a quick run.
Oh,
Still, you know, only
because of the
14
wipe,
seconds off
and they had
their
to
best
redo.
run
Yeah,
with
yeah.
that death, which is pretty crazy considering the death adds 15 seconds. Perplexed, unfortunately, didn't go well for them. But in the back of your mind, you have to think as Perplexed, were we supposed to win this map? Not really. So you can't let that death affect you. You just have to move forward. It's a long series. You can come back. You've got 2 fantastic dungeons at the end of the series. You just have to find a way to get there. You need to steal one of the next 2 maps. And if you're Perplexed, I think you're pretty happy about your chances if you're able to do that.
Definitely. Tettles, what were some of your thoughts about this as you observed?
Yeah, I mean, I think that Zyro's analysis there was pretty spot on. I think it's one of the situations where we're looking at the first boss area, and Perplexed are faster in that first boss area, but then there was some stuff that Mandatory just does in that second boss area, and particularly how quickly they get a Marth pulled with all of their trash, and that is just like a situation of which they're able to save a bunch of time. For Perplexed, you know, Zasevi's running around with Fade. He ends up grabbing the spear instead of having people use the meld, and so then the guys are kind of grouped up as opposed to getting a Marth spawned. And on the opposite side, you'd have Mode just like getting ready to get the boss pulled almost immediately. They also do this really neat gateways skip. I thought that this was really sick, but this was like the worst case
Divine
scenario.
Field has
I was
4
like, wow,
stacks.
that's a cool gateway skip. We should get that for a clip. And then 15
2
seconds later,
stacks.
Divine Field gets bolted to death by the sorcerers. Which,
Yeah.
you know, that pulls on a timer. I suspect that he was supposed to silent sigil those sorcerers before they contacted him, and it was just a little bit more damage than he necessarily thought that he was going to take. He ends up dying through his cheat death even. And for Mandatory, it was kind of business as usual. They had a death to stove, but like you're
If
saying,
both Arms and
we
Fury are
predicted
involved in a
them,
pull
we
like
penciled
this in the
them in
first
to win
pull
this
in
matchup,
Necrotic Wake, who will do more
versus
damage?
map rather.
Arms.
And I think that they kind of played to
Or
their
maybe Fury,
our
if Arms
expectations for
dies.
this map. They continue to play super well with this Warlock, and they proved why they are at least my favorites to win this series.
Yeah, I mean, strong performance from them, absolutely. And of course, this increase in the key level here, it's a tough one. This is one that we've seen all sorts of teams have death to, but I think they did perform really well. Tettles, you know, did you have any other final thoughts or additions to that that you wanted to tackle?
You don't think Arms will die? No, not on the plus 12.
necessarily for the Necrotic Wake.
Not on the
but
12.
Moving forward into the next dungeon, I started doing some more research in the City of Threads because we haven't seen either of these teams necessarily looking to play the City of Threads. But something that I forgot about until recently is that City of Threads was actually one of our time trial dungeons on this plus.
It feels already quite
Now,
dicey on the Fury Warrior.
Time trials were a while ago. We're actually on a different
on the
patch,
on the
so
16.
Some stuff has changed since time trials. But what you need to know is that Perplexed put up a 12.
But you usually deal with the
18-second time trial
gatekeepers
run.
quite
And you're like,
fast,
wow,
so you
that's good. And then
usually
you
don't
hear
have to
what
deal with more
Mandatory's time
than
trial run was,
2 of those
and it
big
was
AoEs.
actually a 13-minute and 27 time trial run. So
Do you need to
Perplexed
inject
were
yourself with
a
10 if you
full
play Warrior for
minute,
RP
well over
purposes?
a minute
I haven't
ahead
been.
of where Mandatory were in
But
this
if that
dungeon.
increases
Is
my
that
IO,
something
maybe I
that
should.
Maybe it's Perplexed
I
been
don't, by the way.
sandbagging their strat. Now we haven't seen City of Threads this weekend from them. We haven't seen City of Threads really much at all. Is this going to be something where Perplex is able to bust out a strat that was never before seen? Because this map too, this was the pivotal one. This was the one that we talked about, that if Perplex get to the Stone Vault and the Grim Batol, they could be very well in a position
Take
where they can reverse
Ashwagandha
sweep.
live.
And what's really going to
Isn't that
down to
like
this
a-
map, too.
Isn't that
Yeah,
something
this
good
is-
for
this is
health?
one that I
I've
think
seen
is a
that
big
before.
Unknown, and it'll be interesting to see how they can tackle it. Perplex, they have to shake this off. They have to get back into it, as we've established. But Dratnos, I mean, City of Threads, do you have any expectations about how they're going to be tackling this one?
Yeah, I think this is the biggest question mark in the series about who is favored here, because, you know, the time trials thing is one argument, although
Calm
if
your
we just had
mind
teams
with
faster
Ashwagandha.
time trials winning every series, Perplex
Reduce stress and
would be
anxiety,
undefeated, right?
improve
This is a
vitality,
time trial monster
enhance
of a
sleep.
team. But Mandatory have really massively overperformed when it actually becomes time to clutch. And if we have this series and the narrative is, are Perplexed going to finally be able to clutch one out, or are they going to choke, as has happened in all these previous global finals? This first map is a
It's
really
like Adi?
ominous
Is it
sign for them
actually?
that they had that pull fall apart in the way that it did. That's something that they really can't afford to have happen again here, because that Siege of Boralus is probably the map in the series where even if Perplexed play the best possible that they can, Mandatory could
Wow.
potentially be faster if they do as well.
And of course, you know, like we
This
can say,
where is
best of five, so
placebo?
there's a little wiggle room here.
Quite possibly.
But Perplex, just like in the last series, I mean, they clutched it out there. So if they can do that again, if they can even turn this around, I mean, I think if they can get their bearings in City of Threads, it'll be
Var din
really,
favorit
really a
norske
good
sang?
place for them to be
The
looking
Lördagspizza.
ahead at future maps. But Zyronic, you know, we've heard some other thoughts on this. How do you feel this is looking for the two teams as they stare down City of Threads?
It's a good meme.
I mean, this dungeon
At
is
this
just a
point.
giant question mark. for the entire weekend. We've
And also
really only
catchy.
seen it played twice. Once when it
There are
had
probably
to
some
be
better
played,
ones out
once
there.
when it was let through in the lower semis today. Neither of these teams have played it in competition in weeks. It's a tough dungeon, man. It's a higher level than what we saw.
There's
in
no way of a
Groups. Obviously,
rivalry
it's the same as it was
with Finland.
in time trials.
Rivalry with
Except that
Finland?
was over a
I don't
month
think
ago.
so.
We've also got the hardest of the Xalatath Bargain's affixes on it. Voidbound has been something that can cause headaches for the team if it spawns at an
Two at a
incorrect time,
time.
right? When you think about the big pulls in this dungeon, a lot of them are dragging trash mobs all over the place. If a Voidbound spawns in the middle of that, are you really just going to drop everything and focus that while you're running? That sounds like a pretty difficult thing to do. They have to have practiced it, though. It's in the finals. So
I mean, the
hopefully we've got
dungeon-
something prepped.
Dungeon kind of like Mist feels kind of solved, right? I feel like there's only so big you reasonably can go in a lot of these areas. It kind of has me questioning, like, is there something that's maybe undiscovered in terms of like tech or strategy that we haven't seen in here?
That would be awesome. I would love that. Yeah, I mean, we have yet to see the ban that seems to have been strategic to reveal some kind of top secret hidden tech. So that would be a really cool one to see from them here, especially, you know, I think a good way too to kind of see Perplex kind of push themselves forward or give themselves a bit more of a boost as they come into this one. But I mean, it's going to be a difficult one, right? When we don't have a lot of data, all we can do is speculate, and I'm sure, chat, you're right there with us. You know, we're going to be getting into this next matchup here in a second, but, you know, Dratnos, any final thoughts here really quick before we settle in?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to go and do anything new in a dungeon like this where so much is already the maximum allowed pull, right? Like, you're pulling 4 spies together. There's no 5th spy. You can't add an extra spy to that, right? The thing that I'm going to be looking to see is, are these teams going to be able to do something like kill off the Venom Shell really quick and then take the rest of the trash forward into the coagulation trash? Something we've seen a lot in City of Threads, but a lot of that was when it was a +9. Now that it's a +10, that is a little bit sketchier. So we are going to see the dungeon getting
True.
started.
There is
here.
actually a big difference
Both
between
teams
9s and
on that
10s.
same composition with that Shroud of Concealment. Not a 100% consistency Shroud of Concealment. Both teams are going to be able to execute it, though. Perplexed, grabbing that beacon from the Queen Ansarek there, whereas the rest of the team, mandatory.
Is it better to have Rogue DK enhance, or is it better to have enhance Rogue DK?
Everybody except for Skylark.
Let's find
is
out
still gonna
after
get
this
that
run.
Buff here, aiming that frontal off to the side, whereas Perplexed are going to go straight into the boss and are going to dodge the frontal. A little bit sketchier, but are able to make it happen. Divine already having that Battlesguard veteran.
You think second one is better?
Same with Skylark. This pull
Let's
is
see.
getting extremely scary.
A little bit of a faster strategy from Perplex, but a safer strategy from Mandatory. Kind of shows the concept going into this dungeon. If that's
second one is doing more deep, so
they should be able to be faster. That was the story with them versus Holy Moly. It seems to be the story here for them versus Mandatory, holding the lead ever so slightly.
yeah, Yalan, I think the arms where you tech in Dawnbreaker is literally just playing arms, and Wally was the only one who did that.
Slight advantage on this boss, but as we know, Dranos, this dungeon, a lot of the time that can be saved is in this next area. How do you do the Eyes of the Queen? What's the most efficient strategy? I've heard rumors of snapping. I've heard rumors of things being done a little bit more quickly here, but they've only been rumors. In the MDI, we've really only seen them
Mog check.
together. We haven't seen full-on snaps. So
Perplexed,
you're the
Divine
team who
Field,
had like a minute faster time than
Season
everyone else.
2. No.
What do you have prepped in this key?
Season 2.
Yeah, you can see they are starting off
Dragonflight Warrior
vendor, able to get that
with
killed. 8
artifacts.
seconds ahead on the first boss split compared to Mandatory.
Shields.
As we see them now splitting
And
up
mace.
and going to grab
Very
these
nice.
spies.
I like this.
Mandatory
It's
in
a good
the
set.
exact same spot in the dungeon now, getting those perfumes and heading off for
Says
the
we
mission
boom.
as well. It's going to be
Boring.
a rogue tricks from Hopeful
His
on
leather, who
Skylark
cares?
here in a second before he goes
What
and gets
the hell?
farthest one.
He didn't even try.
And then he'll be using that spy to get sent back, or not the spy rather, but the guard. This
Swag
is a common
step.
strategy. This is a very fast strategy. And it
it's
looks like both
alright.
teams agree
Still
this is
boring.
the fastest way to do this. That tricks of the trade. 30
Oh, what the
seconds
hell?
have started rolling.
Kind of
on
cool,
both
not
of
gonna
them.
lie, but
Swag getting in combat a little bit ahead of Hopeful.
is it really?
Hopeful, though, doing the exact same thing,
nice
getting a
armor.
little bit of damage, and then running into the detection radius of this Pale Priest in order to get sent back to the start of
What the hell is
dungeon.
this shield? That
Snap.
doesn't work.
Okay, both of them.
And also, I don't
so
like
there's
this
no
set.
real
Nope.
advantage for both of the teams. But all 4 Eyes of the Queens are now together, and look at the speed here. There's a death from Stove to the Void Rush
Not
before
a-
Hopeful's able to get in. Also a bad
Wait, what happened?
Void Slam also from one of the Eyes of the Queens.
Oh, no,
spawning far
Mandatory.
away from the trash pack. Mandatory is easily lost 20 to 25 seconds from the death plus that bad Void Slam as well.
Uh-oh.
They're
Is
not
it
getting
over?
any damage onto that Eyes of the Queen, whereas Perplexed, just perfection.
What is the weapon from
them.
Wolf?
Everything stacked together, no deaths. They were prepared for this.
Yeah, this is going so much better
those are
for Perplex
from
than it is for Mandatory. The good news for
Sick
Mandatory,
Run.
at least it was your Shaman who died. That's an Ankh, which
On
means
Mythic,
you
I
still have
think.
your Battle Res available. But you're hoping to not have to use your Battle Res against Perplex,
Oh,
right?
I
This
like
is the kind of
Hopeful's Rogue
team
Mug.
where
This
you
one
might
is nice.
technically have a Battle Res, but if you're ever forced to use it, it's possible that is just
Nice.
too slow compared to a perfect run out of Perplex. Perplex
Nah.
finishing off that trash
Boring.
section. Already running in, they're going to be grabbing that retired Lord Vulazak, patrolling
It's
mob
okay,
for a
I
little bit
guess,
of extra
but it's a
count,
dwarf,
while Zasevi
so,
runs up to the top
nah.
of the stairs here, gets ready to instantly start the RP once Executor Nizrek gets up there. Mandatory on the same section here, but yeah, like you said, maybe 25 seconds behind, something like that, maybe 30.
Yeah, especially when you factor in the death, right? That's just a huge amount of time lost for the team. And look at this affix spawning time for Mandatory as well. This is just the worst possible time for it to spawn. You're not going to get any of this buff in on top of the boss during the RP. Or they get to use it to kill off the crab, but Perplexed are likely
in the same spot, at least.
They are in the same spot.
Timing.
So no real advantage for either of the team here. They might get like 2 seconds of it at the start of the boss, but no cooldowns are up for them just yet, so it's not going to be the most effective. It's really just the time advantage, right? Perplexed already on top of the boss. Mandatory having to wait a little bit for extra time. Look at the
RP is so long.
Mandatory are trying to gain for themselves, though. As they're waiting for the RP, you can see Mode hitting some mobs, getting some resources. You can see Stove getting some Maelstrom weapon stacks as they go into the boss, and they're going to need every little bit of that damage they can get as they try to catch up here. Look at the positioning from Perplexed, though.
Yeah, this is interesting. They have one of these mobs in the wall here. Is this good? It's right
watch this
in the
thing.
wall. I wonder if they're
No.
able to hit it. It looks like things are going okay. The mobs are going to dash away.
No, that's
Not
a bad
managed
position.
perfectly,
No,
like,
this is
back
not
into
what
the
you want.
wall. And they're going to continue dashing, splitting up. So maybe a little bit inefficient. If Mandatory can bait all these charges into the wall here,
It should be close to the wall, not literally inside the
these
wall.
mobs are not actually
Right?
going to charge. And that's going to mean that they can keep their cleave going and claw back a little bit of time compared to Perplexed. A little bit less uptime lost here, only 15% different on the boss, as it's going to enter that Frost phase for Mandatory, already well inside that phase for Perplexed. The next Void Emissary is spawning right now for Perplexed. Should be spawning in a few seconds here for Mandatory. There's a little bit of variance with regards to when that affix can spawn, but here it does come for Mandatory as well. Neither of these spawns are going to be pivotal, I don't think. And it means they'll probably be getting one towards the start of the
now
next
they're getting some.
trash pull that they
Well, it's
do.
not even that. It's not really
All eyes
that
are
good.
going
Those
to be on
charges.
this next pull. If Perplexed can do this pull quickly, particularly if they can kill the Venom Shell and then rush inside, there's going to be very little opportunity for Mandatory to get back into this one.
Mandatory is doing the charges correctly
this is
here.
nearing the end of the dungeon. However,
That's how it's
one
done.
of the scariest pulls ever invented.
Well done.
So much tank damage here. Part of the reason we see Prot Warriors in this dungeon is because they have the capacity to live this pull in a way that a lot of other tanks just don't.
The Void Waves stacking up over time, just the raw melee damage from the pack is insane. Not to mention they need to make sure that none of the healing casts, none of those mending webs go off. But again, the start of the pull is scary as well. Tank in major danger is the only one being targeted by the mobs, but they leave it all in the dust in the background. Like you said, the main name of the game here for them, focus down that Venom Shell as quickly as possible. They do not want to get a second Venomous Spray. They can use a Poison Cleansing Totem for the first set of those debuffs, but if they get a second one off, that means the Sevi has to stop doing damage and keep the team alive.
I find it interesting
They do
how
have
these
tons of burst
warriors
damage
always
on
have to
that
play
Venom
double
Shell,
shield wall.
so they might just be able to take it out
But
for
it
the
makes
second one.
sense,
Good
I
frontal
guess.
bait to make
You want
sure
to like
nobody has to do too
save
much
up 2
movement or
shield
stop
walls so you
damage
can use them back to
on
back
these
to survive
trash
these
mobs. And now,
really
what are
nasty
we doing?
pulls.
The Venom Shell is dead. Are we just following this all into the boss? Not even worrying about killing off the healers. We're just going.
Yeah, Divine. Oh, Swag getting shot here by a lot of those knife throws.
Getting
He's gonna
shot
be
by
okay,
knives.
But he's in some danger. Maceline down for Mandatory. The Battle Res is available. It does come out. But this is another 15 seconds time loss for Mandatory. The Venom Shell is dead for them, but they will move forward.
Look at this
Meanwhile,
emissary
Perplexed.
spawn. For Perplexed.
That's pretty good, I think, actually. They do need to focus it down is the problem. So these mobs are going to be getting a damage reduction for a little while, and the emissary's behind them. They can't afford to go back there because they'll be in range of getting attacked by those knife throws
Attacking
again.
these blobs
They're going to finish off
ASAP
this
to spawn the
emissary.
boss faster.
This actually, I think, is pretty good.
Good
This is
strat,
really
good
good,
strat.
actually. Yeah, that was
Yeah.
the best timing they could have asked for. They're going to get most of that buff in on the boss here. They do need to finish off these slimes here pretty quickly so they do get the boss to spawn, but I think they're more focused about making sure their trash gather here is as clean as possible. These mending webcasts, though, Dratnos, they are getting a long channel off here. Finally, we get a knock-up from from the thunderstorm on a shine there, though. But how much healing did they actually get
Imagine
off?
trying this in a
Potentially,
pug,
was that
someone
even on
says.
purpose? Are they trying to get as much funnel damage for the boss as possible
I
here?
think pugs can pull this
Not
off.
sure.
This
Yeah,
is
we
fine,
have
right?
sometimes seen that
Shouldn't be
mending
an
wedge
issue.
feeling the coagulation, so they definitely can't allow that to happen. Divine in this pull now. That is his last charge of Shield Wall. No Battlescarred Veteran available. In 20 seconds, we're going to have Last Stand back. Shield Wall will be available again in a few seconds here, but this trash pull is still alive, still dangerous for Divine here. He needs to live. Zasevi dropping super low. Looks like Perplex, though, have finished off almost all of that trash
Yeah,
now.
Perplex is way
Huge
ahead here.
damage from all of their cooldowns lining up and also pumping into the boss here. Divine is going to live. All the trash is dead, and now it is just a boss for Perplexed. They are looking unstoppable here. They are not choking at all. They've managed to recover after that disaster of a Necrotic Wake. And just the end of the dungeon is
My
left.
3-1
It is
prediction
not
either
over
way
yet,
is
but
still
this time it's
alive.
Perplexed who have the advantage of the death timer, in addition to dungeon positioning in their favor. A Void Emissary spawn for them now is totally fine. They're gonna get that killed off. And yeah, just the boss by itself feels like ankle weights have been taken off here after doing this fight with all that trash as well for so long.
You've gotten through the danger, right? You're happily on the other end. Mandatory, on the other hand, they're doing their best to catch up, but 35% on a level 10 boss, 2 extra deaths adding 30 seconds to the dungeon timer. And also, this coagulation boss has not been as clean and tidy for them as it has been for Perplex, right? They had an unstable test subject, casting out those dark barrages for the entire fight, making them move around a lot more than they otherwise would like to. They are keeping it close, though. Credit to them, making sure that Perplex have to have
What
a
it
clean run
says,
to finish
your
off this
pugs,
dungeon in order to take
or
them
what
back
it says that his
victory.
pugs
But
cannot
they're
kill
gearing up
2
to do that
mobs.
right now, already on top of the
Maybe it's
Elder
because they're
Shade
holding
Weaver, that
cooldowns for the
Citizen
next 2 mob
turned
pull.
into a crab now, soon to follow, and they're going to just cleave it all together. Normally we don't see this on live keys, but of course
then the
in
next one after
MDI,
that.
you need to go as quickly as possible. You have to pull this all together. We could get nasty overlaps here. If that swarm
Oh, I did
comes
actually
out in
think, like,
addition
I wonder if they're
to
playing
one of
Spear
the
or if they're
AoE
playing
casts from the
War.
Shade Weaver on top of
Looks like
the
they are
slam,
playing
we
Spear.
could see health bars drop incredibly low here. They need to be prepared for that. Here is the slam. Everyone's topped. Sevi able to keep them alive.
Yeah, that Shade Weaver dying before this Umbral Weave would have been good. It's going to come out. They're going to be okay. But now they really would like to kill that War Shell as well. And they're just even cleaving here. Perplexed, not focusing something down, not making this pull any safer. Instead, they're saying, you know what's going to be most optimal for damage is even cleave. So they are going to do exactly that. They're going to get this Void Emissary. A nice
exactly,
Elite.
Elite.
They stopped the damage on it. This is so good.
Yeah, this is smart. So this, the Void Emissary, it put a little bit of a damage reduction on everything, but that's okay. What they really want is they want to kill it as late as possible so they can have the full duration
Wow,
of
min
going into the
maxing.
boss here.
Insane
That's the lineup
affix
with
min
all of their
maxing.
cooldowns, with their lust. Beautiful timing on that Voidbound affix for Perplexed. This is going to be huge, and they are going to be able to deal so much damage to this boss with all of that multiplying together.
Couple extra unmakers.
Look
on
at the
top of
boss
boss
just
as well. They're gonna
melting,
cause
what the
a
hell?
few issues for Divine Field, but in the Bloodlust with the cooldowns
A Shine
available,
and
they
Wolf
should
Disco
make quick
just-
work of them. One of them already dead. Second
Okay.
going down to cleave here pretty soon. And Perplexed are standing tall after that Necrotic Wake, which was disastrous for them. But they've done what they need to do in this dungeon, Dratnos. We talked about how they need to take one of the next 2 maps in order to get to the Stone Vault, in order to get
I mean,
to
everything lined up
that
right.
final
They had the
Grim
Void
Batol,
Bound
and they've
affix, they had
done
lust,
it
they had
here. They have
cooldowns.
evened out our
That's crazy.
series at 1-1.
40-second boss fight.
Well done to Perplex. This is exactly what they needed to do. This is the best positioning for them moving forward. And, although Mandatory had a few mistakes there, it just goes to show that either side in a matchup this close, a single thing can cost you the map. And, Perplexed had a phenomenal run here. Now, we've talked a lot about how Mandatory maybe, in the past has been better at clutching it out. But do we think that this is Perplexed finally starting to get a little bit of that clutch themselves, Dratnos?
I think it is. This is a really, really clean run. That's the best City of Threats we've seen. They've only played it once, and when they needed it,
Marissa?
it was
Hello?
perfect.
I'm good,
out of
thank
them.
you.
It's hard to point to anything that could have gone even better for them.
11-21
in
for a
that
key.
run.
Yeah, they
From
were
the very start of the
giga
dungeon,
fast on
you
this
can
one.
see this graph for them starting to get shifted to the left relative to Mandatory, and each of those spikes coming further and further to the left. And look at that 4th spike, right? The one just after the 8-minute mark. That is a big
No
extra
reason
set
really
of
to
damage
fight.
that they
I'm just
got,
used to them
and
by now.
nothing on Mandatory's side compared to that, because Perplex just killed that Venom Shell and then ran right into the boss, right? Whereas Mandatory instead spent
Like,
more time
I don't wanna
finishing off that trash before moving forward.
Move
Really fast out of
my
Perplex.
main rotation abilities
Super
down to my
quick, and
cooldown
great to
abilities
see them
anymore because I'm
knock it
just
back
used to
into
having it the
corner
way
here
it is
with
now.
that first map. Now, Tuttles, as you were watching on the analyst desk,
Comfortable with
what
that
were
now.
you seeing?
No reason to change it.
I mean, I feel like very similar to what the guys were talking about during the map itself. It looked like Perplexed were just, they started off and they killed the first boss 10 seconds ahead, and they maintained that lead for pretty much the entirety of the dungeon. They even gained an additional 10 seconds over that 10-second lead in this second area. Now, Mandatory did end up having a death as well, so they came off of the second boss, and they were somewhere in the order of like 25 to 35 seconds
What
ahead.
specs do the
so
Plot Warriors play?
An absolutely huge deal, and like Dratton has called it out, they were really, really clutch on the ending sequence of this dungeon, because this is a part of the dungeon.
Oh,
that
Skylark
we
was playing
kinda
Roar.
Talk about doing this 4 Eyes of the Queen pull. This is not
I
something
guess
that's
Divine
super
Field was
automatic.
playing
That Void Rush
Spear.
damage, especially if you have multiple of them stacked up, it could be really deadly. Stove ended up going down
Yes.
there, lost probably a decent amount of damage from losing Tempests and whatnot, and that was really bad. And then Perplexed, just what they ended up doing, they ended up pulling all the
Skylark
trash off the Venom
had
shell.
Ravager.
They killed the Venom shell off, and they sprinted the trash
Tough as
into
nails.
the coagulation.
Really?
And that is an absolutely colossal time save over any of the other possible strategies. It is very, very deadly. I thought that Divine had an opportunity to die there whenever he was just like face tanking all of that trash as it was healing to full, but they were just kind of waiting.
Doesn't that
on
just,
the,
like, do nothing?
They were waiting on the slimes die. They were waiting on the coagulation to spawn, and this looked like a perfect run for Perplexed. If they can keep this up, moving into that Grim Batol and moving into that Stone Vault that we're going to see later on in the series, they can actually win this series 3-2 in my opinion.
Yes, keep saying
Yeah,
that.
but-
It's good for my predictions.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
it
I
really
guess
is
you can take
incredible
it.
here, seeing them kind of
Instead
go
of
back
Blood
and forth.
Surge.
We have this one moment where they wipe, and then we have perfect runs from them, right? Just seeing so many between the last series and this one, really impressive with Perplexed. And I mean, we're looking ahead as well as we, finish up some of the footage here, even watching this amazing final burn here as well. But we're looking ahead now to our next map, which is going to be Boralus. And this is one
Siege
that
of
we talked a
Boralus.
little bit about maybe favoring, one or the other. And Zyronic, I'm curious, Boralus, how do you think this looks now that the board is even?
The great thing about competition is you can
Tough as
look
nails
at
is a
this stuff
DPS
and you
talent.
can, like,
It doesn't do
theorize,
anything
oh, this team
defense-wise.
should be better here. They've got better strategies, but it all comes down to
True.
playing in the moment, man. And both
Siege
of
of
these
Boralus,
teams are so
first siege
good
of
at
the-
doing that.
of the
They've
night.
got their picks they're doing, and on Perplex though, in like the past 4 maps, 3 of those dungeons have been essentially perfect runs. These guys are on a tear right now. And this Siege of Boralus was decided by 5 seconds between the 2 teams earlier today. Realistically, either one of the teams could take this map. I don't think there's a clear favorite here. Mandatory needs to win this map, I think, if they want to have a chance of taking this series, because the next 2 maps are so heavily Perplexed favored that I think Perplexed are now, in my opinion, favored to win the series.
So whenever we say heavily Perplexed favored, we're talking like 15
60-40.
seconds here. Yeah, we're talking like 15 seconds. We're talking like 1 death differential favored, not like, oh, this is they're a minute ahead. This isn't your granddaddy's MDI. We are battling from 15 seconds, not minutes.
Yeah, but it's amazing how in these intense matchups, right, 15 seconds feels like it's minutes, A single death happens and suddenly you're going like, oh, that's it, I don't know, oh gosh, okay. But it's hard when these teams, one or the other has a perfect run, or something like Boralus, like you were all pointing out so well, is a map where we honestly could just see it shift a little bit either way. It's really who's on it, who's in that perfect zone, and who's going to just really nail it. But, I mean, Dratnos, do you have any expectations, be it comps or anything else here for Boralus before we head into it?
I don't think you can afford to change anything up from the last time these 2 teams played in here. I think that, yeah, Mandatory, maybe a few seconds faster theoretically, but it is going to be, and that's if we get to that perfect run versus perfect run situation. I think there's a good chance, though, that if we have a 0-death run, I do think Perplex could still win in the case where both teams have a 0-death run. I don't think that Mandatory were far enough ahead that just a little bit of variance, a little bit of things going slightly differently might not have changed the outcome.
You should
I
watch
do
for
think it's must-win for Mandatory, though, yeah.
You should watch for the bombs on the first boss whenever you guys are casting.
That's true.
I think that is like a huge point that can actually swing the tide a lot.
Not only the spawn RNG, but also like what you choose to go for first, right? Making sure you go for the middle bomb first so that you have the best chance of going to the second bomb quickly, right? That's a huge, huge deal. They need to make sure they get on there quickly, but we're already into the key and we're already on the run. No changes from the run earlier today. We've got the prop Paladin for Perplexed, pumping out that damage, filling the gaps of the 2-minute DPS comp, whereas we have the more control-oriented Vengeance Demon Hunter for Mandatory.
Yeah, this is the strategy that we've seen from either team. So neither one is changing anything up at this point, which makes sense, right? Even if you look at what the other team's gotten here and you're like, oh, that maybe is a little bit faster, there's no way it'll be faster with like 2 hours worth of trying to quickly hot swap to it as Mandatory getting this boss pulled. Same with Perplexed. Bomb spawns coming in here. It's always those first few circles. You can tell when you're doing this if whichever of those circles are hollow rather than having that texture inside them are going to be the ones that actually spawn the bombs. Both teams getting a pretty good bomb, I would say, here. I actually prefer Perplexed positioning here because their next bomb is towards the exit, whereas Mandatory's is actually over here towards this pier.
Cool. Sorry about that. I had to respond to a DM.
The boss will auto you as it runs towards bombs that are this close to the pier. Mode safely going to be okay. They actually get the boss killed first compared to Perplexed as well. Much faster than Perplexed.
Something else we have to cover as well is it is Unholy DK versus Frost DK, right? There's a lot more burst damage on that first boss for the Unholy DK. They've pulled a ton of trash on top of the boss.
I respond to a DM and the first boss is already dead.
To cleave all of that damage on the first boss, but it only amounts
so
to
Mandatory
about 10
ahead.
second advantage for Mandatory here. They need to keep that advantage throughout the rest of the key. Keeping an eye on Skylark here on this pull, dropping dangerously low, but does hold on to the last resort for later on.
Mirror matchup again.
Yeah, the Unholy versus Frost comparison is a really interesting one. I would say, oh, a shine is down for Perplexed. The Singing Steel takes him out there. That's going to be an Ankh. That's 15 seconds for Perplexed. And our first 2 games were, whichever team had more deaths, did end up losing. So Perplexed already now having a worse run than their previous siege, which lost to Mandatory even on 0 deaths. At this point, I mean, that's got to be feeling pretty bad for Perplexed. They do keep it going, though, and again, Shaman, the best person to die. But yeah, it's an interesting comparison point between the DKs, because normally I would think of Unholy as like, yeah, we're good in really big AoE, we're really good with Lust, we're really, really good with Lust on big AoE. And that first boss is an example of that. The end of this dungeon, you don't actually get a very good Lust for an Unholy DK, because you're just fighting...
Mandatory is well ahead.
You don't get the full brunt of your cooldowns anyways before the tentacle you're fighting dies. You're having to reapply all these wounds each time you move to the tentacles. So I don't think you're even getting full value at the Lust at the end of the dungeon. I think the Unholy DK
what even
should
happened
be really
here?
good at that first boss.
Why is the difference so big?
But I kind of feel like the Frost DK should
one
be
death.
getting a little bit more value throughout the entire rest of the dungeon.
I think you do get a decent amount of value on a pull like this for Mandatory, where you pull a bunch of trash on top of Dread Captain Lockwood. The second phase and the third phase, again, Frost will catch up a little bit. Even into the section of the dungeon right after this, where you have those large crushers, right? You have a big target to cleave your single target damage into from the Unholy DK. So it's an interesting concept, and it's one of those things that was potentially something that gained them a little bit of that 5 seconds that was the difference in the 2 teams earlier today. But this is almost just a mirror image of what we saw earlier today in our matchup in this key. Mandatory just holding the slightest of advantages as we get into the second boss here. But that 15-second death was not there earlier today. That is something Perplexed is going to have to make up a ton of time in order to overcome.
Yeah, Mandatory are going to do a cool thing here if their route is the same as well, where Skylark is going to be able to go and grab some mobs over the wall here in a second. Those mobs fighting up by the Citadel of Boralus up there, potentially during the last phase of this fight. So let's see if they go for that again as they did
Try
earlier
to think,
today.
how can Perplex catch up here?
Second phase 2.
I feel like
for
that's the way,
Mandatory. Perplexed
unless
still in that
Mandatory
second
makes a
phase
mistake now.
1. Cannoneer already nearly dead for Mandatory. Oh, Stove down for Mandatory. So the
Oh.
deaths are now equalized. Skylark jumping over
Okay.
the wall there is going to be grabbing those mobs and then going under the boss here. So those are going to snap in. But now we're equal
Mandatory
on
still
death
ahead.
timers between the 2 teams. This is a huge equalizer potentially for Perplexed, as the run is no longer perfect for either team.
We're back to dead even here, and it's merely just
Jinx
the
it
raw
again.
damage and routing that's going to matter.
I did
As
just
long
cast
as
the
both
curse
of
it.
them
What the
can
hell?
Keep it clean. Mandatory are opening up still a bit more of a gap here. It was 13 seconds after the first boss. What is that going to open up to now? Perplex enters their final of the main phases on Dread Captain Lockwood. It's definitely going to be longer than 13 seconds, but not by a lot. It's really going to come down to the execution in this final section of the dungeon. Mandatory now gathering up their first pull. How big
Is Mandatory
are we
the team
gonna
that
go?
pulled
Are we gonna
trash
see the triple
into the
crusher
boss?
once again? That's 2
Like
of them.
big
Is the
trash pull
patrol
into
there
the boss?
for them? I don't think it is.
23 seconds, the gap between our 2 teams as they exit the second boss. Mandatory now on this double demolisher pull. Very scary.
It was.
Moment. That
Okay.
Tower Totem is going to
I
come
think
down
Mandatory is
to counteract those fears.
Very much
And Hopeful goes down to a crushing slam for Mandatory. That's 15 seconds, which now means they are only 7 seconds ahead of Perplexed.
Maybe that's
plus however much value was
changes
lost
things
on
a little
that
bit.
death.
I think they still
Looks like
are
the end of the Kingsbane was probably not getting fully amped from Hopeful as a result
favored
of that
here
either. At least it wasn't his death mark that he died on. But yeah, these two teams are basically even at this point. That death from
No, they're not
good.
even.
And Zyro, they don't have
Mandatory
a
is still well ahead
if another death
on
happens,
trash
it
counts
is going to cost them
and speed
way
in the
more.
dungeon.
And this is the part of the key that
Like the 15
accelerates,
seconds
and this
there
is when
isn't the
Prop Paladin
difference.
starts to shine. It blasts AoE damage on these poles. Look at Divine Field nearly topping the meters against the 2-minute cooldowns of his teammates. They're keeping up with them on the Prop Paladin.
Oh my
and
god.
that damage is going to continue for him
Mandatory
to the next pole.
Hopeful.
Even without the cooldowns from the teammates, they'll still be able to chew through that. Mandatory, though, does have the 2-minute cooldown still available here. Is going to be a close one, Dratnos. I mean, this death timer
Hopefully it wasn't like 1 health there, right? The like
absolutely
transparent health that he had was just the healing absorb, right?
Have to accelerate relative Perplexed is going to be this next boss room. We know that Mandatory loves to just get straight into boss combat, whereas Perplexed take their time, get the pull low a little bit before moving into the boss. Mandatory still ahead in progression. They're going to hop up. They're going to hit that Shroud of Concealment.
Mandatory saved the 2s. They didn't use them at all in that pull. They let the Unholy DK almost solo them. So they're just going to go straight into the... They could just go straight into the boss here with the 2s.
They are going to. That's exactly what they do here. They're going to have every single cooldown except for Bloodlust, and they're going to just dump them into the boss along with all of this trash as well. It's an extremely ambitious pull. Skylark dropping super low. Still has that Last Resort available if needed. We're going to have that Ascendance popped momentarily here. All of those Unholy DK cooldowns.
Oh, grip into the breakwater!
Okay.
Oh, that was scary.
Yeah, the timing perfectly planned out by Mandatory there to avoid that fate. As we have the pack now starting to get pretty low. The Raider, the mob we're hoping to see go down, and it is the one that they are focused. It's going to die before...
Is this where they get the double charges?
And now we just have Commanders.
One charge.
Commanders do need to be kicked. They do AoE damage as well on that charge.
They just tanked the charge?
It's not going to be the end of the world for Mandatory. Another
Oh no.
spawn of that affix here.
Here's the double charge.
Totem angle to just remove all of those dispels for
wait,
free.
What?
The group
they
inside
killed off the
AMZ for that
commanders.
next breakwater, and the
That
boss
were gonna
is
charge,
dropping
I guess,
super
or
low
melted.
here for them. Perplexed have to accelerate here. They do have 15 seconds of extra death timer advantage. But
Okay,
they're still
Mandatory is just way ahead here.
They wait for the 2-minute cooldowns. They got an extra press of them, but they don't want to pull the boss until they have the extra safety of the 2-minute cooldowns.
Mandatory's route here is superior.
Now they pull Haddle Dark Fathom, but
right?
Mandatory already have their boss sub 30%. Yes, Mandatory
That
have to pull
that
an extra
lets them
trash
pull
bag, but as we've covered, that's not
a lot of
necessarily
ops
even
into
a
the
bad
boss.
thing.
Is just
that might even be more single
the
target
game
damage on
changer.
the boss for them. Perplexed, just how much can you do with these 2s? I don't think it's going to be enough for them. But 15 seconds? I don't know if this is 15 seconds.
This is not 15 seconds.
60% of the boss is an insane amount.
It is an incredibly high amount of damage as well. Note as well that Mode is going to get another Heart of the Wild. Zasevi is not in the rest of this dungeon, so that's another little advantage for Mandatory based on how they allocate their cooldowns. It's going to be so close. Perplex are going to need to do so much more single target at the end of this dungeon. Look at what Mandatory are doing as well. They pull into this trash pack at the end of the dungeon, and you'd think, oh, this is kind of inefficient, right? We're just fighting the trash by itself. But it's actually not, because you have to wait for that stupid gate to go down anyways here. Mandatory are using that time to kill this trash. It's extremely efficient. It's extremely clever. Compare that to what's going to happen on the side of Perplexed. They're just going to be running against that gate before it gets exploded. Inefficiently for a few seconds here. Mandatory out of combat now, hopping on those mounts, charging towards the last boss. And yeah, they are definitely still in the lead here, even with that extra 15 seconds of death timer.
Scary moment here from Stove. Can he get away from it? Oh, just barely able to dodge the barrage from Vic Goth there. That could have been dangerous. But again, the cooldown timing for Mandatory has been impeccable this key. 2 minutes available the second they get into Haddle Dark Fathom's room. 2 minutes available the second they get on top of the gripping and abolishing terrors here. Perplexed 2 minutes aren't going to be up for another 30 seconds. They might actually be active by the time they finally get down to the boss, but you can really see the gap that's opened up here now between Mandatory and Perplexed. Almost 45 seconds in terms of just raw execution in the key. Perplexing to somehow make up 30 seconds on this boss, and I don't think the difference between Frost DK, Prop Paladin versus Vince
Stove on the plank.
is going to be enough.
I used this plank position in my team.
Frost DK is a little bit awkward here as well, because you basically can never get a full breath on one of these tentacles anyways. They're leaving Wolf Disco alone on that gripping terror. He's going to hit that Breath of Syndragosa, and even still, it's going to die before his breath expires. It's inefficient. Hopeful, though, dropping super low for Mandatory. Does have cheat death back. So even if he did die there, it actually wouldn't kill him. Always a nice effect.
Even if he died, he
Mandatory
wouldn't
had so much
die.
safety at this point. Stove, the only person really in any danger of dying here, along with Mode, Skylark and Hopeful having that cheat death, and Maystein playing that Death Knight class, which cannot die, as it already has once. We have Mandatory getting this Dispel, actually saving
Still
that
type
Dispel
that in
for a
chat
little bit,
now.
milking it for a little bit of extra value.
Sounds like
here,
something you
just
still
doing
the
as
friend would
much
say. I'm doing
damage
it.
as they possibly
Even if
can.
he
All
died,
these
he
cooldowns perfectly planned
it
out.
wouldn't
Perplex are speeding
kill
up
him.
on that first platform. They've gained a little bit of
Dratnos.
time on Mandatory on platform 1, but not enough time to win before the end of this dungeon, I don't think, because there's only 2 platforms left. Mandatory already nearly done with the second
love that.
platform here. That Lust almost available. Perplexed hitting it on platform 2 here, whereas Mandatory holding it for platform 3.
This is just a masterclass of execution from Mandatory here. Yes, they had the couple of deaths, but just the cooldown planning was perfect. Hopeful had the death mark on pull for this boss here.
Yeah,
but he saved it for
DPS
platform
DKs
2,
are
only opting to use
so
the Cannon
tanky.
Bane on
It's
the first
insane.
platform
It's
because
so
he knew
stupid
that
how
his
tanky they
unholy
are.
Cannon and Shaman could do plenty enough damage to get through that first platform. Won't have as much damage with the Lust here, but with
It's
the
solid
advantage
English?
they've
Yeah,
secured
yeah,
for
yeah.
themselves, Mandatory should be able to finish this off. Perplexed
Well-
have to finish this dungeon. 15 seconds they've got extra.
15 seconds is
I'm not
close.
sure it's enough. They already used the Lust though, Dratnos.
Yeah,
Mandatory
the Lust
only
is
just now
so
popping
tough.
theirs. Will it be
Mandatory
enough for
are gonna be-
Perplexed?
They're going to be able to stop the clock very soon here, and Perplexed are going to have 15 seconds to try and win regardless. That clock about to stop here when this cannon
It's
shot
Jover.
fires. Perplexed, still so much health on that Gripping Terror. I don't think there's the damage to do this.
It's just
There
not
it
going
is,
to be
the clock
enough.
stops.
Stop the clock.
11:58. They're accelerating here at the end. We've got those Feral Spirits hitting that.
Nah,
thing.
nah,
We've
the
got
RP for the-
Representative coming up here
for the mob.
momentarily for Wolf Disco. He hits it immediately on cooldown.
The
4
mob,
seconds
the
left to stop
NPC
the
takes
clock.
like 5
He's gonna
days
go
to repair their
fast.
cannon.
But
There's
the
no shot.
cannon is going to need time to be repaired, and no, Perplexed are just a hair too slow. They shoot the cannon, they stop the clock, but it's going to be 10 seconds slower than Mandatory here. Wow, what a close finish.
Mandatory overcoming even death to secure victory here. This is a huge and massive advantage for them going into the
Yeah,
rest of the
nice
best of
run,
5
nice
here,
run.
right? They have
3-1
the
Dream
leg
is
up.
still alive,
They've got
by the way.
this amazing play that they just pulled off even with those 2 deaths. So as we kind of look back at it, even with those deaths, did Mandatory's cooldown timing and spec choices, do you think?
Was Wolf
take this
Disco
for
also
them,
in Holy?
Dratnos?
Look,
I
Maysteen
think that this was a pure execution.
outblasted him.
Well, I actually, I don't think this was an execution difference
But
because Mandatory
Swag
arguably
outblasted Hopeful.
the teams executed it.
It's a route diff, I
equally
guess.
Well, Perplexed, it says it has 1 extra death here, but that was at the end of the dungeon after the clock had already
Wait,
stopped.
what the hell?
Mandatory
Ashine
had
did so
1
much more than,
death than Perplexed. So yeah, I mean,
Oh,
their route just is faster.
Perplexed
I
Shaman.
think what we saw here is that the
That's
time these
embarrassing,
teams
I
played
don't remember the
before,
name.
Perplexed probably hit a
Mandatory
better
Shaman.
version of their run than
Wait, what?
Mandatory did of theirs, and Mandatory are
Stove
probably
did
something
so
like
much more
20,
than
25 seconds faster on average in this
Ashine.
map.
Yeah, I mean, it did seem like that huge difference, right? It starts making it look less and less like it's just one little thing, one little choice, but rather there's a huge strategy that might have been different in and of itself. But Tettles, you have more perspective over as the analyst, so what do you think the breakdown of this one was?
Yeah, I mean, I think that Dratnos is right. I feel like the Mandatory strat's just a little bit better. And I think it comes off the back of that Unholy Death Knight being super, super strong. Right off the bat, too, we had Chopper Red Hook. This is what we call the God Spawn, where you get the double bomb right on top of the boss while you're in Lust, and the boss just gets erased by Mandatory here. I am very, very jealous and wish I could get RNG like this in my runs. However, I always get the worst spawn of all time. But then Mandatory had to close out. They had a couple deaths.
That wasn't
They
awesome
had
key.
Stove dying to the second
Really
boss,
well
they
played.
had Hopeful dying to
Both
a
teams,
crushing
really.
slam in the Monkey Town area. But they were so well set up towards the very beginning that it allowed them to have some room for error. In addition to that, some of that error for Perplex that they didn't have room for, Ashine ended up going down to the Singing Steel cast from the Shredder. It makes me wonder, was like Zasevi lining that mob? Because it's not supposed to actually cast onto melee DPS, and so I wonder if Zasevi was actually out of line whenever he was doing that ability. This is where we saw Stove actually end up going down. There was a situation where Skylark ran to go grab those Curse Blades, and Stove just ends up getting like clipped by a Cannoneer frontal. It wasn't like the end of the world, but it is really, really scary, especially since we were saying that Mandatory was favored in this map. I think there's a world where Perplexed, given that run that Mandatory did, Perplexed could have won this. Yeah, like I was saying, there's the Stove death, that Cannoneer.
I've never died to that Cannoneer. volley.
Really unfortunate situation. But overall, I think it was a really cool run by Mandatory. I think their strategy for this dungeon is
Never.
spectacular.
Not even once.
And if they ever bring this dungeon back again, I feel like teams might be looking to copy their strat, or maybe even be looking to copy some of the ways that they gain count, at least for the TGP later on. Because these curse plays, these are just bonus mobs that you can do on top of the boss.
I mean, a lot of cool things here, and obviously it worked out really well for Mandatory. When you have that route that's just gonna even overcome any death penalty, it's really impressive.
Look at this as well. I feel like this was actually one of the points at which Mandatory is able to accelerate over Perplexed. I don't like that Mandatory is playing this Iron-Tide Raider pack in the corner here. I think that that's actually pretty slow. But something that's super fast is the fact that they have all their offensive cooldowns available right on pull of Hadal, and they grab all of that trash with the boss.
Stone Vault time. Was it Perplexed that did the insane Stone Vault, or was it Mandatory? I'm getting mixed up here. Getting confused with who.
Okay,
did what?
So we move into Stone Vault now. This is a pivotal map in the series because I think Grim Batol is probably one of our more lopsided matches.
Perplexed, did he?
Perplexed.
Was it 10:06? Something like that?
Is a slight favor for Perplexed. We've seen them play in it, and they had a 0-death run at 10 minutes and 6 seconds. Whereas Mandatory were 30 seconds slower than that. So, I mean, yeah, Perplexed definitely the favorites in both of these maps, right? This is big for them. They have to win both of them, though. Mandatory only need to steal one of these two.
All right.
Zyronic, I think, yeah, go for it. You looked like you were cooking.
Stop me if you've heard this before, but Perplexed on the verge of elimination. 2 maps coming up. Stone Vault and Grim Batol. What happened last time? An hour and a half ago. What happened to them?
This is true, actually.
They were able to clutch it out with 2 completely perfect runs. Can they do that again? Also, does Mandatory have something they've cooked up in the last 2.5 hours or so before this matchup? Do they have something in this Stone Vault? Do they have something in the Grim Batol prepared?
I don't think there's any way you can cook with that, with the level of perfection we've been seeing in these dungeons this season. I think there's no way that a 2-hour cook is better than 2 hours of practice and tuning.
So the strat that Perplex does that actually makes them so fast in this dungeon is actually in that Master Machinist wing after the first boss. They do a really large pull that most teams are actually splitting up into 2 separate pulls in some way, and Perplex is actually able to do it in 1 singular pull. Sorry, Zyronic's cat's mesmerizing me. But yeah, that's what you should be looking out for. Look for Divine actually gathering that pull, because it's actually one of the most dangerous pulls, I think, of this MDI season, and he can reasonably die to the Forge Looters and the 4chans there.
He has the same cat as you do.
Thank you so much,
Holy moly.
Zyronic, and a special thank you to your cat for blessing us all here right now in this moment. Just like a little moment here to decompress before we get into what is certainly going to be a high intensity matchup here. And yeah,
this Twitch chatted. That cat and Tattles look related.
I mean,
another cat.
No.
We procced another one.
I think that Mandatory is going to beat the entire game of World of Warcraft 3-2 down there, it looks like.
I love it. You know what? We're all settling in for this next one, but everybody, I think you're going to be on the edge of your seats.
Double meow.
This has been a huge one historically for Perplex. We saw them get a perfect run on it earlier. Can they replicate that here and now and put themselves in the position that they want to be in, tying this up once again? Or Mandatory with this lead out to prove that they are ready to be champions for a 2nd year in a row? I mean, we'll see.
Are the cats
here.
like buffing Perplexed?
Playing incredibly, and they're coming off of a really powerful run. So this will be game 4, the Stone Vault. Mandatory has match point. Perplexed has to clutch it
what the
out.
hell?
This is all
They missed the start of the pull.
Can they clutch it out? That's the question.
I mean, they didn't miss much, but still.
We've seen the best of what it can be, and we've seen the worst. Well, I don't think we've seen the worst of what it could be yet, but we've seen what the less clean version of the dungeon has been for Perplex, and that is what Mandatory
different comps. Let's see it.
As they haven't gone for the Warlock pick, they're just
thanks for this sub, Johnny.
They're going for the same comp here. They've got the Unholy DK Resto Druid.
Yeah, the Unholy DK and the Warlock are 2 kind of. They fill a similar role in this dungeon, right? Of just handling that huge AoE, being fantastic in that Bloodlust in particular, on that Skarmorak pull. Both teams are going to be getting into boss combat here momentarily. It is Mandatory who pull the boss first by a couple of seconds compared to Perplexed. But yeah, Perplexed
I should get a cat.
Save does come
I probably
later
should.
in this dungeon. That Howling Fear cast getting dangerously close to going off for Perplexed. But of course, they just plan that kick, land it towards the end of the cast for some full efficiency. The boss is
Just
now
super
started
dry
for both
make
teams.
cats.
Again,
I don't
that
think
lust
so.
Being held for Skarmorak.
It is, and I mean, we've seen this before. We know what to expect here, but again, it comes down to the execution. Mandatory should pull slightly ahead here at the start of the key, but for Perplexed, it's really all going to come down to those massive pulls. The pull right after this boss here. Can they keep it clean? Can they keep the Warlock alive and maintain those Spymaster stacks?
I wonder if Mandatory has watched the Perplexed run.
Watching Perplexed here. But
and they wonder, they probably
they kept it close
think that they have to do the same pull.
From Perplexed in our upper finals, so we'll have to see if they're going to be able to do it again.
Yeah, Perplexed. Pretty cool strat you can do with the disc.
Because I don't see them being able to do the same time as Perplexed unless they do the same strat.
5 or 6 sometimes as that
with that massive pull before the Machinists interchain into Machinists.
Those, that Mind Blast, that Entropic Rift, those Void Blasts, so much healing in that burst window. Such a perfect boss for the Discipline Priest healing profile.
And they also need to meet the DPS check of Skarmorak. Kill the Skarmorak before the shield.
Playing the Resto Druid in here instead, you can see part of the reason why that single target DPS the Discipline Priest does is always consistent, it's always good, and it does healing as well.
I don't know, Rindio.
But if a Resto Druid can actually
I think it's doable.
cat form, if they have the freedom to do that, they can do more DPS as a result.
I mean, it also adds the extra Dispel, right, for this dungeon, which is quite nice, too.
True.
Just in case you need to get an extra Dispel off in that Skarmorak wing of the dungeon. If you aren't going for the super burst strat with the Warlock,
Mode's damage was huge there, no?
Extra Dispel's pretty nice for that section.
771k.
But here we are, and really, Mandatory don't have that much of a lead here. Only seconds here. It's really going to come down to this Perplexed
that were faster on the first boss. I mean, that is surprising to me. I feel like Mandatory should have gained a little bit of time off of the first boss split. And they've actually lost time there, but Perplexed, this is their big opportunity. This is where they gain something like 20 seconds if it all goes according to plan. A massive pull starting out here. They get into the corner, activating that versatility buff, using that
yeah, they're not doing that same big pull.
To help these mobs funnel in.
Are they counting on Perplexed dying?
Coming out from that
maybe.
capacitor totem from a shine, followed up by the second stun. Of course, when you can talent it, so you get 2 stuns out of 1 global on that capacitor totem into a beautiful sigil of silence. These mobs starting to get destroyed. Divine, 24 stacks on that debuff. Divine is in so much danger. That's going to be his last resort. He's dropping super low. The pain suppression lands on him as well. Is he going to be able to drop these 29 stacks here? Barely.
Like he did.
Yes,
okay, he drops the stacks.
Wow,
he's fine though.
Scary. Molten Mortar's still on a shine here too. That dot will be ticking. This is what actually killed off Wolf Disco in their run earlier this weekend, but it's going to be once again a perfectly clean pull, an execution from Perplexed. In the meantime, Mandatory.
I think Mode missed the 10% burst buff there. I don't know what he was doing that far away also.
Whereas Mandatory only just now dealing with this trash pull, only just now gaining that engineering buff. But they also have to cleave through 2 of these Forge Loaders, which
Orb
is
spawned in
a
the ceiling.
lot less efficient and less time efficient than
Someone
we saw
says?
from Perplexed here.
Yeah, they're playing an Unholy DK with these CDs here, but that's so much less damage than Perplexed got by just having every single mob in all of their CDs, both the Assassination Rogue and the Destruction Warlock.
This
really
is the
ascending
Perplexed
at that target
route
count.
lift.
Perplexed already into the boss.
That
here. Things are
massive
looking
pull that it did.
So good for them. Mandatory.
Allows
setting
them
up
to
a pretty
basically
large
skip
pull into the
an
boss as
entire
well
pull.
here. They are going to be escaping this area with a little bit more count as well, which is nice, but it doesn't necessarily slow Perplex down in the rest of the dungeon. It just makes the margin of error even smaller. This entire run has such a low margin for error for Perplex. They enter that power word barrier inside this blazing crescendo cast, that crate.
No, they don't lust here. They need to lust on Skarmorak.
For some big damage on the whole group. They managed to, of course, dodge those lava waves. And yeah, Perplexed looking really good here. 40% ahead on this boss. They've got something like 20, 25, 30 seconds, which it's not a lot of time, but with the teams both being this good, it is an eternity.
I mean, Dranos, Perplexed are further ahead of Mandatory in this key than they were ahead of Holy Moly. Holy Moly was keeping this dungeon closer at this point in the key earlier in the matchup we just saw. So Perplexed, they have a commanding lead. It's really just about whether or not they can keep it clean from here on out. Of course, it all comes down to this next pull into the Skarmorak wing. Can they get the damage out? All eyes here are going to be on Wolf Disco. He is carrying those 40 stacks of the Spymaster's Web. The Inferno will be ready. He'll be receiving the power infusion from Zasevi. His sole job is to kill
PI 40 stacks Spymaster. Lust.
He got it done early today, bursting for 32 million DPS. Can he do it again?
Yeah, there is that beautiful Shadow Meld into Shroud of Concealment. So they run past here. Divine about to exit that
Mandatory
shroud
does have
to
a
start
lot more
grabbing
trash.
This pull. No last resort available for Divine as well. So another potential failure point here could be a tank death. Something we very rarely see from Divine, but a pull like this, especially without that cheat death, one of the most likely places for it to happen. That CC chain starting for Perplex.
Here's Wolf Disco
starting as well. That Infernal being dropped upon them.
Look at Skarmorak's health.
Lust plus Power Infusion plus Infernal plus Spymaster's Web is going to rocket Wolf Disco up 25 million DPS and climbing.
And
30
still
million
climbing.
DPS. Wow, what an incredible amount of damage there. The entire pack is already gone for Perplexed. It's all been turned to fire and brimstone. Wow.
It's just all gone. Everything's dead. The boss is sub 10%. Will they even see the cast of the shield? The answer is just barely, but they're able to kill it off without even it being close. Mandatory
Skarmorak got deleted.
I mean, Mandatory, they haven't even pulled the boss yet. Perplexed is already done with the wing. The gap is huge here. Perplexed have done what they needed to get done in this key. It's just a matter of keeping it clean in the final boss room. Dratnos, we're probably going to be going to a game 5. This is incredibly exciting. Just have to make sure we keep it clean on the Rock Smasher here. Do not get hit by
They
one
need
of
to
these
not
shield
get charged.
stampedes.
They need to kill the totems in time.
Yeah, nice
and they're
little
good.
chill pull here after that massive Skarmorak pull.
Do
of course, still pretty
mandatory
dangerous, though.
kill
This is a
Skarmorak
triple
before the
pull
shield?
in an area of the dungeon where even a
Also
single
very
one of these
important.
pulls can be quite lethal.
If they can't do that, then
Perplexed
there's no
are
chance.
Doing a good job here, taking out these mobs carefully. And
I think
once
there's
that
no
Rock
chance
Smasher
even if they
dies,
do
we
do
could
that.
see them moving forward, and we do see
Okay,
in
they get the
fact,
shield. It's over.
exactly that. So they move now into Mender and Stone Shaper pull as well. We're going to have some of these Earthburst totems that
They're just
do
gonna
get
mandate
killed.
the shield anyway.
Pretty good
Yeah, I
Alex
guess so.
timing as
But they
well
still
here
lose a
for
lot of time.
Perplexed. The totem a little bit tougher to switch to with this
That they can't
comp as
afford to
well.
lose.
A lot of people here not happy about moving onto a new target and having some issues in even splitting their damage really quickly onto them. So they want to make sure they get those Stone Shapers killed so they get fewer of these totems. Looks like this pull is now almost entirely dead. Meanwhile, Mandatory. Skarmorak is dead. Mandatory going back to the start of the dungeon as well, but the tail is at the bottom of the screen here. You can see Perplexed. 1 minute 29 seconds on that Skarmorak boss split. So when Master Machinist died, it was 1 minute and 29 seconds until Skarmorak died for them.
They're doing a
More than
giga
2
skip here,
minutes
but it's not
for
enough, I think.
Mandatory, who are now shrouding to the end of the dungeon. Mandatory did get more count earlier, so this is actually not as big of a lead as it looks like for Perplexed, because Mandatory got so much more count in that Master Machinist wing. Oh no! But they've actually had a little bit of a failure, it looks like, of the side skip there. No, okay, maybe a Shadow Melt intentionally to pull that to the side. We're all good.
The story for me is not whether or not who's going to win this key. Perplexed is absolutely going to be winning this key. The question for me, can they do it in sub 10 minutes? Earlier today, they had a time of 10 minutes and 6 seconds.
This looks
we only just now eclipsed the
sub 10
9-minute mark
minutes.
of the dungeon.
Well, they
Here,
sped up
over
even
a minute
more.
left.
They did
All
better
of
than
the
they
trash
won
is
the
dead.
previous one, I
boss
think.
is at
This is
40%. They're gonna
this
get
is
an
better
Apex
than
Fly to help
1006.
augment their damage here as well. I think they might be
What
able
the
to
hell?
do it. Perplexed, just how much do you
That's
have left in
insanity.
the tank? Can you go for the fastest run we've seen in this key?
Yeah, this is certainly going to be the fastest run we've seen here. I do think sub 10 minutes is on the table for Perplexed. The boss is getting super low here. They don't have a lot of cooldowns, so the damage is going to decelerate, although we're getting one more Kingsbane to try and make the sub 10 minute dream happen. Swag hits it immediately off cooldown, perfectly aware of his class's cooldown timings. And yeah, this boss is getting absolutely melted by that Kingsbane at the
sub
end
10
here,
minutes.
ramping up in damage
It's-
over time.
that's
It is happening.
crazy.
Perplexed taking out this Stone Vault in less than
9:55.
10 minutes. A flawless run, bringing the series to 2-2 and match point here.
Perplexed can sense
That's
it.
insane.
This is their time. They've waited so long, and they have this within their reach to be the actual grand champions. But they have one more map to decide it. Now, this was phenomenal. If we said that earlier Perplexed's run of Stone Vault was perfect, then, I mean, it's ironic. What was this?
They just casually took a run where they were like a minute faster than everyone else and just went a little faster too.
Last
They
map
got the
is
sub 10
Grim
minutes for
Batol,
fun.
which is also a
Just,
really good
again,
dungeon for Perplexed.
In the runs
But
that they
did
are
Mandatory
good
do
at,
the same thing there?
Perplexed are unbelievable. And in the past, what are we at now? In the past 6 dungeons, 4 of them have been completely perfect for them. And they just have to do it one more time to take the title. Something that they have been unable to do as a team as Perplexed in the past 5 years. The last time Divine Field and the Shine won a title was when they were with Shell's Angels over 6
Your
years
points?
ago.
Oh yeah.
Oh man, what an insane story it would be if they're able to get it done in this Grim Batol.
It would be amazing. And I mean, Tuttles, you were looking in at the nitty-gritty of this one, so give us your thoughts as we come out of it.
I mean, it's kind of what we expected with the Stone Vault. There was two very pivotal moments of this dungeon that really swung this dungeon heavily
3-2 for Perplexed.
And the first one is that
Hopium.
Master Machine.
I mean, it's still
poll that we
possible
kept talking
technically.
about, where Perplexed
The
were able to do
3-1
all of that
mandatory.
one poll that mandatory are doing it in two, and
It
mandatory
is not
actually started
possible
off pretty
anymore.
Strong. Like they were doing a lot
This
of damage
was
to
the
this poll.
prediction
You know, they were
from you
even
guys.
coming out of the first boss. So it's kind of just like a difference in strategy, and a lot of it's off the
3-1
back of this
Perplexed?
Warlock.
Nobody
just, like,
voted
look
that.
at This poll is incredibly dangerous for your tank.
This is the Giga
There's
poll.
a reason that most teams are
1,
splitting it
2,
up into a bunch of
3
different ways,
packs.
but Divine has decided that
4,
he is
5,
able to take
6.
all of these mobs on the
6 packs?
Demon Hunter, even proccing his cheat death, and there's a timer that he's going to be on before he just dies straight up to this pack or has to kite away. But that timer is fortunately enough able to be met by all of the offensive cooldowns being available for Perplexed here. Then, by leveraging that Warlock as well, with that Spymaster's Web trinket, they're able to take all of the trash into Skarmorak that they're going to need basically for like the rest of the dungeon, and absolutely blow it up on top of the boss, allowing them to skip the Fortified Shell cast. Whenever we saw what Mandatory was doing on this boss, by playing the Unholy DK, it seemed like they were kind of throwing in the towel, being like, there's a couple of specific areas of which we were going to be faster than Perplexed, but being able to beat this Fortified Shell cast with the Warlock is also another colossal time save, and it's both those things in conjunction, because you're not slower than the Unholy DK in that Master Machinist swing because of your pathing, and because you're then able to also phase Skarmorak before that Fortified Shell cast. That puts you somewhere in the order of about 30 to 45-ish seconds ahead of where Mandatory are in this dungeon. And Mandatory didn't look like slouches. They just kind of played their game plan. They knew that they were going to be slower, and they just put themselves in a potential situation where they were able to capitalize on.
Wait, it's been 4 hours?
If the
Holy crap.
opportunity arose.
It's a long
But
event,
Perplexed,
actually.
like Zyronic was saying, are looking incredibly clutch. And are they going to be able to clutch it out in the Grim Batol? That is the big question now.
It is. You know, Zyronic, in the middle of that, did you have a follow-up thought off of Tuttles there?
Yeah, I mean, just picking up on what you were saying there, Perplex has never been a team that's had slow strategies, right? When they lose, it's because they made too many mistakes. It's really all on them right now. From what we've seen in this final dungeon here, in this Grim Batol, Perplexed has a run that's at least 15 to 20 seconds faster than what we've seen from Mandatory.
2-2.
Are they going to be able to capitalize on that? Are they going to be able to have
No, wait.
one more clean dungeon run, one more perfect run?
He's not.
All eyes on them.
Never
now.
mind.
All right, last prediction of the season. Who do we think wins this? No more like best of 3, just this
Wait,
best
wait.
of 1. Grim Batol.
No, they got this wrong.
Perplexed.
The
I
graphic
think it's
is wrong.
their time. I'm saying it.
Yeah.
How about you, Dratnos?
I'm sticking with Mandatory.
It's 2-2,
I think
right?
that this is where it's all going to fall apart for Perplexed.
Zyronic?
I really, really want to see Perplex finally get there, but my gut says Mandatory.
Really?
Tuttles?
I'll take Perplexed. Don't mind if I do. Yoink! I'll take the 20-second faster strategy. Don't mind if I do. But it's scary because, like Zyronic mentioned, it's a situation of which their strats.
Do the
faster,
thing where you act
but it's
surprised
like
when someone
only
wins?
one
No,
death
that's not me.
faster. So if there's any mistake, there is the opportunity to lose the map almost immediately. It's going to come down to execution and who is more precise and who is flawless with their execution in this Grim Batol. But we saw them beat Mandatory in the Grim Batol earlier today, and that's something that it kind of has to weigh heavy on your mind.
Yeah, it's got to be like a shadow, right? Even if you're going, hey, this is fine, we can do it. Just knowing that they have this momentum, just knowing that this is where they're going to be, like, it has to be getting them.
It's
but,
It's why you had to win the City of Threads if you're Mandatory. Like, you literally couldn't afford to lose the City of Threads, and it was one of those situations that I thought that Mandatory could actually 3-0 them, but they allowed Perplexed this opportunity to just claw their way back. And is this going to be Perplexed's time to win the MDI?
God, I hope so. I mean, I hope so. Now, you know,
It was a
Tuttles,
double
you
cat
and I are
buff.
aligned on this.
True,
You know, we're
actually,
here,
double
we're
cat
believing
buff
it, and
boosted
This is the dream, and we're going to manifest
Perplexed.
it. In chat, those of you who are also rooting for Perplexed, manifest with us. But, I mean, honestly, Mandatory as well, they are such strong contenders for a reason. And as we talk about this, Mandatory themselves have a lot to prove, right? They are returning champions, but they even have members of the team who weren't there for that victory and who have felt and have told us, as we've talked with them, that this is something they want to prove, that this version of mandatory here and now can take it. But Perplexed, one of our longest running teams in the entirety of our events, who have for so long just had this fall out of their reach, and now in this moment are actually clutching it out in such an incredible way. Either way, one of these teams has to be our winner. Both of them need perfect runs here, and we can only hope that it's going to happen. But whatever happens, it will be decided here and now in Game 5. Grim Batol. This is mandatory versus
final game. Let's go.
Point. It's all you, Tettles.
Well, I will be going to the analyst desk. Goodbye.
So sorry, Tettles. You know what, Tettles? It's all you. It's ironic. I'm too hype.
We are getting caught up in the heat of the moment, but we are already into the key. Mandatory and Perplexed, they've got their strategies. They're locked in. Nothing has changed in terms of comp stratnos. It's just going to come down to the raw execution. Can they keep it clean
Warlock strat
for one
versus
final dungeon? Something we don't talk
standard
about
strat.
a lot over the course of a day.
Swag nearly died there. Wonder what that was.
Running so many keys and practice keys back to back to back over the course of a weekend. But this is it. It's all for this
Perplexed
moment.
killed it slightly faster.
Yeah, the entire season has built up to this for mandatory. The opportunity to be the start of a dynasty, right? 2 MDI wins in a row if they can win this match.
Did Hopeful?
For Perplexed, the opportunity to break
Hopeful held his cooldown
of a losing streak in the global finals. Finally,
Swag
this
used.
could be their chance. This is the closest they've ever been to it. As we have Grim Batol starting off here, it is Perplexed getting this pull grouped a little bit more quickly than mandatory, although in the start of this map, we just have a couple of seconds being traded back and forth here. It's unlikely that we're going to see a decisive
Actually, Hopeful and Stove held their cooldowns.
Last resort on either of these tanks. If one of them
Mandatory's
loses it
ahead
in this section, that
in
would
that case.
not be good news. Skylark and Divine both able to preserve that. There's actually a Brute still alive for Perplex, but that's okay.
Good.
Divine can solo the end of that. Yeah, not a big deal at all.
Yeah, he was able to be a lot more healthy after that pull than Skylark was for mandatory, so no problem for him to cancel that feast and go on and kill that brute before his teammates get there. But yeah, it is mere seconds between the two teams here. Now, of course, similar to the Stone Vault, because we have this Warlock caster in play for Perplexed, something to focus on. Once again, I'm sure you guys in chat are tired of hearing it, but it's a huge point of the gameplay here. That Spymaster's Web Trinket is incredibly important. In this dungeon, they use it for single target damage on Forge Master Throngus, the second boss.
So now mandatory should really boost ahead on damage because of the cooldowns that they held.
To the dungeon for Perplexed. If Wolf Disco ever dies, all of that momentum is lost. He loses those stacks. He loses that potential to do damage. So there's an extra level of difficulty Perplexed is playing with. Are they going to? But
now Perplexed are gonna get those cooldowns
at the start here on General Umbrus, just catapulting themselves ahead.
Yeah, this is looking good for them so far. Last time we saw these teams in this map, General Umbrus was basically killed around the same time for the two teams.
Hopeful and Stove didn't see these on
desynced a little
first
bit
pull.
between the two teams, so Perplexed using that to now send the boss home, and they're actually going to get it killed substantially faster than mandatory. Moving towards the next section of the dungeon. Now Perplexed do an extra pull here, if I'm not mistaken. They'll be just starting off with a Molten Giant.
Mandatory still fell behind.
We'll be going all the way into Throngus, I believe. Perplexed using a little bit of a gateway for Wolf Disco, speeding up in this area.
But mandatory will get their cooldowns back sooner.
Ooh, beautiful timing on that stun on the Molten Giant as well. Full uptime on that stun. That stun is great because
it's still moving slower
reduces
though.
The damage you take. And it actually causes the Molten Giant to take 20% increased damage while it's active as well. So
what's
really
the strat here?
Awesome timing here for Perplexed.
This is a cooldownless pull, right? They're not using anything. They're not even using the Spymaster's Web here. This is just raw AoE damage coming out from the 3 classes here. Not even a Kingsbane used to augment the damage for Swag on the Rogue here. Only just now coming off cooldown, but still opting to not use it. A little bit of a weird desync of cooldowns. He's going to just feel obligated to save it for the death mark, right?
Right, the mob would have died after a couple of seconds, that Kingsbane, so he's just going to hold on to it. But yeah, it does mean he's going to hold on to it pretty much until that death mark is ready. A little bit of an awkward situation for Assassination Rogues whenever you have something like that happen.
That means percentage is going to be better for Perplexed after this boss.
And it is the way to make the best of a kind of awkward overlap of cooldowns. Meanwhile, Mandatory are into this boss as well, but Perplexed
Hopeful and Stove just pop
damage. They waited
CDs.
to go into this boss until after that pull was dead, but they're only 10% behind, and they have a bunch of extra
Shine
count
and
here
Swag
once this
CDs are
Molten
coming up
Giant
in
pull does
15
die
seconds.
under the boss.
Scary overlap there of the Flurry plus that Wake from the Molten Giant, but Sevi able to keep everyone topped, and this is where the single target damage accelerates. The Infernal comes out from Wolf Disco. This is where he uses his first press of the Spy Masters in this dungeon as well. Probably 35-ish stacks of that, giving him about 35,000 intellect on top of the 60k base, almost increasing his damage by 50% during the Infernal. Look at him catching up to the Rogan Enhanced Shaman on single target here. This is going to catch them up, but yes, Mandatory is going to kill the boss off first, but remember, Perplexed has more count here, and they do a great Warlock Gateway skip, which is going to save them a bunch of time. Mandatory really is the one that's pressured here. They need to
I
go
think
for huge pulls and
Perplexed
do them
is ahead
quickly and cleanly
easily
in order to keep an advantage. They only kill the boss a few seconds ahead of Perplexed, 3 seconds between the two teams.
Yeah, Mandatory now going to be starting off a single Lava Bender pull. They didn't even bring the second Lava Bender in the past, and it looks like that's going to be no different this time. They'll be taking that Lava Bender into the next pull, which causes
Maysteen has CDs here. He should blow up the
Mandatory
pack.
Maybe if they can execute that flawlessly, they can be on pace with Perplexed. Perplexed, a much less ambitious pull here, but then they are going to
I kind of like the fact that they are desyncing the cooldowns from the DK, so like they generally aren't using cooldowns at the same time as May.
Immediately. So Mandatory need to finish this quickly. Skylark needs to live.
This allows the DK to get massive
tanks, a vital resource in
value
this
on
area.
that breath
These
cooldown.
Enforcers do so much tank damage if you aren't able to reset their enraged stacks, but it looks like Mandatory are going to be able to get through there. They're going to finish off this Warlock.
Hopeful
They're
still
just gonna
blasted
run
that pack,
forward
though.
now, and they're going to take this Lava Bender
Without CDs
into
from
the
the looks of
same
it.
pull that you can see Perplexed starting here with this dragon going into the cubby here. This is where you can line that Dragon's First cast for free, so it works out really naturally for the start of this pull. And the idea is to kill that dragon before it gets to its next cast entirely.
But the gateway across the chasm just saves so much time for Perplexed. They were able to get this pull gathered up in this cubby 10 to 15
Ooh.
seconds before what we
That
saw
was
from
close,
Mandatory.
that's right.
Also, that Lava Bender frontal was a terrible position, forcing melee players to get out of the way. This is a scary, scary overlap here for Mandatory. Are they going to be able to live through the pull? The answer is yes, but definitely not the most efficient of pulls. Perplexed, though, already done. The entire pull is
Yep.
dead, and Mandatory still
Perplexed
has a
is
Lava
faster.
Bender at 60%. Are they just going to have to chain this? They might feel like they have to.
Yeah, I mean, it does start pulsing AoE damage while it is low.
They should do
but
it now,
does
yeah,
look
yeah,
like
yeah.
Mandatory are saying, you know what? That's fine.
It's just
We're
a
gonna
single
start the boss
pulse.
right now. We can't afford to waste any time right here. So that Lava Bender does go down for them. They are on the boss.
They're never gonna get,
Perplexed
like,
already
triple
phasing
pulse
that boss
damage.
Now, entering the second phase, and this is a scary part of this
But,
boss fight. There are two
they're still
Lava Benders
behind.
alive. They're going to get to finish these off, but Wolf Disco
Oh,
goes
Wolf
down
Disco
for
died.
Perplexed.
Uh-oh.
And Zyro, that's the Spy Master's with
That's it.
attacks disappearing for
Oh,
Perplexed.
no.
That's such a huge damage loss. Not only when they press this at the end of the dungeon is it going to have fewer stacks.
Okay,
but also
okay.
up until then,
Lock
Wolf
in.
Disco is just
Now
passively
it's
going
exciting,
down
because
less and
now
less.
it's gonna be
This is a huge
super close.
opportunity for Mandatory to
Because, like,
catch
I was
back up
thinking,
now.
like,
Plus,
Perplexed is winning, Perplexed is
15
winning,
seconds
Perplexed
of
is winning.
death timer are
But now
gonna
it's
be
equal.
leveled against Perplexed here. Brutal turn of events for Perplexed.
And those 15 seconds are roughly what Perplexed won this dungeon by in their
I think they
previous
can
run.
see the
They have a
stream,
fast run,
but
we're
the stream
talking
is
about a game of
behind.
inches here.
Lucky.
Mandatory,
I
they're
might be
not
wrong.
out of the woods. They need to make sure they can keep it clean on this boss here. Those debuffs need to get dispelled instantly. Keeping the health bars healthy mode, doing a great job keeping everyone alive. Unfortunate Shadow Flame Spirit spawns here for Mandatory, but they're doing a good job of getting them under the boss so they can be cleaved down. Big burst of damage from the knockback, but look at how neck and neck it is now. Mandatory keeping it close on the boss, but Perplexed.
Skype video
Another
call
different
feeds cam.
strategy here. They pull this trash on top of the boss to accelerate ahead and get a little bit of extra cleave damage. Still scary. They're going to get a little bit of overlap of damage here as the Twilight Buffet goes out while the trash is still alive, and it costs them their lives!
Oh!
Everyone is dead!
No.
An ad exploded!
The ad. Okay, it's over. This is how they lose.
Into Perplexed, and
Oh,
that
that's
is
tragic.
Going to end their run here, I fear. Mandatory just have to stay clean for the last 3 minutes of this dungeon, and they will be able to slam the door on Perplexed. A Shine hitting that Ankh does manage to curse dispel himself. Divine undispellable though for a few seconds as A Shine is on cooldown. Perplexed are going to try and limp over the finish line on this boss fight, but they have so little damage now. Those spirits are going to be unkillable by them, and I think this is potentially going to be a slow and painful wipe for Perplexed. Divine still
Yeah.
20% of
It's
value of his
over.
effective health needing to be dealt with here. Divine starting to kite, thinking about how to best handle this, but the Zyro, it's so
It's
bad.
just
It's
too
all
little
bad.
too late. He has to do 8% of the boss's HP on his own, and it's just not gonna happen. This is costing them more and more time. Meanwhile, Mandatory standing strong, getting through Valiona, working their way through the first set of Corruptors here. it is at about this moment now with a delay on the stream that they will have known what is conspired over on Perplex's side of the match. And man, the emotion right now for them must be insane, but it's not over yet. Skylark now has set up the hatchlings. He has gotten in combat and made sure they won't give his team those shadow damage taking.
Yeah, GG.
And we are on to Erudax very soon here. Mandatory are looking like they're going to be repeating, Dratnos.
Divine is still keeping this pull alive for Perplex. He's just doing it, I think, at this point, out of pride. He's saying, you know what, Valiona, you can defeat the rest of my team, but you can't defeat me.
Does he leave this?
I am invincible. I am Divine Field here. A last stand against this dungeon, but it is not going to be anywhere close to enough to win the map. And I feel
he lives a single boom.
Here. He can maybe keep this going until the end of the dungeon, though. Fell Desolation coming
up.
Someone
Boom.
down eventually.
No.
He goes after we do a little bit of trolling on the side of Perplexed, and Mandatory hitting that Lust, slamming all this damage into area.
They probably should have just full wiped though, just in case Mandatory messed up, and full wipe also.
Dungeon is a 10:53.
But it's over now.
Mandatory be faster than that? I think they might be. I think this
might will
be our fastest Grim Batol here. We have another 30 seconds before that mark will be reached. The Lust is still rolling for Mandatory. They are doing so much damage to this boss. I think it's maybe going to be a hair slower than that run out of Perplexed. Oh, it's going to be right down to the wire. Let's see, 10:53. That timer to look for at the top of the.
It's not going to be
here.
the fastest
10
one.
Seconds left.
There's no shot they kill it in
really
5 seconds from now.
On this MDI that they are going to be.
It's not going to be the fastest run of the.
Be exactly that time as well as the clock does pass over the 10:53 mark.
Well played, Mandatory. It's a clean run, perfect run.
MDI champion.
But I think Perplexed had this if they didn't mess up.
0 deaths in that dungeon, securing the win.
Congrats to Mandatory.
Congratulations to Mandatory.
That was pretty hyped though.
MDI Global Finals champions. They have started their dynasty here and now. They've continued it in this MDI, and they are establishing it.
GG Mandatory.
Question. An incredible run from them, so close to setting that record, but absolutely securing
Heartbreaker for Complex. Yep.
Victory. Now this was an unfortunate one for Perplex. Right? We saw that wipe happen, but Mandatory just went absolutely wild on this. I mean, Zyrotic, what do you think were really some of their standout moments?
What can you even say about this dungeon, to be completely honest with you? I feel so sad for Perplexed, but for Mandatory, this is vindication for them, right? They knew they were underdogs coming into this map, and they played their game. They did what they had to do in order to win this map. They might have even been able to just beat out a good run for Perplexed with that time they put up there. And man, they've done it. Not only are they the first back-to-back winners in a long time, they're the first team ever not named Echo to do that in the MDI. This is a new dynasty for the MDI. Mandatory. Oh man, they're here.
Wow.
Incredible.
Well played.
I mean, this was phenomenal to see, and Mandatory, yes, they are here and they are doing it. I mean, it's amazing. Tettles, you were there watching all of the, ins and outs of this one. So what were you seeing as Mandatory blazed their way?
Well, like that sealed it? I think so too. They probably would have had this clean if that hadn't have happened.
In the Stone Vault, where this is a Perplexed favored map. And it's favored probably by somewhere in the order of about 20 to 30 seconds. And it comes down to the fact that the sequencing in the second area and utilization of that Warlock Gate for Perplexed puts them in a position where they are favored in this map, and they are just like straight up favored in this matchup. Now, whenever we talked about the Stone Vault, one of the things that I commended Mandatory for is while they had a slower strategy, they kept themselves in position to where if Perplexed actually made any mistakes, they would actually be able to capitalize on it. And Mandatory did a similar thing in this map pool, where Perplex, they were utilizing this Warlock Gate. They were doing the strategies of which grabbing the Lava Bender, and they were just like a little bit faster in this area, which allowed them to be
What did
faster
Wolf Disco die to?
for this entire timer.
Did he just die to ticking
what
damage?
ended up happening is whenever Perplexed pulled Valiona, they pulled it with the 6-pack of trash. And this composition, I feel like anybody who's done this key on live has had this issue where you're probably playing too many melee, and one of the melee accidentally contact the ad. And we saw it in Group A. We saw it in Group B. We saw it a few times in the Chinese region, where somebody accidentally just clips the hitbox of the ad, and it ends up wiping them. In this case, It was unfortunately swag. Now, Perplex wasn't going to have a perfect run, but I still think even after this death to Wolf Disco and they get him rezzed up, it's not even a bad situation of which they're in. I think that they're still able to win, and I think they're still
What did he die today?
further ahead of where mandatory
Pay out the winners? Oh, yeah.
even with the 15 seconds of death.
Mandatory 3-2, yeah?
But this boss is so hard. Now, the ad fixates swag, and swag
Choose
shadow steps
outcome.
the boss.
Mandatory
If you know anything about shadow step,
3-2.
it puts you dead center of the boss's
Yes.
hitbox. And so look at where his ad is. And he
Boom.
shadow steps, and it just blows up the ad of the Shadow Flame Spirit, immediately wiping the rest of his group. And it just completely
I was
takes
pretty
the wind
hyped
out of
to
their
see
sails.
Wally
There's
playing
no way that
Colossus
they can
Arms,
even
yes.
possibly recover. It's like an instant full
I
wipe
wish
situation. Very
I wish it was
frequently
actually
we
the
see
best
instant
pick
full wipe
for
situations
more
on
things, though.
this key
It was
level,
only
but
barely...
that is definitely one of the biggest fail cases
I don't
right
know.
there.
Would
that's
it
possible.
actually be the
And
best
for mandatory,
in mists?
Huge,
Maybe.
huge kudos to them.
It's
for
probably
putting
very, very
themselves in a
close. I'm happy.
situation
I'm happy
of which
enough
they
with
were
that.
able to
But
capitalize
would I like to
on
see
a
even more Warrior?
Mistake from Perplexed. They needed to win the City of Threads to be able to close out this series 3-0.
Nobody
They didn't do that,
won?
but they put themselves in a spot where they were able
The points...
to come
Oh yeah, the
and
points went to the
go
void.
back-to-back
Nobody
MDI
gets 3-2
championships.
mandatory.
Oh, I mean, you love to see it. You love to see them get in here and absolutely prove that they deserved to be at the top, right?
GG.
But I mean,
Look at all
it's
the
so
points that we
unfortunate,
lost.
especially when Perplex had those perfect runs, and you just have that one thing that just tanks it. But you know, I mean, looking back on this, Zyronic, how are you feeling? Looking back at this this series we've just played.
Just absolutely insane gameplay from both teams. This is definitely the closest MDI we've ever had, let alone just the final, but other teams. The series with holy moly for both of these matchups. I mean, dude, these teams are so insanely good and so well matched up.
Yeah,
This
they were
could have
very
gone
close.
either
All
way.
of them, actually.
You know, if there
Well,
was just
the
a little
top
bit of
4
leeway
teams.
there, if those ads were dead,
No,
when
top
Swag
3
got the
teams
shadow step
were
off,
really, really close.
we could be
Yep.
talking about a completely different champion right now. I mean, just insane gameplay for both
dude,
teams.
This comp also just sucks at killing those ads. Like straight up, it's so obnoxious to actually kill those ads, which is why you're seeing a lot of teams electing to tank the boss in like the corner of the room to utilize the geometry to get the ads stacked better. But the risky and the faster play is to pull the 6-pack into the boss, and whenever you're playing that riskier and faster strategy, there are potential problems that you open yourselves up to, like getting clipped by that ad and blowing up your raid.
Yeah, and I mean, you see it happen. We saw it happen just now, right? And, you know, obviously this created the situation in which between these two really
All right.
close teams,
Cool.
Mandatory was able to take it here. and they
I'm gonna
just
call it now,
absolutely
guys.
pumped this whole dungeon.
I'll be back again tomorrow evening with my with my team. We'll be doing more keys. We have an 18 stone vault, which I don't think we'll be doing, but we'll probably try this. Well, I don't know. Can we try and re-roll it? We definitely need a 16 stone vault, so we can try and do that. But yes, I enjoyed today. It was nice just watching and not gaming. It was a good tournament. I'm glad I was able to watch the finals, because I wasn't able to do a watch party for any of the other days, because I was either raiding or playing keys. So, yeah. Yeah, so thanks for watching. See you all again tomorrow. Good night.